Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. I'm your host, Cooley. Tonight is debate night, and we have a special guest. I will be bringing him up in a moment. Before I do so, we got a few links in the YouTube description. As usual, for all of the supporters out there, go ahead and click the first link in the YouTube description if you want to become a member to this podcast and support the podcast. We got 3 tiers for the memberships. The first tier is Gang, second tier is Hitman, third tier is Mob Ties. Go ahead and join up for the memberships. You get a lot of different special privileges and access to me, get to DM me directly and stuff like that. The next link is going to be for one-on-one coaching. So I coach men on masculinity, dating and relationship coaching, couples coaching, and as well, I do media and marketing coaching too. So if you need any coaching, go ahead and click that link. The next link is going to be for the Clips channel. I hired some new Clips people, so we've been posting clips daily. So subscribe to the Clips channel if you can, and click that bell icon so you're notified when new clips come out. And then all of the next links in the description is going to be for all of the social media platforms. We have the TikTok, the X, both Instagram accounts, the Facebook account that has over 1 million followers. So go ahead and follow us on all platforms if you're interested. All right, let's go ahead and bring up our guest for today. Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast, man. How are you?
I'm great. How are you doing?
Doing pretty good. Go ahead and introduce yourself to my audience.
My name is Raphael. I host the podcast Women on Men, along with the TikTok channel and Instagram. I interview women about dating and what they prefer in men and what they're looking for. So to give men an idea of their mindset. Okay,
cool. And tonight we will be debating, is red pill a net positive or a net negative for men? I will allow Raphael, since he's my guest, to go ahead and give his introduction first, and I will go next. We will be doing 4-minute introductions. And then also, then it's just, free form debates. He can ask me questions. I can ask him questions. And then at the end of it, we'll be doing 4-minute closings. Right before I do so, let's go ahead and get things going.
Let's get ready to rumble!
All right, man. Okay, Raphael, I'll go ahead and leave it to you to do an introduction, man.
The opening statement or introduction?
Opening statement, yes.
Okay, cool. So I won't need the full time for my opener because the data is clear. Peer-reviewed studies consistently show that men who consume red pill content develop hostile sexism, dehumanize women, and adopt a misogynistic outlook. Men who endorse red pill beliefs report higher levels of loneliness, romantic dissatisfaction, and psychological distress. They're angrier, they're more isolated, and they feel rejected. Instead of helping men grow, the red pill teaches men to blame women. And it's not just women they're lashing out at, they're turning on themselves too. Studies show that men who buy into red pill ideology face significantly higher risk for depression and even unaliving. If that's not terrible enough, red pill spaces mock therapy and discourage men from seeking help because it's seen as a weakness, and the grifters are profiting. Online charlatans thrive on men's pain. The angrier the men stay, the more content they consume. They don't care about men healing because they want men stuck. That's the business model. Keep them angry, keep them clicking, keep them broken. Just look at the men who have spit out the red pill. One kid got in it at 15. Now he sees every woman as a threat and just wants to feel normal again. Another admitted it wrecked a good relationship because he couldn't trust his partner and saw love as a power struggle. But there is a better way. Men who leave the red pill report genuine relief. One man said, "I started therapy, stopped seeing women as enemies, and got my first girlfriend in years, someone who actually likes me for me." Another man said, "I quit trying to be an alpha and started being honest, and now I have more friends, deeper conversations, and real confidence." That's what we should be encouraging. Not bitterness, not fear, but growth. Red pill doesn't make men stronger. It teaches them to fear intimacy, avoid vulnerability, and treat women as threats. If you're angry, bitter, and lonely, maybe it's time to spit out the red pill and rejoin society. That's my opening statement.
Okay, cool. And now I'll go ahead and give my opening statement. So I take the affirmative position that the red pill is a net positive for men. Red pill itself does not give any prescriptions So it does not tell you what you should do. Instead, it describes how things are. It's a set of descriptors that explains how men and women are hardwired to interact with one another, which comes from scientific data and also biological facts. Some examples of this is generally men are physically stronger than women, and women generally desire a mate that is capable of protecting her. So women naturally look for traits in men that exhibits him being a protector, like confidence, responsible, direct, traditional, and composed. Also, height is a factor. Women normally desire a man taller than her so that she feels more protected. Since men are generally taller and stronger than women, men do not share the same proclivity that women have towards men, which means that attraction is not symmetrical, it's asymmetrical. Another example of red pill descriptor is that women typically can only give birth once per year. So women typically hold a lot of importance in the man that she chooses to to impregnate her. So generally, a woman's mating strategy is quality. She's looking to date a man with higher social, educational, or economic status, which means she's hypergamous. And statistical data proves that this is true because women normally date and marry men who are taller, stronger, and makes more money. Moreover, men do not typically share the same mating strategy. Men are capable of impregnating an enormous number of women per year. So generally, their mating strategy is quantity because they don't have to worry about holding a baby in their belly for 9 months. Now, in modernity, with all of the contraceptives for women to prevent pregnancy, and in a safe country where men keep women safe with our police force and military to protect them, women are still biologically hardwired to look for protector and provider traits in mate selection. And data proves this to be accurate also. Now, even with the propaganda and indoctrination of feminism, with women in the workforce outpacing men in college enrollments and degree completion, women thinking that they are equal to a man and claiming they are independent and don't need a man, their biological mating strategy still hasn't changed. They still want a man that's taller, stronger, and preferably makes more money. And since women are working more and getting higher education, in fact, their preferences don't go down. It's heightened. It's heightened, which means that if a man doesn't measure up, the woman's options go down unless she lowers her standards. Now, we all know there's two things women don't like doing. One of them is lowering standards, and the other one is taking accountability. Now, these are just a few red pill descriptors that are indisputable and equips men with the tools and knowledge to self-improve and understand how to move in the dating marketplace. That concludes my opening. So I got a few questions for you in regards to some stuff, because when you gave your opening, you're speaking about the difference of our openings is my argument is that red pill is descriptors, not prescriptors. Do you agree with that?
Sure. It's the same way feminism is the, equal opportunity, but you also now see it attributed to other things. A philosophy can start one way, but it becomes popularized in others. For example, there's so many sects of red pill. Now there's MGTOW. MGTOW has nothing to do with the descriptors.
Where is feminism a descriptor? Only a descriptor. Feminism gives prescriptions.
The idea of feminism, the principle of feminism is equal opportunity for everyone, not just women, but anyone. That is the description of feminism. How it's applied is different. It's the same thing with red pill. Red pill is this concept that came out from, years and years ago, early 2000s, but it became popularized by people online. And
Well, I
those are
disagree
where
with.
most people, that's where most people are getting their content today. They're getting
Okay.
it from YouTube and they're getting it from TikTok. So
I
maybe
disagree
it
with
started
your
one way.
core. Okay, I disagree with your correlation with feminism and red pill, because feminism, you know how that started, right? Feminism started with, of course, it had some money pushed into it with some, NGOs and stuff like that, but it mainly started because to push women in the workforce. And it was males too that pushed this and that pushed money behind the propaganda of feminism. These males thought, well, hey, if we actually get the woman out the household and get her in the workforce, well, we'll have more workers working for our company. So we'll be able to make even more money and produce more product. That was definitely one of the motivations behind the NGOs of feminism. Also, if feminism is about equality, we know that things aren't equal because women still don't have to sign up for selective service.
I didn't say equality. Hold on. I didn't say equality. I said equal opportunity. Equal opportunity.
They don't
different.
equal opportunity.
Correct.
So once again, with equal opportunity, it is still not for equal opportunity because they don't have the opportunity for the draft.
They have the opportunity to join the armed forces.
But they don't have. The draft is not an opportunity.
The draft is not an opportunity.
The draft isn't an opportunity.
Exactly. So it's not about equal opportunity. It is not.
No. What I'm saying, the draft is forced. So let's bring it back a little bit.
Hold on.
Real quick, let me just finish my statement.
Hold on, but we're already
let me just finish my statement real quick.
In the beginning, I didn't want to do. We're already.
I got it. Let me just finish my statement. Well, we're not. We're speaking directly about your correlation. We're speaking about red pill. Your correlation was using feminism to correlate with red pill to say that feminism is a set of descriptors, just like red pill is a set of descriptors. I'm proving you wrong by saying, no, feminism is prescriptors.
The point I'm not making is feminism is equal to red pill. It's that things start one way. First off, feminism was about voting first. It starts one way and then it can turn into something else.
Okay, so feminism is about voting, right? So guess what? A man can't even vote in America if he doesn't sign up for selective service, but the woman can vote and she doesn't have to sign up for selective service. So how is this equal opportunity?
Because feminism would want the draft to go away, but you guys use that as a way to say, well, feminism is bad because we have.
When did feminism ever promote for the draft to go away?
Women would not. If you ask women if they think the draft should stay, they're going to tell you no. It is not something that women want or promote or push for.
Okay, so do you think that feminism is all women? It's men too.
Absolutely not. I don't think the draft should exist.
Yeah, you would say that you're a male feminist.
Because I don't. Yeah,
you would say that you're a male feminist.
Correct. I think we should only defend our country with a volunteer army, and we have the capability and technology to do that. I don't think we need a draft anymore.
So so it's funny because you say that, well, feminism is, your example was, well, women wouldn't want men to be in the draft, to join the draft. And you're insinuating that no one would want the draft.
I think most people don't want the draft.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. World War III breaks out, right? And all of our a good proportion of our troops that's on the ground is getting our heads blown to smithereens. China can come here and take us over, or should we go ahead and draft our men into the war so they can defend our country and protect women and children?
I'm going to answer this question, but then we're going to go right back to red pill because we're already doing what I didn't want to do. We're talking about the draft and feminism. So
you made the correlation, man. Don't run from it.
The correlation is you're focusing on the wrong thing. I'm talking about how things start one way and can turn into something else.
And I still disagree with the presupposition. How can a description start one way and then turn into another description?
Would you say that the red pill content today is doing exactly what the descriptors say, or are they giving prescriptions?
Red pill is descriptors.
No, I'm asking you if the content is promoting prescriptions or just descriptors.
Once again, red pill gives. We are going red pill, not the content. You're talking about the content. The content are creators.
Yes, but that's how most people consume
the content are content creators. That's human beings.
Do you think most people know the red pill descriptors, or they know the red pill prescriptions?
I think most people that watch red pill content, they know the red pill descriptors. So does guns kill people or people kill people?
Hold on. I want to go back to your point you just said. So if
No,
they're
no.
watching red pill
Question.
content,
I answered yours. Do guns kill people or do people kill people?
people kill people.
Okay, people kill people. So now let's stay here real quick. Since people kill people and red pill is a set of descriptors, meaning that descriptors, which would be the gun, not actually pulling the trigger, this means that people that give prescriptions based off a descriptor that is on the content. That's something much different than what we're debating, which is red pill. So we can speak about the content and the content creators,
That's what we're doing.
which would be people shooting the gun. We're not speaking about people shooting the gun. We're speaking about the gun. So when you just admitted, you just admitted that people don't kill people. You just admitted that guns don't kill people. People kill people. You get that, right?
Yes.
So if red pill, my argument, you have to defeat my argument. My argument is that red pill is a set of descriptors, which in this analogy, which would be the gun. Guns don't kill people. That means that a descriptor, timeout, stop it. A descriptor cannot do anything bad unless it has someone to use the descriptors and make a prescription out of it.
So
do you
can
get
guns
that?
be used for harm?
Of course, guns can be used for harm, but it can also be used to save people.
Yes, but I'm saying there is more damage being done by the red pill, these guns that you're using as an analogy, than good being done with that gun that you're saying. There is more harm being done, and I can send you 12 studies.
So do you blame? So time out real quick. Do you blame red pill? Do you blame red pill for that, or do you blame the content creators?
I have 12 bibliography.
Okay. Do you blame red pill for that? Or do you blame the content creators?
I absolutely blame red pill for it because
how can you don't blame that? That's a contradiction. You do not. You just admitted that guns don't kill people.
The argument
that means that red pill doesn't do any harm to people. So how can red pill be accountable for how people is using to give the prescriptions? Red pill gives 0 prescriptions, bro.
Okay.
You have to argue my descriptors.
No, I don't. I'm telling you that content
real quick.
Did not start as just a descriptor. It became popular by online grifters who are promoting it. And the fact that you're denying it just to make a little point. The point is it's harming men and men are hurting themselves. And you're just trying to make some semantic argument about descriptors and prescriptors. Most people hear
it's
it
not semantic.
Most people hear it
it's important.
from prescriptors. Do you acknowledge that most people hear red pill content online?
Most people hear red pill content online?
Yes,
yeah, for sure.
That's
content. We're not speaking about. So once again, Raphael, what you're doing here is
we're talking about what red pill
Raphael. What you're doing here is you're moving the goalpost to content and content creators.
My entire opening statement
right?
was about
what's the title of the debate, Raphael?
Red pill is also content. It's not just a descriptor.
What are you talking about? Red pill is a set of descriptors, man. And you've agreed with it.
It's also a type of content. Would you agree that it's a type of content?
So let me ask you this.
No, would you agree it's a type of content?
No. Is Christianity a type of content?
Sure. And it can have all kinds of ideas. It can be a type of content. It can start from the Bible, and it can turn into all these different sects of Christianity. It can turn into Catholicism. It can turn into all these things. That is still Christianity. You wouldn't say Catholicism is not Christian because it's different. Red pill content is what most people are doing. The Catholic Church is the most popular. Red pill content is the most popular.
What I'm saying here is when we're speaking about a set of descriptors versus what you're speaking about, the prescriptors. So a descriptor is not telling you what you should do. So a descriptor cannot be responsible for how people use the information, right? Prescriptors are that. So a description is red pill, and that's my argument. So in my opening, I gave you a few common sense descriptors. So if you want to have a debate with me, you have to argue my descriptors. And if you think that my descriptors aren't true, the red pill descriptors aren't true, then we can have a debate. Because if something isn't true, it's very simple. If someone is speaking false information, then you can easily point it out and say, yo, bro, this descriptor is false, is not rooted in any scientific facts or any biological data. This is wrong. So you're actually giving people the wrong information. So when people see this wrong information, the probability would increase of them using the wrong information. And then it's just going to get out there. It's going to be terrible for everybody. But if you agree that the descriptors that I gave in my opening, or any red pill descriptors that you even know about that we can go over, if you disagree with those, let's debate the descriptors, because we're not debating other content creators.
No,
Why would I ever debate how people use? In Christianity, is people holding up a LGBTQ flag in Christianity. And what I'm saying is, you just admit it. You can have guns don't kill people, people kill people, which means that people take information and do whatever they want to do with it.
Sure,
so you can't hold. So listen, you can't hold the gun accountable, and you can't hold red pill accountable.
Bullshit.
Do you get what I'm saying?
Yes, I can.
Well, explain to me how you can.
Guns can cause harm. Can they not? Can they not harm people?
No, you just admitted that they can't.
Okay,
people, only a person can.
Can people harm people in mass amounts without the gun? Is that possible?
What? Have you seen history? Come on, bro.
Are you being obtuse?
I'm being very serious.
No, you're being obtuse.
I'm being very serious. Have you seen history with all the killings and wars that happened in history, and they had no guns? They had arrows and knives and swords.
Yeah, the arrows.
And it was millions.
Is harm possible with a gun and weapons? Is harm possible?
Harm is possible with my fist. So should I cut off my hand?
Man, you are making some stupid ass arguments. Are you
serious? It isn't an argument. No, that isn't stupid.
Yes,
listen,
it is.
Harm is possible with my fist.
Okay, we're talking about.
So should I cut off my? Should I cut off my hand?
Positive and net negative. Red pill is not just a descriptor. It can't just be words on a screen. It's not just that. It has become an adopted by millions of men who I have already explained are hurting themselves, and you don't care about that because you're trying to make
you're making an assertion and saying that I don't care about something where I never said that. So now you're lying, and this is what I'm not going to do. So we've been live for 22 minutes, and during this whole thing, I did not say that you are a simp and you are promoting some nonsensical stuff, and what you're doing is harming men. I've never said anything about you. I'm arguing your argument, but you want to take it and say you don't care about men. Where did you get that from?
My entire opening
in my entire opening, I just explained that red pill is a set of descriptors that equips men with the tools of knowledge so they can move in the dating marketplace. How is that hurting men?
Because they're not moving in the dating marketplace. And I've read you data that shows that they're not dating. They're not dating. So it's not helping them. And I'm telling you that they're hurting themselves. So, and you're saying, who cares? Because it's just a descriptor. That's what
got it. So you think, no, I didn't say who cares. So you're putting words in my mouth again.
Well, why?
I'd never said who cares.
I'm talking about the actual negative effects of red pill, and you're just saying, well, it's a descriptor, so who cares? That's what you're saying.
Wait, when did I say who cares?
That's what you're implying.
No, I'm saying that you are arguing something that is silly to argue because you've just admitted that guns don't kill people. People kill people. So
but people use guns to kill people.
So then who takes accountability then? The gun? Did you ever see a gun go to jail?
I'm saying the person.
Did a gun ever go to jail, bro?
No, of course not. That's a stupid question.
Okay, so people go to jail.
Stupid question, you know it. Yes, people go to jail because they're using guns.
How can red pill be accountable for if someone?
Do people go to jail for gun crimes? Do people go to jail for gun crimes?
Stop it. How can red pill be accountable?
Do people go to jail?
I was in the middle of asking you a question, and I will answer your question.
You asked me your stupid question about guns going to jail, and I'm saying, do people go to jail for gun crimes?
You said you've already said people go to jail. People go to jail, not guns go to jail.
People go to jail for gun crimes.
You've already said people go to jail.
Answer the question. Do people go to jail for gun crimes?
Yes, people go to jail, not the guns.
Okay, but the gun is a big part of the reason they get sentenced. The gun is a big part of their sentencing. If they use a gun, if you go rob a store with a gun. If you go rob a store with your fist, you're not going to get as harsh of a penalty than if you go in with a gun. The gun is a factor in the harm that's being caused. And so what I'm saying is that red pill is a descriptor. The gun is being used to harm men online. And you're just saying, who cares? It's just a descriptor.
Got it. So within that situation, if someone uses a gun and then they go to prison based off the gun that they use to commit whatever crime, right? They use this gun. Is the gun ever accountable for the crime or the person?
It is a factor in the sentencing. So
no. You said the gun is accountable?
I said it is a factor in the sentencing.
Okay, but the gun is never accountable.
No, it's an inanimate object, but that doesn't mean it doesn't cause harm.
Wait. How can a gun cause? So if a gun is laying in someone's garage, and it's never used, does that gun ever cause harm?
No.
Okay. That
gun is being used. That red pill is being used.
Real quick.
That gun is being used.
The only way the gun can cause harm is if someone chooses to pick up that gun and then they have a choice to either do something harmful with it or do something good with it. You still have a choice. Real quick,
men are using
do you
that
still
gun.
Have a okay? Real quick, do you still have a choice?
Yes, but I'm saying that
so
men
now
are
when it comes to red pill,
men are choosing to use that gun to harm men
online. Oh, got it. So now when it comes to red pill, if red pill is a set of descriptors, red pill is the gun. Red pill is not a net negative for men because red pill is a net is guns a net negative for men?
I would say yes. You know, most guys, most men. Can I answer the question, or you just want to?
All cops have guns. Our military has guns, and they use those guns to protect us.
Are you just going to react, or can I answer the question? Are you going to react? Or you asked me a question.
You already did answer the question, bro.
I didn't finish.
You said yes.
That most men who have guns in their home, do you know who most likely the victim is?
It doesn't matter who the victim is because it's the person that chooses to do something good or bad with the gun.
The most likely victim of people who own a handgun in their house?
That's just moving a goalpost.
It's not moving the goalpost.
Yeah. So what you're doing is,
are guns a net positive or a net negative? I'm not. No, you don't. I need your help. What I'm saying is that guns. You said, are guns a net positive for men or net negative? And I'm telling you that it's a net negative because most likely the person who owns a gun, the most people that use it on is themselves. That is 99% of like the uses. They're not shooting other people. They're typically shooting themselves. So I would say it's a net negative. But here we are talking about guns because you can't talk about the actual subject.
No, we're speaking about the subject. We're speaking about the subject. So I'm a 6'4", 205-pound man. Mm-hmm. These couldn't be lethal. You get what I'm saying? So is my hand a net positive or a net negative for me? My fist.
Our fist. How many fists do people kill people per year?
What I'm saying is, these fists can kill someone.
How many people die from?
No. Listen, these fists can kill someone.
How many people die from fists a year?
These fists can kill someone.
How many people die from fists a year?
Okay, so here's what I'll do: I'll throw you an olive branch here, right? So, it's very simple. Manipulation happens when you focus on the effects instead of getting to the root, the cause of things, the cause of the conversation. When we're speaking, you keep moving towards descriptors. You keep moving towards action. You keep moving towards how things should be or things happening, right? That's what you're moving towards. Before things happen, before people make any choice, right? Before people make a choice, it's how things are. It's just rooted into facts and in biology, how things are, right?
I told you how things are. Men who have guns kill themselves more than
that is not how things are.
That is how they are. It's a fact.
No, that is not how things are. That is not.
That is how things are.
Okay. Once again,
it's a fact.
That is not how things are. So
if a fact is not how things are, then what?
You just moved the goalpost again. So we're gonna get back on topic real quick, bro.
Is a fact how things are?
So you know what? And I'll actually engage with this a little bit. As far as the prescription part, we'll engage with the prescription and the content just a little bit. But first, before we engage in that, we have to engage with the descriptors. Are you okay with that?
Okay, let's engage with hypergamy. I already can counter that.
We can engage with whatever you want. Okay, so first we're going to engage with the descriptors. And then after we engage with the descriptors, we'll go ahead and engage with the prescriptions, and the prescriptions is going to be based off of what Red Pill doesn't prescribe anything, but I guess if you want to speak about what content creators push forward and maybe what can be a good message versus a bad message, it seems like that's the angle that you want to speak on, correct?
If we were having a debate about guns, to use your analogy, and you said, well, a gun is a tool that's used, it's never used for harm, it's just the thing, we would be talking about how people use guns. And that's exactly what I'm trying to do here.
No. One is much different. The debate is red pill.
Correct.
So my definition of red pill is a set of descriptors,
right?
Not a set of prescriptions. So red pill isn't telling anyone. So think about, how can red pill be bad if red pill isn't telling anyone to do anything, but it's just describing things?
But did you hear my analogy?
I'm going to dispute your analogy. How can a gun be bad if a gun is not can a gun speak and say, pick up this gun and rob a bank? Can a gun speak and say, hey man, you should kill your whole family? Guns don't do that. You already admitted that guns do not kill people. People kill people.
With guns.
So let's go with the descriptors, right?
No, hold
so
on.
you said that you disagreed with.
You said, let's stay with the analogy. If we're having a debate about guns and you said a gun is harmless on its own, but we're talking about it being a net positive or net negative for society, we would have to discuss how guns are used. So for you to say we can't discuss the prescriptors is a fallacy.
No, it's not a fallacy. Once again, you just moved the goalpost on how something can be used. I'm not speaking about how something can be used. I'm speaking about what it is that we're actually speaking about.
So net positive and net negative.
Stop it real quick. It's very simple.
Matters.
You don't have the ability to think linear, like 1 + 1 = 2, 2 + 2 = 4.
I don't know how to do arithmetic.
We can go ahead and get to that. We can go ahead and get to the prescriptions, but before we get to how things should be and all of that, we have to speak about how things are.
I'm telling you how things are.
No, you didn't.
How things are.
You are contradicting. So let me ask you the question again. Do guns kill people or do people kill people?
People kill people with guns. That's
got you. Totally fine. You said people kill people with the gun. Guns. So that means that you would have to have a person use the gun, right?
Correct.
So this all comes after just the gun. This all comes
just like
after
red
the gun.
Prescriptors.
God knows. You talk about prescriptors again. We're just speaking about the gun itself.
But the gun and negative and positive on society, the usage matters. And the fact that you deny that is silly. Because
no one said that the usage of guns don't. So
that's the net negative or net positive.
That is wrong. The usage of guns do not actually matter. It's how it's being used. It's what the gun is used for.
How red pill's being used.
Stop it. Listen, right. The gun can be used for good.
It's being used a net negative.
Be used for bad.
So we're talking about usage. Exactly. Right? We're not talking about descriptors anymore. We're talking about usage.
This all comes after the actual gun, the descriptor. So now you just said that you disagreed. Let's have the debate, man. You just said that you have a disagreement with hypergamy. Go ahead and explain whatever you wanted to say about hypergamy.
Well, at one point you were saying that women always marry men with more income. They're always looking for that. But as of 2023, 45% of U.S. households, women earn just as much or more than their man. So hypergamy, I think, is on its way out. So that already is a false claim by Red Pill. It's no longer.
It's not undisputable, because if you've listened to my opening, I said very clear: women have a natural propensity to mate select with wanting a man that's higher in status, with its educational status, social economic status. Women normally date up. That is just the facts. Now, what happens is in modernity, since women are in the workforce, they're still dating up. Just their standards go up as well. So think about this, right? If women, let's just debunk this real quick. If women are in the workforce and women are in college now, so women are kind of making about the same as men, you would say, are almost there.
I just said 45% of households. Yes, 45% of households, women make more. Almost, 50-50.
They're getting there. So what happens is they have two decisions: to either lower their standards or to still have high standards. And the data shows that women are still choosing, currently today, are still choosing to date a man that earns more.
30% of women out earn their husbands as of 2023. And husbands, people they're married to.
Totally fine. The general truth is that 70% of men out earn their wives. So you're not disputing anything.
I'm saying the trend is going the other way. At least a third of households and half of the households, they earn equal. Like that, I'm disputing plenty.
No, you're not disputing a biological truth in women that still want to, they still choose to date up. That's a biological truth. Now, do women make concessions?
Their husbands. I just said 30% out earn their husbands.
Is that the majority?
Well, 45% earn the same. So it's pretty close. Dude.
No, it's still that women choose to date up, bro. So you can't dispute hypergamy.
Yes, I can.
Your data doesn't even prove it. So what are you speaking about?
I'm saying that women couldn't open a bank account 50 years ago, and now they're catching up to men. So that's
totally good.
Away.
So
yes, but what I'm saying is that women at one point in life, women were economically dependent on men, and now that's no longer the case.
Yeah. So what do you predict is going to happen? You predict that women are going to still choose to date men that are earning much less than them, or what do you think is going to happen?
I think women are going to care less and less about how much their men earn, and they're going to want someone in the home. And I already know this from all the women I speak to and all the other
that's
data.
What you think.
Yeah, I know.
So
that.
your prediction
I know
is that. So your prediction is that women are going to fully out-earn men, and then they're going to change their preferences to prioritize other characteristic traits in a man rather than what their biology is telling them.
They already are prioritizing other traits. They already are.
Okay. So you think that women prioritize other traits?
They already do.
And how many women where did you get this data from, or prove it to me?
Gallup dating research reports that women rate kindness, emotional intelligence, and reliability above financial status. That's recent data.
Got it. Now, do you believe that women say one thing to be politically correct, but then their actions show something else?
No, because
you don't believe that.
Because you look at who people are marrying. No, I don't. Because if you look at
so you never heard that women say that women. Oh, real quick, you never heard that women say, "Oh yeah, I want a nice guy," but then they end up choosing the bad guy.
Nice. I can go into. Do they?
Have you ever heard that before? Yes or no? Just answer that question.
Do they marry the bad guy? Do they marry the bad guy? I'm talking about marriages.
Sometimes they do. Sometimes they do marry the bad guy.
They divorce them. I'm saying the marriages that
they divorce the good guy too. What you talking about?
Oh yeah, they divorce them for no reason. Yeah, they divorce people for no reason.
We're not speaking about the reason.
Do you know the
I'm
top
saying that they divorce. They divorce the bad guys and the good guys, man. So what are you speaking about right now? But let's go back to hypergamy, right? So your prediction is that, well, women, they're going to change their preferences and they're going to look into they're going to prioritize other things in men, right?
They already are.
Okay, what I predict is this, and what has already been happening prior to contraceptives, prior to social media and Instagram and all of the dating apps, the dating marketplace was regulated, meaning that, well, women, how they normally dated men was they always prioritize quality because they have a more burden when it comes to, they have a higher burden when it comes to getting pregnant, which means that women will look for characteristic traits in a man where it's like, okay, he's a protector, he's a provider, he's stuff like that, right? But then that's how it was prior to modernity and contraceptives and all of those other things. That's what you agree with. Now, currently in modernity, with all of the contraceptives and social media and Instagram and the dating apps, what it did was it deregulated the sexual marketplace. So now women, instead of them, looking for, normally the girl was bound to the guys in her town, right? It's like, okay, I got a guy in my town. I'll go for the Chad. If I can't get the Chad, I'll go for the guy that's in church. They kind of operated in a small little circle of guys in their town. But now the sexual marketplace is deregulated. You got girls on Instagram. They can go ahead and post a thirst trap and get attention from an NFL player or an NBA player, right? So that deregulated the sexual marketplace. So Katie that's living in San Francisco, she was supposed to be, Brad's girl. Right? That was supposed to be Brad's girl. They were like a perfect match. They went to school together, all of that. But now Katie can post a booty pic on Instagram, and now she's Tyrone's girl, right? And Tyrone is just hitting it. He plays for the NFL, but he sends her back. You get what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is that deregulated the sexual marketplace because women are hypergamous. So I predict that, well, what's going to happen is we know that women generally don't like lowering their standards. I think that women are going to still be in the workforce. Women are going to still educate men and stuff like that, but their standards are going to increase. And most women
are increasing.
Are increasing. Yeah, I do.
Yeah, but they're not the way you're
let me finish.
it.
Let me just land my plane and I'll let you go. I'm just giving you my prediction. Your prediction was very slow, very quick. My prediction is just a little bit longer. What I predict is, and what we already see a trend of what's happening, women's standards just increase. And as their standards increase, their options go down because most men can't meet their standards, right? So since most men can't meet their standards, what do you famously hear women saying now? I'll rather be single than lower my standards. So what I predict is more women, if they can't get the guy that meets their standards, they'll choose to be single and live with cats and dogs. That's what's going to happen because women don't like lowering their standards. If men don't understand this truth and work on self-improvement and working on things that can increase their status in the sexual dating marketplace, then women are not going to choose a lot of men. Or guess what? What's happening now is they kind of choosing the same set of men. The top 5% of men is getting most of the sexual access from women. And that's already happening. And that's what I predict that will happen. Okay. I do not predict. What I don't predict is what, real quick, what I don't predict, got it, real quick. What I don't predict is what you said. I don't believe that women are going to have a biological change in their preferences and say, you know what? I don't want a man that's tall and strong and that makes more money. I'm going to look for his personality. No, we all judge a book by its cover. Women want confident, dominant, masculine men that exhibit certain characteristic traits to protect and provide. And they're always going to choose that. And if they can't choose it, they're going to check out. I'll land my plane there, but go ahead, man. What do you disagree with?
I disagree with so much of what you said. First off, when you're talking about average people get married every day, do you acknowledge that? Average normal people get married every day.
Yeah, average normal
not
people.
Football players, not people posting booty pics. Some people not even on social media.
Well, marriage rates went way down.
I'm not saying that's not
way
true.
down.
I'm not saying that's not
so
true.
So we already see a trend of marriage rates going down. I said yes. I said normal people get married,
then let's just leave it at that.
See a trend.
I understand, and I can tell you why that trend is going that way as well, because you're talking about the predictions, and I'm going to make some predictions. The standards that you're talking about women raising, it's not economic. It's not that I need to date Chads. That is the red pill talking right there. Most women have already indicated that financial income is not necessarily their main goal. Because women can earn their own money, because women own their own property, they're not necessarily looking for financial resources. They're looking for someone they want to spend their life with. And that's why recent data shows that they prioritize things like kindness, emotional intelligence, and reliability. And you're saying those things don't matter because biologically, they're not going to want those things. And I'm saying that is not true. That is brand new data. And the hundreds of women that I interview, that is the most common thing they say. They say, I ask women, would you date somebody that makes less money than you? 99% of them say yes.
Say yes. Yeah, I know.
And I also just told you that 45% of them make the same amount or less. And that trend is also going up.
So if that is true, then why do women still currently initiate 70 to 80% of the divorces? And one of the number one reasons, you can just Google it, is irreconcilable differences and then also finances.
Dude, did you ever research this? Have you ever researched this? You're lying. First off, you're wrong. First off, you're right. Dude, I already did. I'll show you what it is. I know what it is. No. You made a bad claim. I'm going to fix it.
Let me finish my statement.
Stupid claim.
No, it's not stupid at all. No, it's not stupid at all. It's already statistically proven that if a man is married to a woman and something happens with his financial stability, he ends up losing his job or he's not making the same amount of money that he was making before. The probability of her, stop it. Now you're cutting me off. I'll let you speak, bro. The probability for her to divorce him. But did I cut you off when you were just speaking?
Well, let me talk too.
You cut me off. Let me just land my point. Let me land my plane. The probability for the woman to divorce a man when he loses his job or something goes wrong with his normal financials, probability goes up for her to divorce that man. So if you say that women are not prioritizing finances anymore, why is that still one of the number one reasons on why they divorce a man?
Reason. You don't know what you're talking about. It's not another.
Yes,
let
it
me
is.
listen for you. Can I
yes,
listen
it
for
is,
you? Can
bro.
you let me fucking
Anybody
talk?
can Google it in the
can
chat.
You let me fucking
and
talk,
even
dude?
and even in your debate with Andrew Wilson, which was 3 weeks ago, Andrew Wilson pulled it up live, and he even pulled it up on Google and said, "Hey, one of the number one reasons for divorce is finances."
It was not that.
Yes.
No, it wasn't.
Yes.
Dog, you're lying.
And the other number one reason, and the other reason is irreconcilable differences. What are you speaking about, bro?
This is the shit I'm talking about, man. You're spreading lies. That is not what it is.
That isn't a lie. That is truth.
You know the top 4 reasons people get divorced, that women file for divorce? Do you know what they actually are?
I heard in your debate with Andrew Wilson, which is a lie, one of them you said cheating, right?
Yes, it's number 3. Cheating is number 3.
You said cheating. Okay, what was the other one?
3. Lack of emotional support and
lack of emotional support.
Number 1 and 2. And you want me to pull up the actual study?
So you think that men are being...
Hold on. If I pull up the study and I show you it, if I pull up the study and show you it, you show your audience...
It's very easy, man. It's very simple here, man.
If I show you the data, will you show your audience so you stop telling them fucking lies?
It isn't lies at all. It isn't lies. What you're saying is a lie. So here's what we're gonna do.
If I show you the data,
here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna have a logical discussion. Let's have a logical discussion about it.
Shit up, dude.
No, but we can speak about it logically.
If I send you,
let's speak about it logically. Let me ask you a question.
If I send you the actual data, will you pull it up?
I have data that proves that you are wrong. And I could pull mine up right now to make you look very silly, but I mean, my audience already knows that you are wrong. My audience already knows that you're wrong.
Because they listen to red pill bullshit. That's why they think that. That's why they think that.
On your social media, you have a link with all of your data. And I have access to your link right here. It's right in my notes.
I don't have the divorce. I don't have the divorce thing on there. That's about red pill. It's not about divorce there.
Even when it comes to divorce and stuff, we can speak about it logically now. Let's speak about it logically. So here's a question for you, right? So you think that women are not prioritizing a man's finances. That's what you believe. Real quick. No, bro, we're not sharing anything. No one is bringing up any data. It's a debate. You don't want to look stupid. You're lying. But
I literally am about to show you, but you don't want to show my screen.
Yeah, but the thing is, when it comes to data, I have data that can dispute yours to be wrong, and then you can pull up some data that shows mine can be wrong. So instead of pulling up any data, we can have a logical discussion about things that is going to be rooted into how females biologically interact when it comes to mate selection, right? So I have a question for you. You think that women currently are not prioritizing a man's financial resources. Is that yes?
Not as high, yes.
Okay, so what supersedes the woman's what supersedes that in a man? If it's not his finances, what else is it? What supersedes finances?
I've already told you what they prioritize, but you denied it. So
no, okay, totally fine. Let's just walk through the logic. So what women prioritize over finances is, you said, emotional what?
Kindness, emotional intelligence, and reliability.
Kindness, emotional intelligence, and reliability.
Correct.
Okay. So do you think that if a woman met a man that was kind, that had emotional intelligence, and had reliability, but he was 5'2" and obese and broke, do you think that she would give him a chance?
I think attraction plays a large part in it, of course.
Okay.
Attraction is a large part of dating.
Now we're getting somewhere, right? Attraction is a large part of dating. So you don't think that most women would choose that man because she's not attracted to him?
No, but I do know that most people that are married are under 6 foot tall. So I don't know what point you're trying to make.
Do you know who said? I didn't give a height, but we do know that most women that are married, the husband is taller than the wife.
Sure, but they're under 6 foot tall. You're right.
It doesn't matter. The average height of men are 5'8", is either 5'8" to 5'9". 6 foot is above average.
You're right.
No one's saying above average.
You're right.
We're just saying, my standpoint is, women want a man to be taller, to be stronger, and to make more finances, to make more money. That's hypergamy. Women have a natural proclivity to date up. They don't want to date their equal in those areas. They want to date their superior in those areas. And this is rooted in their biological makeup. So real quick, you just said that women wouldn't choose the man if he was broke, correct?
Probably not. No.
Probably not. All right. So
But there are
that
men at
means
McDonald's
that
that are married.
Oh, real quick. She wouldn't choose, but there's not a whole lot of men at McDonald's that's married.
I bet if you go to any McDonald's, there's at least one guy in there that's married.
I doubt that, but okay, fair enough. So let's speak about this logically real quick, because we don't have to bring up data, man, because we agree on something real fast. We both agreed that, well, women, if they mate select, you just contradicted yourself. I want to point that out. You said that they prioritize emotional stability and these other two things over finances, but if he was broke and he had the emotional intelligence and all of that, she wouldn't choose him.
No, I'm saying that they prioritize that over financial stability.
Okay, but now once again, if the woman met a man that was broke, but he had all of those other characteristic traits you said, like emotional stability and all of that, do you think that she would choose the broke man over the man that is that maybe doesn't meet the emotional threshold and stuff, whatever you said, the emotional stability, but he's well off? Which man do you think a woman would choose? The guy that pulls up in a nice car and has some financial stability, or the guy that is taking the bus to work?
I think it depends on the lady. Fact that
you said you think it depends.
Yeah.
What I'm saying here is the woman wouldn't even give the man a chance if he pulled up and hopped off of a bus.
I disagree.
Over the man that pulled up in a nice car. That is a lie.
Do you know how many women married their college guy when he had no money?
Okay, real quick. Let me just ask you this real quick. Let's ask it another way, because I don't think, let's say it's this way. What I'm saying is this. Women, they have prerequisites, and a man has to meet their prerequisites. Men, we also have prerequisites,
right,
and women have to meet our prerequisites.
Correct.
I'm saying that the woman wouldn't give the guy a chance if he doesn't meet her prerequisites. And the prerequisites is literally like judging a book by its cover. You get what I'm saying? So here's another question for you. Two scenarios, guy A, guy B. Guy A, he pulls up in a regular car. What's a regular car? Like a Honda. He pulls up in a regular car, gets out of the car, and he greets this woman. Now, everything else is equal in a man. The other man, he gets out of a bus to greet her. Which guy is more attractive? Everything is equal. Which guy is more attractive in a woman's eyes?
It depends on the woman. They're not a monolith.
Wait,
dude.
time out. Stop it, bro. Now you're just lying. Listen, bro. I'll ask it again.
They're not a monolith.
No one's speaking about a monolith. I'm speaking about the biological attraction triggers that women look for in a man. So I'll say it again. Guy A and guy B is equal. They actually look the same, bro. They're just equal. One gets out of a bus to talk to her, literally gets off the metro to talk to her. The other guy hops out of his Honda Civic to talk to her. But all of the guys is equal. Both of the guys is equal. Their interactions with the girl is equal. Who do you think the woman would find more attractive based off of this material stuff? Because material, if you peel the layer back, it equals your finances. It equals your ability to create resources. So which man would be more attractive to the woman? Hopping out the bus or hopping out of Honda Civic?
They had the exact same personality, exact same humor, exact same
everything
ambition,
the same.
Then yeah, they're gonna want the guy who makes more money. But so what? I can give you a counter. So what do you?
You just contradicted yourself,
no,
man.
I didn't.
Yeah,
no,
you
I
did.
Didn't. Listen, you're saying
okay.
Of course,
prove me wrong.
Okay, would your woman, if you have a woman, would she rather you make a lot more money or make a lot less money if you're the exact same guy?
I believe that every woman on this planet will want the man that makes more money. If all is equal.
Who wouldn't? That's like saying, well, let me ask you something. Would you rather have a woman that has a nice body or a nice body and a nice face? Which would you rather have?
Well, men were very simple, and we're not as complex as women. So that's not saying that. I'll give you the comparison, right? What we're comparing here, me asking you that question was to prove to you and the audience that women's their natural biological attraction triggers will never change. It will never change.
But what I'm telling you is that attraction is only a part of the equation. Attraction is only a part of it. Have you ever seen Millionaire Matchmaker? These millionaires
Listen, man.
can't get women. And you're sitting here acting like anyone who's a millionaire automatically gets women.
No, I'm not saying that.
And
I'm not saying
that personality, kindness, humor, those things matter to women.
Oh,
and you're acting like it doesn't
no one
matter
said that
because it's just
doesn't matter.
biological.
That wasn't even in my. That wasn't
Then why are
even
you trying
in
to
my
argue this
analogy.
point? Women
No,
are
no.
attracted to certain people,
I
but
think you
they
missed
are attracted to other kinds of things too. Attraction comes in a million different ways. They're not a monolith.
Yeah, I got it. You missed the point. You said that women do not prioritize. You said that women do not. No, you said that women prioritize these other three traits. Let me get them again so I can write it down. Emotional what?
Kindness, emotional intelligence.
Emotional intelligence.
Mm-hmm.
And kindness. What else?
Hold on. I forget what the other one was.
Man, you should know. You know what they want, right?
Reliability. That was the other one.
Reliability.
Also, I did a survey of 2,000 women on my page, and I asked them, why do they love their husbands? Why do they love their partners?
Yeah.
Money was never a part of it.
Yeah. And yeah, women always going to give the political correct answer on why
that's an easy cop out, dude. That's an easy cop out.
No,
that's
it's
such
not.
an easy fucking cop out. Oh, they're lying, right? They're just lying.
Well, listen, man, what I'm saying is we'll get more into detail and I'll debunk what you just said too. Okay. But I've had more women on my podcast than you even interviewed, and I coached in so you given your little anecdotal experience, it says nothing here, bro.
2,000 people is not an anecdotal experience.
I have women that literally send me messages and reach out, basically send them voice notes, crying on a voice note because I changed their lives and their marriage and everything like that.
I got men doing the same thing for me. Okay,
cool. So, but what I'm saying is you giving an anecdotal stat, it means nothing because my audience is much bigger than you. So I'm going to have a bigger pool of me helping out men and women over you helping out men and women. So if you want to compare apples to apples and give anecdotal experiences, I still win the debate. So it's pointless to do that. Let's just have the arguments and speak that way. So when we're speaking about hypergamy, you are saying that women prioritize emotional intelligence, kindness, and reliability over finances. So Correct. Here's another question to you, right? If the man, so it's very simple. Certain men won't even get the chance with a woman, and certain women won't even give a man a chance if he doesn't meet her prerequisites. So my argument is that before the woman even gets to know if he has emotional intelligence, if he is kind, and if he is reliable, if he doesn't meet her prerequisite, she will not give him a chance. So what this conversation that we're having is, you're speaking about effects, I'm speaking about the cause. And manipulation, like I said in the beginning, happens when you focus on the effects instead of going to the root, the cause. Currently, it seems like you don't have a problem and you can't dispute my cause. So what I'm saying is the cause of this and women choosing to mate select and picking men, that it displays him having the ability to garner resources and protect her. She's always going to choose that guy. This is why you chose, the woman would choose the guy that's driving the Honda Civic over the Metro bus. It's because if you peel back the layer to the woman's psychology, she sees that, the material means something. Because if you peel back material on what the man has, in order for him to have this, he has to create resources in order to get it. This is why she chooses the man that drives the Honda Civic rather than hopping off a bus. So the biological attraction triggers never changes. Can you dispute that? Yes or no?
Yes, I can. I told you a million times. Attraction is one part of the equation. Attraction is one part of the equation.
But before the woman selects that man, how can a woman know if he's emotionally intelligent if she sees him hop off the Metro bus and she says, ew, I don't want to talk to you? How can she give him a chance? Answer that.
What I'm saying is that's not how she selects
her question.
She didn't select
Answer the question.
But you're saying she selected her mate. She didn't select her mate there.
Answer the question, bro.
mate selection. Mate selection includes relationships.
She's
Mate
disqualifying
selection,
potential mates.
Not necessarily. If that guy comes and talks to her, and he's got game, she might be interested. So what I'm saying is that.
What are you speaking about? Do you know that women would disqualify you, especially black women, if you wearing the wrong shoes? They're gonna be like, "Ew, nigga, what are those?"
Okay, it
don't matter what you say in that black chick's ear, she not giving you no chance.
Okay,
and that's with all races too, but it's very prevalent when it comes to black women.
All kinds of people get married. And you talk about mate selection, all kinds of people have children. It's not just the rich. It's not just the guys who
children is one thing and marriage is another thing.
You said mate selection.
You're conflating two things.
Mate selection. Is that not what you said? That is having children. That's mating. That's a definition.
Yeah, but just a bit ago you were putting forth an argument, but you made it wasn't correct. But anyways, yeah, in regards to mating, that would be you can have children, or you won't have children. Do you have any children?
No.
Okay, so are you married?
I am married. Are you?
Is you and your woman mating?
I wouldn't say we're mating. No.
Y'all have sex?
Yeah, but I don't think that.
Obviously, y'all mating and y'all don't have kids, so that's what I'm speaking about, bro. It's not.
Okay, fair enough.
That's what I'm saying.
Mating had to do with children.
No, but most of these chicks out here is promiscuous. They're not even looking with contraceptives and stuff like that. They're not even.
By the way,
abortion
reproduction. By the way, I just looked it up, but okay, go for it.
Wait, I couldn't even hear you. Say that again.
Mating, the definition is reproduction.
That's totally fine. You can give me a Google definition, but in the context of this conversation, we were speaking about it differently. And you're just talking
about women choosing who they want to fuck. Is that what you're saying?
Women choosing men that they see that they can date. So women selecting men, mate selecting a man that they see a potential dating option. That's called mate selection. That's what I'm speaking about. So once again, my point that I'm speaking about, we're speaking about the cause of things before we get to the effect. And we are going to get to the effects. We're going to get to the prescriptions. We're going to get to the effects. But first, I want to see if you can push forth an argument that disputes the red pill descriptors and the truth that I'm telling you right now, right? So what we just noticed here, that women seem to be biologically hardwired to prioritize finances, or the ability to garner finances and resources rather than emotional intelligence, kindness, and reliability. Because if they did, they would choose a broke guy, and they would give the broke guy a chance and see if he's emotionally intelligent and kind and reliable. But guess what? They don't give those guys a chance. If they don't give them a chance, that means that they do still prioritize finances. You have to concede.
No, because I just told you that 45% of women make the same amount of money as their man.
What? That doesn't mean anything. What are you talking about?
It means
if they are still
choosing, they're dating, they're equal. That is not dating up. That is not hypergamous. That is them choosing somebody that isn't necessarily prioritizing finances.
Okay, so you said that. Okay, so you said that currently women are dating.
Correct.
Or marrying. Which one is it?
Married.
Okay, they are married to men, and generally, your statistic, I'm not sure how you just read your statistic, but 50% of the 48 to 50% of the population is married.
Correct.
Right?
Yep.
So within that data, the men out-earn the women. Do you know that?
Say it again, sorry. Within
that data of men and women getting married, about 48 to 50% of the population is married.
Yeah.
Right?
And 55% of that population, the men out-earn the women, 55%.
Which means that it's still a majority of the men are still out-earning the woman. Correct. And some women earn just as much. Do you have the data of... Okay, do you have...
women
earn just as much. Now, do you have...
29% make more.
Make more. So there you go. So now we're comparing 29% versus
29 versus 55.
No, we're not comparing to 55. What we're saying is if people are getting married, right? So 29% of the marriages, the women earn more.
Correct. And 45% they earn equal.
And then 45% is the equal. right? And what hypergamy is that women would prefer to either date on their level or above their level. So you are not disproving hypergamy if it's only 29% of women that out earn men.
But 45%, it's earned
Bro,
the
just hang
same
it up,
or
bro.
more.
Even your
Hold
own
on.
stats prove me right.
45% earn the same or more. And what I'm
What
hold
is
on, let me
what's the
finish. Let me
definition
finish
of
my point.
hypergamy?
Let me finish my point.
What is the definition of
Let me finish
hypergamy?
my point.
Hypergamy is
Let me
women
finish my point. Women
would
have not had
prefer
the
to
same
date on their
opportunity in the
level
workplace their
or
whole life.
more.
Women are already outpacing men in the workplace. They're outpacing men in college.
Yo, you have to
So what
prove
do you
me
think is
wrong,
going to
man. You
happen?
just moving a
So what do
goalpost
you think
again.
is going to happen when women
You're
make
asking
more
me
money
what
than men?
you asking me what. So here's what you're doing. You're moving a goalpost and asking me what do I think is going to happen. Meanwhile, we're speaking about what is happening because you lost this part. Just concede
I have
that.
not lost this
Okay,
part.
Cooley.
No.
Just see that Cooley.
No.
Women are hypergamous. They still
aren't.
the stats show that 45% date on their level, and 55% date above their level.
And it's
right?
trending up. Yes.
Got you. So what does that still mean? The majority of women, what does hypergamy mean? Hypergamy means that women would prefer to date on their level or above their level. If 29% of women are dating below their level when it comes to finances, this means that you are not disproving hypergamy. You are actually proving hypergamy because the majority of women is still either dating equally or above. Can you concede to the point so we can move forward? You did not disprove hypergamy.
I am not conceding that point.
Oh man, bro, you don't know. Do you not know how to do math?
I know exactly how to do math. I'm the only one that brought stats to this debate. You're the one just saying
we
shit
both
like
been
women are
speaking
biological.
stats.
Women are biologically this. Women are You're not a biologist, and you're saying all this bullshit.
Man.
You don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, you think I don't know what I'm speaking about, but you just
women throughout history have not been able to earn as much as men. They are now catching up. So maybe at one point, yes, they were absolutely hypergamous. They had no other choice because men only made more money than women. And now that is changing. And now that women are making their own money, you see in the data, they're willing to date people below them. And that trend is going to continue as long as women continue to make their own money. But you're not conceding that point.
So when it comes to hypergamy means to date on the level or above the level, right? That is what it means, right?
I believe so, yes.
So if they're dating above the level, generally 71% of women is dating either on the level or above the level. You would have to say that generally, because general is most, if 71% is more than 29, we would have to say that generally women are still operating in their hypergamy.
I can concede that, but I can't.
That's what I said, man. What are you talking about?
What I'm saying is that it's not some natural thing. It is a societal thing.
Natural.
It is societal because if women, hold on, if women earned as much money as men did throughout history, you're telling me they'd still be hypergamous because it's biology?
Yeah.
Why?
They'll still be hypergamous.
They're proving that now that they're making money, that's not the case. They're proving that already.
No, they're not proving it. Yes, they're miserable. Most of those women that get married to a man. Let me finish my point, man. I'll let you land your plane. Most of those women that marry men where they earn more, the probability of divorce actually increases when a woman out earns the man. And I have stats on this. And we could show our data and stuff like that, but we could speak about it logically without showing data. Okay. So do you think that women, how can I say it? Do you think that women want a man to lead the relationship generally?
I don't think that's necessarily true. No.
Oh, okay. What would be your definition of lead? Maybe we got two different definitions of lead.
Maybe having like the wife being submissive. Is that what you're saying?
Well, lead the relationship. That would be part of it, but that's not all of it. But yeah, a wife following her man's lead, like she's willing to defer, meaning that if it's like a confusion going on and it's like, oh, honey, I think we should go left. Oh, no, honey, I think we should go right. And then she's going to defer to her man's decision. Like, okay, you said go right. I trust you. Let's go right. That would be part of submission where the woman has the ability to defer and just follow her man instead of arguing with her man. Do you think that women want a man that they can trust to follow his lead?
No, I think women want partnerships. I think women want partnerships. That's what
okay, cool. So you think that women want in a partnership to you, how would you explain that? Like it's equal?
I would say mostly equal. I would say more like, okay, maybe responsibilities are split based on who's better at certain responsibilities. That's what I would say. So like
Okay.
one person's better at finances, that they manage the finances, but one person's better at raising children. So they manage that, but there's no one default leader in the relationship. No.
Okay, so that would still be like gender roles, because if one
Not
person is
necessarily
better,
gender roles. That was a bad example.
well,
I
that
use
would be given
children.
roles though. That would be given roles. So if
No.
your metric to organize things, if not, correct me if I'm wrong.
Because if the man is a better cook and he cooks, that's not gender roles. He's better at it. The wife doesn't cook.
No, that would still be roles. So look, if your metric, let me just, before you make that face, man, let me just explain myself of what I mean, because you may agree.
Okay.
So if your metric to organize things is putting the best person in position, right? This would create roles. Do you agree or disagree?
Not necessarily. Like I said, it's a partnership. So like, okay, it's a partnership.
How did that not make sense to you?
Because
how can you say no to that?
Because I'll tell you right now, I don't have a role in my relationship. I'm a partner in my relationship.
Okay, let me give you an analogy real quick. If you're working at a company, I'm not going to ask what you do for a living, but you seem like you're in your 30s or 40s.
I'm 40.
So you worked before 40. Cool. Good for you. So you're 40 years old. You worked at many companies before. And the manager, you would say that how they organize things, they put the best person in certain positions, right? Like the person that's not too good. Let's just say hypothetically, you're working at a call center, right? And you have a person that's really good with diffusing an irate caller. Well, they're gonna put them at more of like floor support and taking irate calls rather than a person that's good at the technical part and getting the technical piece of the situation done. So this creates roles based off of who is best at whatever skill, right?
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, but this is roles. So what I'm saying is, even in a relationship, man, there's no escaping if the metric is, well, I'm better at this than you are, so I should do this and you should do that. If that's the metric, that is still gender roles. Now, it may not be the traditional gender roles,
I can get with that,
but it is still gender roles. We agree.
Yeah.
Okay, cool, man. That's all I'm saying. So within that dynamic, my question again, does a woman want a man to be a leader? And you said that one of the leader, you really didn't say, you said that no, a woman wants a partnership. Got it. So now let's stick with this. If the woman wants a partnership, generally speaking, what roles do you think that the woman wants the man to play versus her? Now, there's always exceptions to the rule, man. And I'll even grant it right here and say there's some women, a small portion of women, they would rather be the one that's working more and chasing their career, and they don't really like to cook, and the man maybe would do some cooking and stuff like that. That can be like an exception to the normal gender roles, you would say, right?
Yeah.
But generally, what role do you think a woman wants the man to play in a relationship? Generally,
if I'm staying with what I suspect women in modern times want in a partnership, I think it's just going to depend on their partner. I think each relationship is going to be different. I don't think there is just one thing. Now, like let's go into protection, because I know you like to talk about that too. Like as a part of like a relationship, men being a protector, right?
Okay, would you say protecting is part of leadership?
Not necessarily. No. Like for example.
Okay, what type of protection do you mean? What do you mean by that?
Well, like let's say physical protection. Let's say physical, just purely physical. We're talking about like traditional stuff. If I'm married to a UFC female fighter, I'm hoping she's the one that is going to go downstairs and handle business.
Oh, if you're married to a UFC fighter,
correct? Like a woman UFC fighter, she's more capable at combat than I am, theoretically. I would want her theoretically to go down and handle the intruder, not necessarily me, but because I am more capable than my wife, I'm the one that's going to go do that because I'm more capable in that position. But that doesn't make me a leader. It doesn't make me the one who makes the final decision.
And why are you more capable than because you're physically stronger, right?
Physically stronger, and I've done some martial arts training. Yes.
Okay, cool. So then you would still say that you would be the best at that position then, as far as physical protection, even if the woman had some, martial arts training and she was a UFC fighter.
Yeah, if I'm still the most capable, then that's what I would do because I'm the most capable, not because it's like my gender or because it's the role that I was assigned at birth. It's because I'm more capable, so I should.
But if the woman was more capable, which that would be rare, because even UFC fighters, they're typically still not stronger than an average man that don't even really work out. They're still not going to have that oomph in them to really, you get what I'm saying? So if we're living in reality, even if a woman is a UFC fighter and she has some combat training and the man doesn't, the man would still be more capable of protecting the household.
I don't know. I mean, I haven't seen them spar, but if I saw them spar, then we can determine who's more capable. But I'm saying,
well, we know that, like, if we're truly being honest, we know that even a woman that's a UFC fighter, if she punches, she has less bone density. Her muscle, her twitch and muscle movements isn't as fast and isn't as strong as just even a man that doesn't even work out is not going to be strong. She's not going to be stronger generally, unless like she's a bodybuilder, then she can maybe lift up some more weights. But like a UFC fighter, she's not going to be stronger than just, an average man that doesn't even work out. So with that being said, the man is still more capable. So if the man is always more capable, even if the woman is a UFC fighter, with your metric that we put the best person in position, generally speaking, men would still be the protector.
In general, because of the more capable ones, yes.
Yeah. So, okay, got it. We agree on that. Now, I would say that part of leading is protecting, physical protection.
I don't think that's leading. I don't see it as leading. I see it as something you should do if you're capable of it. But I don't see that as like, now I get the final decision in our
Okay, I got another way to explain leading. And maybe you would agree with this. So would you say that the person so we agreed already that in the relationship dynamic of men and women in a household, you are going to categorize it and put the best person in the role. So when it is being categorized and people are going into their roles, do you think that the leader is the one that their role holds the most stake in maintaining the relationship?
No, and what role do you think holds the most stake? I don't agree, but I'm curious what you think role holds the most stake.
Okay, so like protecting. So like, okay, well, you won't have a relationship if in case something happens and an intruder breaks in and the man can't protect you, you just won't have a relationship. You guys will be dead, right?
Yeah, but the likelihood
that holds a lot of stake. And I do know the likelihood of an intruder breaking in and trying to rob you is extremely low. But from the woman's mind, women view protection as insurance. If in case something happens, right? Yeah. We get insurance every day, car insurance, home insurance. We all know that we want to protect ourselves if in case something happens. Yeah. So that's important. That's very important.
I agree. So, you want to feel safe.
You want to feel safe, right? So since that is important, it doesn't matter if, home robberies are only like, 1% of the time and stuff like that. It's still insurance. And I think that holds a lot of importance in a relationship.
Yes, but I don't think that defaults to leadership. But yeah, I agree. It's important to feel safe. Yes.
Okay. What I'm saying is, however you want to go ahead and put the man or the woman in certain positions based off of their scale of being the best in said position. My question for you, if it's the case that the person in the positions, that these positions hold the most stake to maintain the relationship, would that person be the leader or no? Like, it's like, this position, we all know that certain positions is a little bit more important than others. Is not saying that they're all important, but we do know that there's some positions that's more important than others. So the person that is in the positions that happens to be more important for the relationship to thrive and to last, we would have to say that's the leader, right?
I think that's interesting, but I don't necessarily agree. But I will say that if the
Okay.
likelihood that a man has to protect the home, which we agree is little, then I would argue that maybe even raising a child is the most important role in the home. So if that's the most important role in the home, how does that woman not become the leader in that kind of scenario?
Okay. If raising the child is most important in the home, in order for the child to be raised, the child first must be protected, physically protected, and a child in which the man does because he's more capable. So we know that the man is always in that position. And then also, generally, the man is the one that's the provider. He's the one that's making more. With your statistic, he's the one that's making more than a woman. So he's the one that's actually providing the resources for the woman to raise the children. The woman wouldn't be able to raise the children without the man's resources. So we would have to say that the man's ability to garner resources and protect the woman is more important, because if he doesn't do that, the woman wouldn't have anything to protect because she would be dead or she would be starving.
Yeah. Here's what I'll concede. I think if a man makes more money and the woman doesn't work, then if that household agrees that the man should be the leader, then great. There's no problem with that. But I think if a household is 50-50, or both people are working and they agree that a partnership works better, I don't think it necessarily defaults to the guy who might have to protect the house one day, when the likelihood is low that he will.
Okay, but you did agree that women like to feel safe, so it is very important, like that insurance that men hold, which is protecting the woman. That insurance is very important because the woman actually wants to know that the man is capable of protecting her if in case something happens. And if the woman views a man like he isn't capable of protecting her, you would say that then she wouldn't feel good, right?
I mean, I think there's a lot of weak guys that are married, but
but we know that there's weak guys that's married and weak guys in a relationship. But forget us. It's like how the female views that guy. Like, I know some guys that's like they're weaklings, right? But their woman views him as everything.
Right.
So it's all, we would say that since the insurance for the man protecting the woman and the woman's eyes is based off her feeling protected, we would have to say that that's important, because if she doesn't think that he is capable of protecting her, she actually wouldn't feel secure.
Yes, but I also want to, I agree with that. I do want to point out though that, we started with physical protection, but I would argue, one, the likelihood of the most likely attacker of a wife is their husband. The most likely time that they're going to get attacked is going to be within their own home. So that's just statistically true. I would also say emotional protection is a big part of protecting, and that's a little bit. They feel safe.
I'll let you finish your plan. Go ahead.
Yeah. So they feel safe because you're emotionally regulated. You're not yelling constantly. You're not like that. Also, that's also a factor of protection. But like I said, the likelihood of you defending somebody outside of your home or inside your home is lower than the likelihood that the husband or boyfriend is going to be physically abusive.
So that stat, I know that stat, and that stat is true, but for men and women that cohabitate, not for men and women that's married. So I do agree, like when men and women, like I tell men all the time, like, listen, man, if you're not going to take her seriously, don't, it's pointless to move in with her. And like, why would you do that? Why would you move in with a chick if you're not going to really commit to her and take her seriously? Right. And a lot of those violent crimes against women, it's with them cohabitating. So they're not like in a marriage. They're like dating, but living together. Right. And that's just a recipe for disaster, because you're dating, really not maybe viewing the long traits in the partner, but you're only with it because the pleasure and the sex and stuff like that. So you cohabitate, and then this person gets an attitude, that person gets an attitude, and a physical altercation happens. So yeah, that's for cohabitation, but for marriage, that isn't the case.
I'd have to look that up. I don't know if I've ever looked at the distinction between cohabitation and marriage. I think maybe, like you were saying, it's just in the household. The likelihood.
Yeah, it is. I've and even after, bro, because I want to have a genuine conversation with you. Even afterwards, I'll go ahead and send you some of my data. I viewed a lot of your data that you had, your links that you had listed on your Instagram. I'll actually send out, in good faith, I'll send you my data so you can actually look at it. Because the thing is, you reached out to me. You said you wanted to do a debate on, is red pill a net positive or a net negative for men? We spoke about the descriptors, and you really didn't disagree with any descriptors, and we spoke about it logically. And when we peel back the layer to even having a logical conversation on things without looking at any data, we actually agreed on most things.
Yeah.
We agree on most things. And you agree with a lot of the prescriptors.
Yeah, there's a lot. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot. So with that being said, guns do not kill people. People kill people. So I think that, would you say that this is, and maybe this is a prescriptor. Do you agree with this prescriptor? Should we equip men and women on how to interpretate and handle information, like handle truth? Because sometimes it's like you could tell something to a kid. Human beings, we're naive anyway, right? We all have our little dark spots where we're not really seeing things at its truest form. So we can read some truth, some stats, and we can get some information that's rooted in facts. And we can take these facts, but based off of us being a human, we can choose to take it and manipulate it and run a different direction with it, or we can take it and do something good with it. So what I'm saying is red pill is just a set of descriptors, right? There may be some red pill content creators that you disagree with their prescriptions, meaning on they're taking information and they're telling men and women, go do this with it. You may disagree with that. But as far as the red pill and the descriptors that it gives, most sane, wise, intelligent people don't disagree with these things that's rooted in truth.
Yeah, what I'm focusing on more though is the outcomes of the people who are actually consuming that content. And I have so much data, and I talk to so many of these men, and they are really struggling. One, red pill men aren't dating. Most people who listen to red pill content, they're not dating. They're struggling to date.
That's black pill.
No. Both. Look, there's several.
That's a different pill.
There's no, those guys.
Wait, you do know that it's a different pill, like purple pill and black pill and then red pill?
Yeah, but there's also MGTOW, there's also incels, there's all these different little like corners of red pill is like the catch-all or the manosphere or whatever. It's hard to like talk about these things without using like a generic term like red pill, let's say. I use that as like a catch-all. Maybe we'll develop better language, but that's kind of my catch-all. And the reason I want to have this debate more than anything is because I genuinely am concerned for the men who are consuming this stuff. Everywhere I turn, I see men depressed, lonely, and angry. And this stuff is keeping them more and more single. And if the goal, good.
Well, I see that's from your perception. That's how you're viewing it. You think that these descriptors and how people are using these descriptors, and it's making them, like you said, more single, Yeah. And we can have that debate in a second. I have information too. You would say that I'm in the red pill space. Would you describe me as one of these red pill content creators? I've never really described myself as that, but I do agree with the red pill, all of the descriptors. I agree with all of them. I
don't necessarily consider you that. I think there are maybe moments you have, but I don't think like that's like your main thing. No.
Okay, cool. So what I'm saying is I have so much data as well, anecdotal data. And I posted a video last week and I didn't cry, but I posted it as just like some clickbait showing that I'm crying. I had a guy come on my podcast and he said, listen, Cooley, I did exactly what you told me. I stopped cussing. I stopped smoking. I stopped drinking. I went out there and got a better job. He said, prior to this, my wife really didn't respect me. She really didn't look at me as that guy. But I did exactly what you told me to do. Stop smoking, stop drinking, stop cussing, got into the gym. He lost 120 pounds and he got a better job. Now he has his CDL. He's making more money. And now he said it worked. He said, I didn't negotiate with my wife. Mm-hmm. As I made changes and I self-improved, my wife just automatically started looking at me as that guy, and she started to respect me. So I have so many moments on my debate shows or just my regular chill streams where I bring people up and they tell me this and they give me pictures of the proof, right? Mm-hmm. So I know on your end, you may have some data, but like I have so much data as well that would contradict your data, meaning that these red pill descriptors actually help people. But listen, man, I want to go ahead and take a break real quick and get to some super chats, and then we'll continue and get to some of your prescriptors. Okay, cool. And it may be some super chats for you, but we'll get to them all. All right, we got Madison Sims. Welcome to the gang. Shout out to Madison. She joined the membership. We got Jeff IBE. Welcome to the gang. Shout out to you. Appreciate the support, man. We got FB sends in $5. Feminism is not equal opportunity. It's female supremacy. That is why feminists say they're victims, but at the same time, duck accountability. Any take on that?
I think it couldn't be more wrong. I don't think I think misandrists might feel supremacy, but in general, feminists even want men to have equal opportunities, including being a stay-at-home father. I think, that's something that feminists push for. Equal opportunity is what feminism is about. If there's any talk about supremacy, that's misandry, and I don't support that.
Okay. So when you say equal opportunity, and these would be rights, equal to have certain rights.
Not necessarily rights. I mean, like literally the opportunity, like if a organization doesn't hire, certain types of people, it doesn't have to get the law involved, but obviously we would like that organization to allow everyone in, at the opportunity to allow audition. Yeah.
Okay. But we do know that there's not any laws in place that restricts women from working at any company.
Yeah. I'm not talking about pushing for any kind of thing now. I'm saying that feminism as a principle can still exist, even when they're not necessarily pushing for certain rights. And it can push for men, it can fight for men, it can fight for LGBT, it can fight for anybody who wants an equal opportunity. And I think until everyone has equal opportunity, I'm not saying just women, then feminism as a principle is still valid.
And where are women not getting equal opportunity?
I'm not saying they're not. I'm saying
okay, so feminism is pushing for something that they already have.
I don't think they're pushing for unless there's other places where they don't have equal opportunity. I mean, I know we can get into bodily autonomy and all that. I don't really want to get into abortion, but that is one place where feminism is still fighting. But I will say in general,
abortion is legal in all 50 states.
It's not.
It is. It's legal. It's the term. They have different term limits.
Well, again, I don't want to go down that rabbit hole because that can be a whole hour discussion as well. But I do think that the principle is still valid, because should rights continue to go away, let's say they do. I mean, there are people talking about repealing the 19th Amendment, man. There are people who, Andrew Wilson is one of those people, and his wife, they're advocating for that.
Do you understand why?
It doesn't matter.
You don't even care about the why?
I don't care whatsoever. Okay.
And
what
why,
I'm saying is that feminism would want for them to continue to have the opportunity to vote.
Why isn't it not important? And I'm asking you a why to get to your why. Why isn't it not important to care about the why? Explain that, because you just said that Andrew Wilson and his wife are advocating, that women shouldn't vote. I do believe, I'm friends with Andrew Wilson. He just doesn't advocate for that women shouldn't vote. Andrew Wilson and his wife, they both advocate that most people shouldn't vote.
Right.
And the reason that they're advocating for that is because voting is important, because you're putting the commander in chief in office, right? So that's very important. So if you don't have any stake in a game, then why should you vote? If you don't have, if you're an uneducated young 18-year-old and your vote can put someone in the office that doesn't even benefit them or their mothers and fathers because they're naive, then why should you have the ability to vote? If women aren't in, selective service, why should they have the ability to vote? I think that what Andrew Wilson and his wife are doing are posing questions and pointing out the inconsistencies and the illogical, how the laws is very illogical and favors, women rather than favoring, kind of what's right to do, like favoring the minority rather than favoring what's right to do. But I'll get to the next super chat, because that will be another debate. But We got FB. He sends in another $5. He says, most men were not able to vote when this country was founded either. It was only property owners and wealthy business owners. That is facts. That is facts. So for an example, he just gave one. So when this country was started, business owners and property owners was the ones that was able to vote. Black people couldn't vote, women couldn't vote, and many white people couldn't even vote. So meaning that you had to meet a metric, a standard to vote, right? Because you had some stake in the game. And that sounds very logical. Would you say that that sounds illogical?
I think anyone who's a citizen of a country where the laws affect you has stake in the game.
Okay, so your opinion on where someone has stake in the game is different than, okay, so you put it to, if you're just living in the country, you have stake in the game. Well, children have stake in the game, but they can't vote. If you're under 18, you can't vote.
Sure, but their parents are voting on their behalf.
Well, how do you know that the parents are voting on the children's behalf?
You don't think they are?
Well, I'm not saying that they are, but how do you think so?
Because I definitely think most parents are interested in their child's well-being and they vote what they think is the best interest of their children.
Okay, well, let's see if this is consistent. Let's say a boy wants to transition to a girl, and the parent is okay with that transition. Do you think that the parent is doing what's in best interest for the child?
I think they think it's the best interest depending on the child.
They think is the best interest, but is it the best interest?
Well, a lot of people are misguided on all kinds of things. So I'm not going to sit here and say, oh, like voting for women to not have the rights. I think that's very misguided, but they think they're doing the right thing. A lot of people do the wrong thing thinking they're doing the right thing. So yeah, I don't, the idea that you can live in this, let's say I am, somebody's a gay person. They don't own property, but they want the rights to marry. They should be able to vote because that's stake for them. There's a stake in their livelihood and their happiness that they get in this country. So I think people should have the right to vote because they simply have a stake in their own lives in this country.
Yeah, well, marriage is a title that's rooted that comes from a biblical perspective. So as far as under the perspective of marriage, that's rooted in the Abrahamic faiths and stuff like that. You would say that most of the LGBT, which is in that faith, they say only men and women should get married, not men and men should get married, or
right.
Women and women should get married. So yeah, and even when Obama went ahead and passed that law in California, most of the citizens in Cali actually voted against Obama. They did not want gay people to even get married. So I would say that was just propaganda. Obama went ahead and pushed that through to legalize gay marriage, but the citizens didn't push that through.
I think if you ask most citizens if they think gay marriage should exist today, they would say absolutely.
Yeah, because they've been indoctrinated. But anyways, let's move it right along. We got podcast lover sends in $5. His thought process: I blame guns for war. Okay, we got AZ sends in $10. If you're saying the RP is bad for society, then you have to hold women in mainstream media equally accountable for spreading nonsensical, misandrous ideals that can be easily disproven. What's your take on that? So some of the misandrous ideals that, we can even say on, what's the one all women's show with Whoopi Goldberg?
The View?
The View. Like The View be like, oh, men, we don't need a man. What is a man good for? I'll rather have a gay friend. They say all of these misandry things to try to discredit a man's value in society. What's your take on that? Should that be held responsible?
I agree. I do think the more misandry that is out in media, the more men are going to go to Red Pill. I think it is a big reason why men go to Red Pill. The thing I try to tell guys that I'm talking to is that you can't control how women are speaking. You can control how you react, and you can control what you want out of your life and outcome. If you want your life to be happier and you want a fulfilling relationship, don't listen to what the misandrists are saying. Don't ignore them. They're not affecting your life. As long as you go, I mean, all that misandry that's out there has never affected my dating life. It's never affected my marriage. It's never affected anything else. If you're letting it affect you, that's different. And I think if you go to the red pill for that reason, you're only hurting yourself, in my opinion.
Okay, you think that people will be hurting themselves, which you just admitted that the red pill is a set of descriptors that's rooted in biological truth, which you couldn't dispute. But how can people seeking truth and going towards truth hurt them?
Well,
we would have to say it's what they choose to do with the truth, not the truth itself.
I'm talking about the outcomes. I'm saying, like, if somebody hears that misandry, when they seek this truth, they're seeking it through these red pill content creators. Mostly, they're the ones with millions and millions and millions of subscribers and an audience like no other. They have way more of an audience than Rose.
Okay, we'll get to prescriptors.
But that's what I'm saying, is that when these men are doing this, they're reporting more isolation themselves. They're reporting that they're lonely and depressed, and they're reporting that they're not getting dates. And that further frustrates them and pushes them more into the red pill. So if misandry pushes you towards these red pill content creators and you're having a bad outcome of your life, don't blame it on the misandry. Misandry you could ignore and still find love and happiness with women. I've done it, and so do millions of people every day.
Okay, everybody that's tuned in on Facebook, come on over to YouTube. That's No Fugazee Podcast on YouTube. So everyone that's tuned in on Facebook, come on over to YouTube now. YouTube, don't go anywhere. We staying live. But let me go ahead and close out the Facebook stream. All right, Facebook stream is closing. I'm just going to quickly get through a few more of these super chats, and then we'll continue with the debate. We got Michael Walter sends in $5. Beta, way too emotional. Freedom of speech does not determine people's choices. We got Ken sends in $10. Why does it matter how many? Do you find it acceptable to kill somebody? At what threshold is killing somebody with your first?
You talk about fists, maybe? Was it a typo?
Yeah, wait, let me see. Okay, this beta is out of his dang mind. Yeah, are you speaking about? I think he's speaking about. Do you find it to kill? No, I think he just okay, fist. Okay, he is saying fist. Okay. All right, cool. We got AZ sends in $10. Men are deleting themselves because feminism influence government incentivizes women to leave marriages and take the children while simultaneously burying men in eternal debt. What's your thoughts on that? Do you think that feminism is a correlation to women leaving their men and, taking the children from the man?
Here's what I'll say. Feminism isn't the reason women can. The reason women can now is because they have agency.
They got the choice, you mean?
Yeah, they have the choice.
Okay.
Women didn't necessarily have that choice. I think it was in the 80s, you still had to prove you were abused before you could leave your husband. So now that women don't have to go and prove it, which sometimes it was almost impossible for them to prove, now they can leave their husband. And I've mentioned the reasons. I know we've disagreed, but I mentioned the reasons most people say they leave their husband. And it's because, they're not satisfied for a number of reasons, whether it's the emotional disconnection, they don't feel supported, they don't feel like there's a lot of communication. All of that is a big part of it. Now, men deleting themselves, most of them are doing it not necessarily because they got divorced. I mean, that's a big part. They're not doing it because of feminism. A lot of men, if they lose custody, obviously that's going to devastate a lot of men. That is a very hard thing to experience. What I've seen, though, is that when fathers fight for custody of their children, they win about 60% of the time. So the majority of the time that men fight to have custody, they do win.
Yeah, so that stat, I looked into that. I don't think that is accurate at all, because even when men do fight, well, to fight the court, here's what I'm saying. Even when men do fight, mm-hmm. they normally come to some type of agreement prior. So that's how they get the kid. But it isn't like the judge is giving the kid to the father or making it equal. That isn't generally speaking, most judges, they don't make the law, they follow the law. And the law is under there that it favors women. They think that the child, they think that the child will be better off under the mother's care rather than the father's care. Now, it wasn't always like this.
Yeah.
It used to be patrilineal instead of matrilineal. I think I'm saying it right. Where prior to, I think it was like before the 50s and stuff like that, if, men and women had a divorce, the courts would be like, oh, okay, it's just going to go to the father because the father was the one that was making the resources and stuff like that. But now, bro, it's just been socially constructed within the laws that they favor the man over the woman. So even if a guy does have a lawyer and he goes for custody, he does fight back, it's not usually won in that custody hearing or anything. Normally it's like lawyer and lawyers get together and they figure it out and they come with some type of agreement. But judges generally are favoring the woman in courts. That's
agree.
what I'm saying.
I agree. I don't agree with that. I don't think that's right.
I don't think it's right either.
Right. Oh,
okay, but that would be some. But that's what here's the thing. That's what AZ is speaking about.
But he's blaming feminism for that, and I think that's where he's misguided.
Okay, so let me correlate this for you, right? And I believe what he's saying here, and which I do agree with this, is that feminism, feminism is different than red pill. Feminism is an ideology. The red pill, which Rollo Tomasi calls it, is a praxeology. It does not give any prescriptors, right? Ideologies, they give descriptors and prescriptors. Red pill doesn't give any prescriptors. So feminism gives prescriptors. Feminism literally says, go out there, girl, and be independent and work and seek higher education. And also, guess what? You're equal to a man. And also feminism, what they do is they purport that the man is the oppressor and the woman is the oppressed. This is the motivation behind women going into the workforce and getting outside of the man's home so they can have some independence, is because, well, most of the crimes happen in a man. Most of bad things happen in women's life is because of a man. This is because of men are oppressors, women are oppressed. So they do prescribe, right, a misandrous view onto men. They do prescribe that.
I disagree with that. I think
how don't they?
I would say what feminism prescribes is you get to choose how you want to live your life. You get to decide if you want to stay at home. You get to decide if you want to work. If there are feminists out there saying you should work or you should, that's wrong. That's misuse of feminism, in my opinion. It should be more, you get to decide how you want to live your life. And women used to be economically tied to their husbands. And if you wanted to leave your husband, let's say it was in the 90s before you could do no fault divorce. If you wanted to leave your husband and you've been with them 15 years, you no longer have a career. You have no alternative. You have to
think about this, right? Well, think about this. One of the benefits of women, it was much different anyway, because a lot of marriages back then didn't end in divorce. Women and men, they stayed together. So when you incentivize the woman to leave, if you incentivize the man to leave the woman, he may be thinking like, dang, this chick be giving me a headache all the time. I don't got to deal with this headache. I could go ahead and do this. Like anytime human beings, we always want to take the easier path to success. That's kind of human nature. You kind of agree with that, right? Like if you have a path, it's like, okay, you want to take the rough path or the easiest path? Most human beings is going to choose to take the easiest path to success.
Yeah, but I would say success has to come through the hard path. I think anyone who's been successful will tell you that.
That's different. I agree with that. Success normally comes through the hard path. But what I'm saying is most people ain't successful anyway, and these relationships aren't successful because these women are choosing to leave. They're not choosing to go the hard route and deal with the issues in the relationships, that if someone cheated or if someone miscommunicated, they're not willing to stay because they're like, wait, I can just leave you because the government incentivizes me to by They favor me in courts. I'll go ahead and take half. I'll get the children. And this is what AZ is saying, is that the government actually incentivizes the woman. And the government, this sector in the government, the ideology is feminism that's pushing forth these ideals.
Yeah, I don't agree with that. Let me just make a couple points. So
okay, we can go down this path. Sure, go ahead.
We're making in that scenario, we're blaming feminism and women for divorces. Like that's what you basically already kind of put forth. And that's kind of the language that I'm always hearing in these spaces, where it's like, we're going to blame women and we're going to blame feminism.
Well, if we're speaking about divorce, though, men aren't the ones that's initiating most of the divorce. It's women.
But initiating a divorce doesn't mean that's the reason for the divorce.
I got it. You know what? That is a point. But before we get to that point, can we get to the cause?
The cause of, I'm sorry. Let me make the other point about you said if the government is the reason this is happening, I would say it's actually patriarchal ideals, which is why the judges assume that the woman is a better caretaker of the children. I think that's a very traditional patriarchal view, and I think if a more
the patriarchal view is the woman being better caretakers than the father. That's not a patriarchal view.
Okay, let me get rid of the patriarchy of that aspect. I could be
that's not at all.
I meant more like men typically see women as better nurturers and caregivers, right? Isn't that kind of like a
well, no, because data doesnn't even show that.
I don't say I agree. I'm just saying I feel like that's like a.
So here's how it goes. Men would put the woman in the nurturing position, or not put the woman in the nurturing position, but he would say like, okay, as far as skill wise, my job, I'm prioritizing protecting and providing. You should focus on nurturing and things like that, and being in a supportive position. And under that, it's only that dynamic because it's under the man. It's under the household, that the man is the head of the household. So that's why she's the nurturer. But statistics shows that when children are raised in a single mother household without a man, they're the most degenerates. They juvenile delinquents. They end up in prison. Chicks end up on a stripper pole when they don't have a father, a masculine figure that's leading and guiding that relationship. So that's not a patriarchal view at all. It's not even biblical. But so I want to go to you spoke about the effects of something. I want to get to the root. So if we're saying that if feminism gives the incentive for women to divorce the man, because one, the incentive would be that she's independent and she can do, bad all by herself. Two, seek higher education, seek a career, right? Three, well, the courts is going to favor you in the divorce, meaning that you're going to be the one that gets the children. Generally, women are making less in marriages, so you're going to be the one that gets, alimony. So that's an incentive for the woman to divorce the man. Now, your statement was, why are they divorcing, right? Before we even, your question was not why they're divorcing. It was, really, I guess it's a why. It's kind of like what's making them divorce. Mm-hmm. I guess it's a why. But before we even get to that why, we got to speak about the cause, because you would say that the incentive is actually what creates the why. So before an argument happens in a household, before a disagreement happens, before someone cheats, just that you have that incentive gives you the upper hand.
I disagree that it's an incentive. It's an incentive for horrible people, but I don't think it's an incentive for the majority of women in marriages. I don't think they want to get divorced. I think they felt like they had no other option. I don't think it's something people do willy-nilly, especially with kids. I think if people actually care for their kids, they're not doing it just out of, on a random day saying, that's it, I'm done. I think it builds up over time where people don't feel like they have another choice. So I don't think it's an incentive.
But prior to the incentive, women wasn't divorcing men.
Well, they didn't have a choice.
No. What are you talking about? They had a choice to divorce their man?
Not till the 80s. In the 80s. Not till the 80s.
No, bro. They just wasn't incentivized. Think about it. Listen to what I'm saying, bro. Women in the 50s and the early 1900s, they can still divorce their man.
And they had to prove abuse.
What I'm saying is they not even just prove abuse. It was other things that they can show that maybe if the man cheated, or they still had to show something, right?
Yeah, but they often didn't get it.
But listen, the fact that they had to show something and it wasn't much. If they showed that the man was physically abusing, if they showed that the man was in a relationship, the courts would say, hey, thanks for the proof. Stamp, you're divorced.
Right.
The fact that they didn't have anything to show tells you that nothing really wasn't happening in a relationship.
I disagree with that. I think it's hard to prove.
That is true. Certain things can be hard to prove depending on what it is.
You didn't have cell phones to prove cheating. You didn't have any. I mean, how do you prove it? How do you prove that your husband
physical abuse? I mean, you bruised up and stuff. You can prove that. But what I'm saying, since the women, let me just land my plane right here, and you let me know if you have a point in contention with this. Prior to the 50s, women didn't have the incentive, meaning that, you know what, if you divorce your man, you can get half of his money, and also the children go with you. That incentive wasn't there. So women had to actually prove some, bad things that was some reasons, some actual tangible reasons for divorce. And divorce didn't happen like that because women couldn't prove it, right? Now with no fault divorce, meaning that you don't have to prove anything, right? Mm-hmm. And with them being incentivized to divorce them, the probability of women initiating, well, not even the probability, what happened is the divorce rates increase. It skyrocket, right? Mm-hmm. So what I'm saying is feminism is the one that allowed the no-fault divorce. The ideology of feminism allowed the no-fault divorce and pushed forth all of the incentivizations for women to divorce the man, which led them to divorce. Despite what's happening, this is what actually allowed them to divorce. So we would have to say that it's a correlation that feminism is at fault for allowing these to making these changes within divorce courts and incentivizing the woman to divorce, no matter what happens. Now, I'm not saying that bad things don't happen, that men aren't being bad or women aren't doing bad things. That isn't the argument. I'm just going with the cause of things. And I think that first cause was feminism opening up that door and saying, forget about the no-fault divorce. You don't need to prove anything, women. You know what? We'll actually incentivize you. And I think that women normally, like even you said, they tend to, you said women prioritize emotional intelligence, kindness, and reliability. Two of those things is feelings. All of this is based off of how the man can make them feel. And I truly think that in a lot of cases, women, they go with how they feel. So if a woman isn't feeling satisfied or happy in a relationship, even if the man didn't cheat, even if the man didn't lose his job, even if the man didn't abuse her, she's going to be like, well, I don't really feel it no more with Tom. I'm bored of Tom. And guess what? I'm actually incentivized to leave Tom and take half. Why not? I can get the kids too. Why not? And I think that's that root cause. Before we get to the abuse or the cheating and stuff like that, what's your perspective on what I just laid out to like that first root cause of feminism opening up that door?
Yeah. So let's go back to the 50s. You said we agree that women had to prove that there was a reason to get divorced. They legally could not. But beyond the legal reasons, they also economically depended on their husband. They also couldn't just leave and then make a life on their own typically.
Wait, that real quick.
Hold on. I'll let you talk for like 2.5 minutes.
I got you. But that part that isn't void of a choice. Even if she doesn't like the consequences of the choice, but that's still a choice.
Sure. But if you're tied economically to somebody, you're less likely to leave them, even if the relationship is terrible.
Which would mean that if you're tied economically to them and there's an incentive to leave them, you're more likely to leave them.
But the incentive has always been there. No, it's not.
That was checkmate, man.
You gonna let me talk now?
But
you gonna let me talk? First off, you actually play chess because I play chess. So
I do play chess as well. I'm not that good. I'm not that good though. But
well, hey, that's cool. But what I'm saying is that women didn't have a choice. And that is not, I don't think anyone would agree that's the way women should have to live their lives, where they have to be stuck to a man economically. They have to be stuck to a man legally, and they have to prove abuse. So when women started to have their own agency, if you're going to blame women having their own agency for all of these things, then yes, let's point it at feminism. But agency, I think, is a critical component to modern living, including women. They shouldn't have to be tied economically to men. They shouldn't have to be legally tied to men if they're in a relationship they don't want to be in. So I don't necessarily agree that feminism is the end all be all reason for all this, because I think giving women agency is a net
And by
positive.
agency, what do you mean? You mean like the ability to make choices?
To make choices, yeah.
Okay, cool. So you just said that women, they had the ability. Well, one, I disagree with one of your presuppositions that women didn't have the choice to leave the man. Back then, they just wasn't incentivized to make that choice, because if they left the man, it'd be a little harder, right?
But they also had alimony back then too. They had alimony then as well. That's not a new concept.
No one's saying that they didn't have any alimony. We're saying that
incentive is still there. You're saying women leaving today, they get the alimony, they get the courts favor them. The courts have favored them throughout history before feminism really even became mainstream. The courts have favored women in divorce since even the 50s.
Yeah, the difference. Yeah, I agree. The difference is that women. The reason why the courts favored the women back then is because women weren't in the workforce. Mm-hmm. So, okay, well, since the woman isn't in the workforce, the man is the head of the household. If something happens, if she can prove this, that something went bad in this relationship, we'll go ahead and stamp it. She can be divorced and she'll get out alimony. The difference is that women are now in the workforce, mm-hmm. right? And they are also incentivized. So let's just say that if we take away, women are in the workforce, that's not going anywhere, right? Mm-hmm. That isn't changing. I know some people like to say, oh, these chicks need to, they shouldn't be working and stuff like that. In some ways, my woman doesn't work at all, right? She doesn't work. I do the working. But in some ways, it's like, yeah, I do know back in the day it was better, right? But it's silly to go ahead and try to push for it, because it ain't going to work. It ain't even going to happen. Chicks ain't going nowhere. These companies, since they know how much money that they can make with both people in the household working, they ain't switching up. These NGOs that pretty much run a lot of America and that push a lot of these political pundits in office, they ain't going nowhere. They doing that for a reason. They funding the government they're funding their political parties for some type of agenda, right? And normally it's for the finances. And women, they spend a whole lot, so that's what it is, right? But anyways, so when we're speaking about so I disagree with the presupposition that women, didn't have the choice back then. They still had the choice, but it wasn't a favorable choice to them. It's it's going to be a rougher path. I don't want to choose that, because if I divorce him, even if I can prove it, it's going to be very hard for me to go out there and get a job, because the economy doesn't really favor me. I could get I could be, there were many jobs that women worked back then, like at daycares, secretaries and stuff like that.
Very limited though.
It was limited, but those jobs didn't make a lot. Mm-mm. So yeah, limited money, limited jobs, but there were still jobs. Women was always working.
Agreed.
And they also had the ability to still be entrepreneurs. They can still create something, have a farm and do stuff. So there was still choice out there. In America, there was still choice for women to do things. So I disagree with that. What I'm saying is that if you give the woman the choice, like you just said, the woman has the choice to, with feminism promoting the choice to divorce the man, get half, but also get the kids, that is an incentive. And with that incentive, prior to that incentive, you admitted that, well, women wasn't leaving. But now that they have that incentive, women are leaving. This would conclude that, well, yeah, women are choosing out of their own agency. They are choosing. They still had agency back then too. Still had agency. And I would actually say that women had more agency, because guess what? When you work, they have debt. Back in the 50s and stuff, women weren't working. They never occurred any debt. The man occurred all the debt in the home. So now women are working. They occur more debt. And they're also incentivized to leave the man and take the children. So it's like, I think that they're just choosing to break up the nuclear family. They're choosing to do this. It's not, we can go into the metrics of, okay, what is the man doing that's bad to the woman that's making her divorce? Prior to us even getting to that, you have to concede that feminism, the promotion of it, and the movement towards women being in the workforce, and the movement to all of these incentives for women to divorce the man is a cause. Maybe not the entire cause, but it is a major cause into women divorcing men and the decline in the divorce rate that we have now. You have to say yes to that.
I don't, and I have some contentions. So,
oh man, what in the real
you're
quick?
Saying women had a choice
before you have those contentions, because we went back and forth real quick. We got so many super chats coming up. Let me get through these real quick, and then let's finish up the debate because I'll be here forever. It's going to be
get into the red pill. We're always debating feminism, dog. We're always
got it. It's going to be a 5-hour debate if I don't get through these super chats because I got more than what I thought I would have. We got Mr. Moto Shark sends in $5. If they're not attracted enough to even have sex, it's not going to turn into a relationship, and none of those things matter. That is true. So he's saying that, once again, starting with the calls, with the prerequisites, women have prerequisites that they are certain traits in the man and the physical structure of the man they're attracted to. So if they're not attracted to him, it will never get into a relationship. What's your thoughts on that?
Benny Blanco is with Selena Gomez, man. I think anyone can do anything.
Selena. Oh, what dude is with Selena Gomez?
Benny Blanco. I wouldn't say a lot of women find him attractive.
What is he? Does he have status? He's a producer.
But she has way more status than him.
Yeah, I know that's totally fine. But when a woman has a whole lot of status, it's very hard. Once again, like her options go down. It's very hard for her to find a man that has more status. You know that, right?
Yeah, but what I'm saying is
she's dating down.
What I'm saying is that there are a number of ways to be attractive. It's not just physical.
Oh no, yeah. We know that. There's many ways to be attractive, but if you don't meet the woman's, like, everybody judges a book by the cover, right? If you don't meet that woman's cover, then she's not going to care about how emotional, intelligent you are, how good, how charismatic, and how kind you are. She's not even going to give you a chance. She's just going to be like, oh, yeah, no, I'm good. That's what we're saying.
I don't necessarily agree, but we can talk about it, or we can go on the next super chat.
I mean, let's just finish it. We already did talk about that, but let's just finish the super chats. We got Willie MFKN Beeman sends in $5. I just know bro is sitting on a plastic penis. That's why he can't sit still and is swaying all over. His wife probably picked it out for him.
Dog, I got ADHD, man. Just get off. Like, that's why I'm moving too much.
Got it. We got Willie MFKN again, sends in $5. This is the same soy boy that, when critiqued, throws out how he's married, and then when you see his wife, him being married is not a flex at all. Okay.
No one's ever seen my wife. I don't know what he's talking about.
Okay. We got Willie MFKN Bannon. He says, Cooley, when did you start debating trans men? Dang, they coming at you in here.
They always say that shit. That's in every comment on all my social media. Anytime I say anything nice about women, I'm a trans person. That's the red pill speaking, by the way. I'm gonna go ahead and say that.
I mean, I think that's men. Men make jokes. No, men make jokes, bro.
No, anytime they have an opportunity to be like misogynistic or hateful, they're going to take it. I see it in every comment. If I post a video of women saying I like a man who likes money, they're going to say she's a gold digger. If I post a video of a woman who says I don't care about money, they're going to say she's lying. It's the same shit.
Well, there's reasons to it based off of the biological truths that we went through. But do you think that, like, men normally, like, make, jokes
not
and
homophobic.
stuff? Like in a lot.
The people I hang around with, I don't like to associate with people who make
jokes.
No, homophobic jokes or racial jokes. It depends. I mean, like,
do you know that the entire hip hop community the entire hip hop community. Why do you think they say pause? You ever hear him say that?
That's funny though. I say that's funny.
Okay,
I'll give you that.
that's a homosexual joke.
I'll give you that.
So
I'll give you that.
what I'm saying is like that's just satire. Like men, bro, we be in a locker room making jokes. Like a man's man, he don't care about jokes. He's not sensitive like that. So
sure. I'm not sensitive. I've been called trans ever since I came up on the internet. But I'm just saying it's a weird thing that a guy's like, oh man, this guy's a woman. I'm a woman because I'm what? Because I'm debating you. I'm a woman.
Okay.
Like this is bizarre.
What I'm saying is instead of like, it seems like every chance you get, you try to blame it on a red pill. And what you did, you blamed it on a red pill. I just blamed it on men. That's men being men. Like, well, we make jokes.
Maybe.
All right, fair enough. Okay. We got Sean Hardesty sends in $20. Appreciate the support. He says, didn't Tinder and Bumble come out with stats showing that most men like women, but most women like few men? That would show that emotional intelligence and the other traits don't matter. Because you can only judge off the picture. Sure, you could respond.
Dating apps are a cancer for men. They got to get off of them. You're only being judged for your looks. You're only being judged for maybe your job. Get off the apps, man. Like, go ask women out in real life. Show your confidence. Show your personality. Show how funny you are. Get off the fucking apps.
I agree. I agree. And because of that, the reason why I would agree is because women, their mating attraction strategy is very complex, meaning that women have many boxes that they want a man to meet. But if you meet certain boxes, so like if you don't meet the height requirement, but you like supersede in the physique requirement, it's like, wow, that'll increase your probability to get a chance with this woman that maybe has a height requirement that you didn't meet. Right. If you don't meet the money requirement, but you're very charismatic, but look, say you meet the looks, but you don't meet the money, but you're charismatic, you're charming, you're able to make her feel the vibes. This would, maybe some girls wouldn't get, but this would still increase your ability to get women.
100% agree.
You 100% agree with that.
100% agree.
So with what he just said, he's stating that the prerequisite is true, meaning that women, if you don't meet their since we all judge a book by its cover, if you don't meet the attractiveness, she can't know your personality. She can't know if you're emotional intelligent. But if you just don't meet her height and what it maybe says in your bio based off of your stuff like that, she's just going to swipe left and not swipe right.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So that means we can say that is, I don't think that is horrible. I think that, see, this is the difference between.
Apps are a horrible dynamic for men. I'm not judging women for that. Because
that's their. Do you think? And you would say that that's their biological preference.
Yeah, it's the same way. Yeah, I think if the roles were switched and men had the sexual marketplace, monopoly, they probably would be swiping just for looks as well. Like I think it's just like, okay, well, yeah, I'm just gonna go for that. I don't care if a woman.
You know what? So, that men actually do have the sexual marketplace monopoly. You know that they do. I'll explain. Let me know if you agree with this perspective, right? So, because we got to get to the root of things. Mm-hmm. Now, you would say that generally speaking, men are physically stronger than the majority of most women.
Yes.
Okay. And you would also say that men have 17 times more testosterone than women. You know that?
I don't know the math, but I'll concede.
A lot more testosterone. Mm-hmm. You would also say that men, we just have like this natural propensity, this biological urge to want to have sex, which is why the porn industry is very big, is because men like masturbating and doing stuff like that.
We want it as much as we can get it.
Yeah. Men would, if we could have sex, we would want to have sex as much as we could.
Yeah.
Right. So with that being said, men are physically stronger, men are always want to have sex with women, but men still choose to court women instead of graping them. Think about this real quick. Men actually still choose to court women rather than graping them, when graping them, they actually do have the capability. Now, I'm not pro any of this. This is me giving up.
I understand the point you're trying to make.
Yeah. Okay, perfect. Because I don't want you to take it out of context because it is like, it could sound a little weird at first.
Yeah.
So since men are capable of graping women and they actually have this proclivity to have sex, not to grape, but to have sex, but they're choosing not to grape them but they're rather choosing to court them. This would say that men have compassion for women, generally speaking.
I see the point you're trying to make. Here's what I'll say. I think if you look at most grape scenarios, it's not sexual. It's mostly like a power thing. Most grapists aren't necessarily like just so horny they can't help it. Most grapists are doing it out of a perversion and out of a power thing. They feel powerful doing it, and that gives them a sense of self, or it gives them a sense of something. That's what most grapists are thinking.
Well, let's just correlate power.
Yeah.
Let's be honest, bro. You bag a girl, get her number. Let's think about when you're younger, right? You get it, and just speak about you and be honest with me. You get a girl number, res her up or whatever, take her out on a date. You finally get the opportunity to have sex with her, meaning she's feeling you. She want to go ahead and spread open her legs. You mean to tell me that you don't feel powerful after dominating? Because sex for a man is a dominating act generally, and women it's a submissive act. You don't feel like, you don't feel like that?
I've never described it as powerful. I've always felt just like a sense of accomplishment, but I've never felt.
That's what I mean. Accomplishment. Yeah. But if you peel back the layer to accomplishment, when you accomplish something, that is an ingredient is power. We have to say an ingredient of accomplishments is power. So what I'm saying that if you peel back the layer to this and psychologically think about this, this would dispute your point that, well, the grapers, they do it for the sole purpose of power, and maybe they have some perversion. I do agree perversion, but I think that most men, when they finally have sex with the girl that they wanted to have sex with, they feel like they've accomplished something, which is inadvertently power. So I say that to say, if we're packaging this all up, right, and we're speaking about how men are like the feminist movement, they like to say that, oh, let's fight for women's equality and men are the oppressors and women are being oppressed. But grape isn't prevalent. It's not to say that it isn't taken seriously and it doesn't happen, because it does happen, but it's not prevalent, meaning that out of the entire American population, 50% of men aren't grapers. Not even 10% of men are grapers, right? So not even 2% of men are grapers.
But the statistics do show that 1 in 4 women experience some sort of sexual assault in their lifetime.
That's a little bit different than grape. We're speaking about grape. Sexual assault could just be, hey man, hey, listen, you looking real pretty today. Oh, pretty today. Sexual assault. So that's gray area.
Let's not go there. No, okay, that's not it. I'm talking about serious sexual assault. Okay. It's not necessarily grape, but
okay. What I'm saying is that's gray areas. Let me just finish my point. The point I'm making is very simple. Men, like you conceded, we're physically stronger. We are more horny. We always want to have sex, but we still choose to not grape women. We choose to court women. This would show that men is inherently, they share so much compassion towards women. We're not like red pill and just men in general. We're not hating women. If anything, we would have to say these women that has these attitudes towards men when they live in a country that's protected by men, they're surrounded by many men that choose not to grape them, but they can grape them, but that's not happening and it's not prevalent. We would have to say that they're spewing misandry because they're just lying. These women, these feminists, these misandrists, they're just ungrateful women. They view men as being the oppressor because it's indoctrination. They were lied to, bro.
But you see what you just did.
Men aren't graping.
You see what you just did? Like, this is the reason a lot of the audience of people who listen to red pill content.
Okay, tell me what I just said.
Start to just blame women.
I didn't blame any women.
But I didn't say you did.
Okay.
I'm saying that is what the message comes across as. And comes up in the data, that comes up in the responses that these red pill guys are doing in the comments. It comes up in every instance. If you look at the whatever chat, if you look at all these if you look at all the chats on Fresh and Fit, it is absolutely nonstop misogyny, and it's because that kind of rhetoric.
Okay, and you know what I think it is? I think it's the same way when the super chat said something towards you and you took it away, where I said you took it away and you blamed it on Red Pill. And the way I interpret it was that's just men being men. I think that in the super chats and these comments and men saying things, I think that's just men being men. These, if it is really men, that all of those men that has this misogyny towards women, they would be graping chicks, but they're not.
I don't
They're
agree with that.
Look, they're choosing to beat their meat watching Pornhub and OnlyFans rather than to get the real thing, but they are capable of just taking the real thing, but they choose not to take it. So that must mean it's not misandry, bro.
You know
that isn't misandry.
You know who Elliot
I
Rodger
mean, it isn't misogyny. Sorry.
You know who Elliot Rodger is?
No, I don't know who that is. Explain. Or what's...
He is one of the most lauded red pill guys who shot up UC Santa Barbara, and his manifesto blamed women for everything. And a lot of the people in the red pill communities champion him. He is, they call him ER. If you see people in red pill communities message ER or ER, they're referencing Elliot Rodger because...
Did he come from a single mother home?
I have no idea, but that doesn't matter. He read red pill content, and if you want to read his manifesto, it's available. And I'm telling you right now, there are actual physical consequences, not just for women with this misogyny, but also
what's his name? I'm going to Google it real quick.
Elliot Rodger. I think it's Roger, not with the
Roger.
Yeah.
And it's Rogers with an S.
I think it's just Roger. Let me look it up.
Okay, I found him. You good. Elliot Rodger. Okay, I just want to see if he came from a single mother home, because then the plot thickens for you, man. But let me just check real quick.
But look at you again, trying to blame women, dude. You see what you're doing?
No.
That's what you're doing right there.
No. Because feminism isn't just women. Feminism is men too. You're a male feminist, so
I didn't say anything about feminism. You're blaming women.
No. Let's see.
You're saying Rodgers, because he was raised in a single mother home, theoretically, it's women's fault.
No. Let's see. Okay, no, he didn't come from a single mother home. Okay, cool. All right, fair enough. I just wanted to check and see if he did.
There is so bizarre to me. It's
well,
like
I'll explain.
People.
No, I'll explain. I'll explain, because I'm just going off of what you said. I didn't look into the story. So going off of what you said, it's like, okay, that's terrible. He just killed some people, right? And you said in his manifesto, he said things about the red pill that he's okay. Now,
absolutely.
The red pill is, once again, a set of descriptors, is not prescribing him to kill people.
Well, we got to get into the prescriptions now, because again, if you're saying the red pill is just this innocent thing, this man literally used it to kill people. He used it to fuel his misogyny, and he wrote about it. And the red pill community, that's still like the incels and all of them, they still are very happy. The incels that champion him. He became a champion for the incels.
Okay, yeah. Well, once again, I know nothing about this, but I have many stories and many things that I could bring up about where men and women listen to the red pill descriptors, and it actually benefited them.
Hold on, let me read a couple things that Roger said. One, he said,
real quick. My bad, man. I don't want to cut you off, Raphael. I just want to get through these super chats, because this is off topic anyway. I want to get through the super chat so we can continue with the debate.
This is topical.
We got Julius Richard sends in $10. My mom said money doesn't matter, but my mom treats my brother better than me because my brother, has more money than me. And he gives her a lot of money than I do. Money matters to women. Fair enough. We got Willie MFKN Beeman sends in $20. Appreciate you, man. Appreciate the support. He says, the only women that follow this guy are the ones that can't get the men they want to choose them, or used to have peace standing up. Okay, so it's pretty much saying the only women that follow you are either transgenders or, women that can't get
more men follow me than women, but go for it, buddy.
We got Willie MKF AN sends in $5 in. Cooley, please make sure you charge bro for all of this free promo. He's going to spill all that soy man milk on your platform, my guy. This guy. You know what? He's been giving his rebuttals to my stuff, and I truly think I've been refuting what he was saying with pure logic. But, that's why we do these debates. We allow people to come up here and give their perspectives, and I battle my worldview against their worldview. So it is what it is, man. If someone happens to think that his message fits them more and wants to follow him, by any means, that's what's going to happen. I do full panel podcasts with chicks that's on the OnlyFans and strip club, and I'm totally against their ideology. So this guy coming up and he has a different ideology than mine, I'm still going to, give him a platform. But the key point is to destroy his ideology and his worldview, as I think I've did thus far. I think I did it thus far, man. You actually agreed with me on a lot of stuff, but fair enough. Let's finish up these few comments. We got word unboxes of $5. He also is just thinking black and white. I'm 30, female. Red pill men helped me feel safe dating again. I grew up modestly. I'm engaged now and happy. Okay, so this is a woman. She says that. So this is anecdotal from my chat, and this is a woman. She supports the channel. She says that red pill men help me feel safe dating men again. Okay, and she's actually engaged now. Fair enough. Shout outs to you. We got word and what? So okay, you just heard a woman saying that red pill actually helped her. It helped her to feel safe dating again. Sure. What's your thoughts on that?
My thoughts on that is, if we're going to use anecdotal, every woman I've spoken to said they won't date a red pill person.
No, I'm just saying that. What's your thoughts on this one anecdotal experience? Do you think that she's just out of her mind and she doesn't know what she's talking about, or do you think that it has some validity?
Well, here's what I'll say, and I'll be fair in this. I'll say, let's say the descriptors that you've mentioned are pure in their innocence, and people apply them to improve their life. I don't have a problem with that. I have no problem with people using the descriptors in a way that is positive, non-misogynistic, and it just improves how they navigate the world and makes people feel safe. Great. I don't have a problem with that. The thing that I'm combating every day is the 98% of the other guys that have become misogynistic. Statistically, studies show that they harbor misogynistic attitudes when they consume this content. It is.
You're saying 98% of men that
I'm exaggerating. I'm exaggerating.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I'm exaggerating on the number. I was just trying to say, like, the vast majority, I think, have harbored misogynistic attitudes, and the studies prove it. And I would love, if we're going to share studies, I would love for you to read some of this stuff.
I looked at all of the studies that you had listed, man, and I have studies that literally show the opposite. But fair enough. This is why we do debates, so we can, like, when you normally have debates, you're not pulling up any studies and stuff like that. You're speaking about things logically, and you're pushing forth an argument. It's my job to push forth an argument that supersedes yours or makes you contradict what you are saying, and you're supposed to do the same to see, who actually holds a consistent worldview and better ideas.
I don't think a debate is who's more consistent. I think the debate is who's making.
No, I didn't say just more consistent. I said more consistent, right? Meaning that there's less contradictions. If there's a lot of contradictions, you really can't trust the worldview.
No,
if there's less contradictions,
about worldview. It's about the debate topic. You're trying to make the debate topic about red pill being positive, and I'm showing you facts and pointing out people who have actually murdered people and saying that is a net negative. And I'm saying that the studies show. And so that is where I'm winning this debate, is because I'm actually talking.
You're not, because
I'm actually talking about the topic, and I'm actually making the case that it's negative.
I'm actually speaking about it too. Once again, you're speaking about
talking about all kinds of other stuff.
I'm just doing. You actually were the first one to bring up feminism. What's happening here is that red pill, my definition of red pill, if you come into a debate, right, and I'm actually on the affirmative position, so it's up to you to come into my worldview to do an internal critique to prove that what my belief of the red pill is actually wrong.
That's not your belief of the red pill. Is the red pill negative for society? Your argument is that it's a descriptor. Yes. My argument is it's more than a descriptor. Okay, and you're saying no, and that's not true, because I can show you that it is more than a descriptor.
Okay, got it. So currently, my worldview of red pill is that it's descriptors. You did not refute any of my arguments at all. In regards to your arguments, I refuted, I would say, all of your arguments. against my arguments. That's what happened. When we get into prescriptors, so here's the thing. Like, I do not believe that red pill is prescriptors, but we are going to get into what you think, and I'm going to critique your worldview. We are going to get into what you think is the prescriptors, and then it's my job to critique your worldview, to go in there and try to push forth arguments that refutes your argument. That's going to be next. I got 4 more super chats and we're going to get into it, but I just want to make that clear to you. Thus far, it was your job to get into my worldview and dispute the things that I said, but you did not do any of that.
I absolutely did that.
You did not.
I absolutely
Tell me what. Okay, if you did, give me one descriptor that is incorrect within red pill ideology.
No,
which is in red pill.
No. It's not about is the descriptor correct or not. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that it's beyond a descriptor, and that is the point I've been making. And I did make that point, that it is far beyond the descriptor. So your initial premise is already wrong, because it's not just a descriptor.
It is just a descriptor, man.
It is not, and I can prove that it's not a descriptor.
Totally fine. Then we have a different opinion on if it's a descriptor or is it just the descriptors, or is it both descriptors and prescriptions?
It is.
But the thing is, I'm saying that is descriptors, only descriptors.
But I've shown you that it's not.
But you did not show me that.
No,
right?
you're literally saying no, and I'm telling you there are so many prescriptors of red pill out there, and you're denying that is true.
No. Okay, so once again, this is going to be the argument that we had before, and I don't want to get back into it. Does guns kill people, or do people kill people? Let me just finish the super chats real quick. We got word unboxes and $5, and I'll read these fast, man, because I know y'all in here, so we can finish up this debate. It's already been 2.5 hours, man. Let's do a half an hour more, and then we'll go ahead and wrap up. We got word unboxes and $5. Take my right to vote. I am married. I'll trade my right to vote for my fiance. He stands by the door waiting to help me put my jacket on. Okay, so she's saying, take my right to vote. I'll give my right to vote up. I'll trade that in for my fiance. So shout out to you, man. You sound like a word unbox. You sound like a woman that you really love your man. So that's a beautiful thing. We got AZ sends in $10. If you're against misandry, then why aren't you on a equally consistent campaign to end it like you are with the RP? Good question. Especially since misandry is at such a larger and socially acceptable scale. Okay. That's
an easy answer. Elliot Rodger murdered people over it. And I'm telling you that there's a physical presence to misogyny, and there isn't a physical altercation or a physical ramification for misandry. There are actual deaths that have occurred because of misogyny. Nobody's died over misandry.
Okay, so you don't think that anyone died over misandry? So meaning that the women that cheat on their husband, leave their husband, divorce him, take half, and then he doesn't know what to do because he can't see his children. He lost half of his money, and he commits
deletion.
Self-deletion. Would you say that that's one of the cause? Now, that's
not misandry.
You wouldn't say that would be misandry of a woman
divorcing her husband and taking her kids? That's not misandry.
Of when he did nothing wrong, he didn't cheat, he didn't treat her bad, and
that's not misandry. Misandry is a broad hatred and disliking of an entire gender.
So got it. And what he's saying here in the super chat is that feminism does promotes misandry, man, because they do not promote anything equal. They want to be superior than the man. They don't even want equal playing field, because if they wanted equal playing field and equal opportunities, they would take advantage of the equal opportunities and getting to STEM. STEM pays the most: science, technology, engineering, and math.
They're 30% of STEM now. They're getting there, buddy.
Look at this. That's what they will prioritize. They're only 30%.
They just started. just started, dog.
The majority, listen to this, the majority of career paths that women choose after college, or even if they don't go into college, is nursing, secretary work, and things that deal with, children
So you
and
never
stuff
looked
like
it up.
that.
So you've never looked up the women. They make up almost 50% of entrepreneurs. Did you know that? Did you know that they make up almost 50% of lawyers? Did you know that? Did you know they make up 70% of the medical field? Did you know that? That's what I'm saying. This is the same bullshit that people spread because they don't look up anything. They don't really. They just
what are
spew the same
women
nonsense.
mostly going into?
I just
said, what are
explained
they?
it to you.
No. You didn't
to
explain it to me. You went off and you moved the goalpost. So I'll repeat it again. I'll repeat it again to
It's
you. Look,
always
it's
moving
very
the
simple.
goalposts with you.
No, I'll tell you how
It's
you move the
always moving the goalposts.
I'll explain how you move the goalposts. I got it, man. It's very simple. So I said that if women are currently in the workforce, right, they have the choice to go into certain fields. They want equality, right? They have the choice to go into fields that pay more, but they're choosing not to go into fields that pay more, right? They're choosing to go into fields that, they're not choosing to go into STEM. They're not choosing to go into,
I just told you they are.
And not even just pay more.
I just told you they are. You're like literally just saying no.
Okay. If there's some women choosing to go into
30%
STEM now,
of STEM, 30% of the entire STEM workers are women. Okay. That's significant.
Okay, so if there's some women choosing, it's still the majority of men. So that's the thing.
Because women are catching up.
Let me finish, man. Catching up, they've been in the workforce for how many years now?
They weren't always allowed in all these jobs.
How many years have they been in the workforce, man?
One generation.
What?
How about that? One
Then
generation
you're just
of
lying,
people.
man.
No, I'm saying one generation of people going to high-paying women, being in high-paying jobs, being CEOs, being entrepreneurs.
This is what they're choosing. Were they still? How many generations were they capable to go into these fields?
You tell me.
I'm asking you the question, bro. Don't answer my question with a question.
You seem to have an answer, so tell me what it is.
No, I'm asking. Well, think about it, because you don't even.
You think about it. Tell me what it is.
I'll ask it again to you, because it's just you don't even need data. Maybe some, but you don't really even need the data.
Yeah, you like data.
When have women? Oh no, it's totally fine. When have women been capable, been eligible to actually go into STEM? When were they eligible? How many?
You want me to look it up for you? I'll look it up for you.
No, don't look it up. You should just think about it. You should know
it.
You
think about it. Tell me then if you know.
Okay, well, let's think about it. When was women able to really enter the workforce? When did they get those rights to really be like, okay, you can go ahead and enter the workforce. Jobs is looking for women to enter these career paths. They're promoting women to enter STEM. They've been promoting women to enter science, technology, engineering, and math for more than one generation. What are you talking about? It's been a lot of propaganda pushing women to go into these fields, but they're choosing not to, right? You're saying that, well, now 30% of women are in STEM, but it's been many generations.
It wasn't until about the 70s that women started really having the opportunities to enter STEM from a systematic standpoint.
Wait, you said from a systematic standpoint that they really...
I just looked it up. Yeah, you're going off your gut. I literally looked it up.
Okay, and that's totally fine. Tell me what was the systematic things that held them back?
Okay,
of going into those fields. Was it laws?
Title IX, for example.
Okay.
1972 prohibited sex discrimination education, which was a major turning point. It opened doors to engineering and science fields at public universities.
Okay, sex discrimination. Okay, so prior to this, you saying that companies were discriminating based off of sex?
I'm saying universities were also discriminating off of sex.
Companies and colleges was discriminating off of sex.
Title IX was in 1972.
Got it. So once that came about and it took away companies being eligible to restrict women from, seeking higher education and getting into certain companies. They had the ability ever since that to then go head out there and get into STEM. Correct?
One generation.
That's what you're saying.
That's correct.
And you're saying that's one generation.
That's correct. My dad was born in 56.
But prior to that, they had no ability at all to get into STEM. So
not a systematic way to do it. No. Now they do. Now they had all the ability in the world to do it, and they didn't always have that. No.
Okay, so I can look up so many, not so many, but I can look up a few women, because it wasn't a lot, because they normally don't choose to go into these fields.
Yeah, just
But
30%, right?
yeah, just 30%. But you can see that even prior to this, women still was capable of
Dude,
working,
you are the
of getting
master
into
of not
STEM.
talking
They
about the
were still
topic. You are the
capable.
master of not talking
This
about
is the
the topic
topic.
of the
They were
debate.
still the topic of the debate. I said that they were capable. They were still
The topic
capable
of the
of
debate
going
is red
into these
pill,
fields.
good or bad. That's the topic of the debate.
Bro,
I
you
even
just
said
looked
that
up a
beginning when we
stat
started
and I'm
talking about.
going, bro,
Yes,
you just
because
looked up a stat
you
and
made
you're
up
arguing
bullshit
against your
about
stat.
women going
No
into these
one made up
stupid.
any
You
BS.
talked about women
No,
going into these fields
listen,
like
man,
they're
no one made up any
you
BS. My
made
standpoint
up
is
a
this.
lot
Let
of
me just make
bullshit.
it
You
clear.
don't even. You don't
Let me
even
make
know
it clear real quick. Let me make it clear real quick for you, man.
where women are working.
Oh,
You have no idea.
let me make it clear real quick for you, bro. The truth is, women choose to go into fields that pay less. This is why they get paid less. It isn't like the man is holding them back. That is the truth. So women choose to go into fields that just pay less. Also, if we're speaking about equality, women aren't choosing to be janitors. Janitors get paid very well. Women aren't choosing to go into certain blue collar
Who's
fields.
talking about
These blue collar.
equality? Who's talking
Time
about
out.
equality?
You were speaking about equality, so now you don't remember what we were speaking about. Okay, fair enough, man. Let me finish the super chats because it sounds like you're not paying attention to the conversation. So maybe you'll pay attention to the super chats. We got AZ sends in $10. If it's not mostly women and feminism's fault for divorces, then why is lesbian marriages have high? Then why does lesbian marriages have higher divorce rates than heterosexual and male gay marriages? I guess that's a question for you.
I don't know. Let's continue to blame women, though. I have no idea.
Okay, fair enough.
That's all that is. That's all that is. It's just like, well, see, women are horrible. They're the ones getting divorced in lesbian relationships. It's the same thing these dudes are always regurgitating every chance they get. Just listen for it. Any chance you see someone blaming women, you've done it several times in this conversation. Any chance
And have I blamed women? I'll let you go ahead and
I even called you out while you were doing it. But
okay, if I did multiple times, just give me one where I blamed a woman.
You blame women for, you said it's single motherhoods are the reason that people are horrible. That's blaming women. They have degeneracy. They have all this other stuff. That's blaming women.
No,
we don't know why the father was in the picture. We don't know.
So you're
Let's not get into
misconstruing
this.
certain points real quick.
You're going down this
Let me
damn rabbit hole.
It's totally
finish
fine.
the super chats and let's talk about red pill.
I'll explain it. We'll finish the super chats. Let me explain that one point right there that you made. When I'm saying that single mother households leads to degeneracy, that isn't me blaming that isn't me blaming women. That's me pointing out that, well, a father in a household is better off raising. Remember, we were speaking about women having a role of being nurturers. You thought that women are better nurturers. I said that, well, no, if you said that that's the patriarchal view.
Yes.
You said that that's the patriarchal view of women being better nurturers.
Yes.
My point of disproving your point wrong, I said that, well, that's not a patriarchal view. And statistically, that's not true because women, this is not me blaming women. This is me giving a fact. Women that are single mothers, they lead to juvenile delinquents and a lot of degeneracy that we see in America. That is just a fact. This isn't me blaming women. This is me proving the point that you previously made wrong, but you just interpreted as me blaming women. That's what you just did.
I'm not saying you're wrong there. I'm saying that there are instances where you throw it out. There's instances where you
okay, so give me another one where I blame women.
I can't remember after 3 hours we've been talking, dog.
All right. Sky just all right, whatever. It's good. We got Willie MFKN Beeman sends in $10. Raphael uses KY jelly as facial moisturizer. That was funny. You gotta laugh at that one. Come on, if we was in the locker room, you would laugh and make a joke back.
No, I wouldn't. That's not funny. Man. It's not a funny joke. I'm not even that sensitive. That's not a funny joke. KY jelly, because I have a skincare routine. Maybe Buddy should adopt one. That's my joke back.
Okay, fair enough.
I look good for 40. I look good as fuck for 40.
We got AZ sends in $5. Lesbian relationships also have the highest DV rates. Okay. We got AZ sends in $5. You should have Marquette debate this guy as well. I mean, if I could always reach out to Marquette, and if he's up for it and Marquette is up for it, we can make it happen. We got my previous super chat was referring to when Cooley asked if fist was a net good or bad. to which this beta asked how many people are getting killed with fists. Why is the threshold of harm done by fists relevant to the question Cooley asked him? That is facts. That is facts. Yeah, he avoided that question. But we'll probably end up getting back into that when we get to these prescriptors. We got Emily
It only
Autumn.
took 2 hours and 40 minutes.
Fair enough. We got Emily Autumn. She sends in. Welcome to the game, Emily. We got Willie gifted 5 No Fugazi memberships. Shout out to you, Willie, gifting 5 No Fugazi memberships. We got and I got literally 3 more super chats. We got KEWL sends in $5. Feminism is the problem. Raph says no. It's just a few misandrists that don't listen to them, but then blames all of red pillars. Make it make sense. Yeah. We got Metal Stoutfoes. I think I'm pronouncing it right. Welcome to the game. Welcome to the game. Appreciate you. Appreciate your support.
Fugazi.
We got K. Did he say the same thing? Oh no, this is a different super chat. KEWL sends in $5 again. They always blame the woman. Well, Raph always blames men. What you got to say about that?
When did I blame men? Name one time I blame men.
You said that you were blaming men that consume red pill content.
I'm blaming red pill people who take it in a negative way. That's not blaming men. Red
Okay.
pill men, like I've never blamed men for anything. This is what I'm talking about. The minute I defend women or do anything like that, it's like, well, what about men? Like, it's like, what the fuck? Pay attention to what I'm saying. I've never once blamed men for anything. In fact, I was very sympathetic to their court issues. I don't understand why this is something I get accused of constantly. I've never blamed men for anything. I've just never done it.
Okay, I mean, maybe it didn't happen in this debate.
It never
but
happened in
the
Andrew's
where I
debate.
watched
It's
with
never happened
Andrew
in any
Wilson,
of my content.
when you two were speaking about, you know what, that's another thing, and I'm sure maybe it'll come up. But let's just finish up these super chats. AZ sends in $5. Dina Thompson and Alan Wernos were both misandrous man killers. Look it up. Okay, so he found two women. They affected.
I would love to read their manifesto.
Okay, fair enough. We got Word Unboxes and $5. Raphael, black and white thinking after college in the workforce. Had so wipe out almost. Okay. Maybe you didn't type the whole thing out, but maybe I could read this. She says, Raphael, black and white thinking. After college in the workforce, had cortisol wipe out, almost died. Women aren't built the same. Okay. She's saying that after college and being in a workforce, her cortisol levels was wiped out and she almost died. And she's pretty much saying that women are okay. That's a good question then for you, I guess. Well, actually, I'll save that question for once I'm done with the super chat. AZ saying that RP guys blame women for everything after being told a fact doesn't actually disprove anything. True. It only just proves you can't disprove the argument. True. Okay, that's a good question there. So women do you think that women are built the same? Not the same, because you probably won't think that, because you don't think that men and women are the same, right?
No.
Cool. So then you wouldn't think that women aren't as capable of working long hours in certain jobs like men are. You would say that's true, right?
I would not say that's true. I just
okay.
wouldn't.
Okay. So there's certain jobs that is like roofing, and offshore. Like there's certain jobs, not all, but there's certain jobs like women aren't going to be as capable as a man in that field.
Yeah, I can grant that.
Okay. All right. So then never mind that question then. He seems to at least be logical on that part. All right, man. Cool. So I'll go ahead and leave it to you. I know you said that you wanted to get into some prescriptors. I think we can make this debate last, maybe another half an hour or until, You know, the
Give me
chat
at least
starts
half an
sending the
hour
super
so we could
chats.
actually talk about the topic.
For
That's
sure,
all
yeah.
I'm
Let's get
asking
into
for.
it, man. No, let's get into it. No, I mean, we were speaking about the topic the entire time, but here's the point where you get to critique my worldview and ask me some questions or talk about some prescriptors. The floor is yours. You be the first one to push forth an argument. Go ahead.
So I'm going to go back to Elliot Rodger because I think that is a very strong case. His manifesto listed things where, for example, the hypergamous obsession he had was that women only go for alpha males and ignore good men like him. That was in his manifesto. He also said he believed women owed him sex and affection because he was a nice guy and came from a wealthy background. He also said he envied confident, sexually successful men and saw them as undeserving. He called them chads. And this is all written. And this is something that I think you see echoed in a lot of the studies that I've mentioned. Men who are in red pill circles report higher levels of misogyny, higher levels of loneliness, higher levels of psychological distress, higher levels of emotional dissatisfaction and romantic dissatisfaction. Do you deny any of what I just said?
And once again, that is men that consumes that type of red pill content. Their
Correct.
women feel that?
What's that?
Are you saying that they're
That's
the
how
men,
they feel. Yeah, the men feel
that's
that
how
way.
they feel after consuming red pill content?
Correct.
Yeah, I disagree with that.
Okay, so you disagree with the studies. You don't think there's nothing in the studies that's accurate. You think they're absolutely just made up.
In this study, how many participants were there?
I'd have to look it up. I have all the studies here. You can look at it. There's also not just one. I have 12, I believe.
Okay. I mean, we can look up that one. I'll even let you share your screen because I'll go ahead and critique this. How many men, how many participants was in this study?
I'll tell you right now. Hang on.
Once again, man, I'm being in good faith with you. I'm allowing you to.
So you don't believe that red pill prescriptors, you've also said it can be used in a negative way. You've admitted that, correct?
Well, once again, we talking about descriptors.
No. We're talking about prescriptors now. I asked you, do you believe
prescriptors? A prescription can be like a bad prescriptor, or it can be a good prescriptor.
Okay.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is you can say, but you admit that red pill prescriptions, and especially some of the more popular content creators, can have a negative impact.
Well, the prescription someone can prescribe something that's dumb. So if you want to argue a prescriptor, give me a prescriptor and we can go ahead and argue it on if I think that is good or bad. That's fine.
Hang on one second.
Yeah. Once again, this is your point of, you think that the prescriptors are bad. The red pill, the people that create the content and they use the descriptors, they get the knowledge based off of the descriptors, but then they prescribe something else and it's bad. So if those are your talking points and your arguments, I actually need to know specifically what was prescribed. Because we may agree that, that's not good.
I'm just looking real quick. Across all the studies, we're looking at about 700 people.
Off of this study,
all the studies.
Well, you gave one study.
I said I had 12 studies.
But you just cited one study.
No, I cited Elliot Rodger's manifesto.
Okay, and then you also said based off of studies,
studies that I mentioned.
Which study exactly?
They all echo similar things. It's not like one they all echo similar things, that they are depressed, they have misogynistic attitudes, and that is developed by consuming these prescriptions. These
participants are men, and these men are saying that about themselves.
Correct.
Okay. And within this study, can you bring it up and share your screen on what specifically correlates to Elliot Rodgers, of why Elliot Rodgers would do this? What is the correlation to it?
I started mentioning that. Hang on, let me pull it back up.
Because it must be one. It must be at least one study that correlates to your argument. So you could pull it up, and you have access to share stuff, and then I could go ahead and click the thing so the audience can see it.
Hang on. That's what I was reading. All the things that Roger was talking about were red pill ideologies. The hypergamy, the
You mean
misogyny,
hypergamy?
hypergamy, the
Well,
hypergamy.
hypergamy is rooted in truth. So what's
But it
wrong
led
with that?
him. What I'm saying is that it led him to think, if I'm not an alpha, I'm never going to get a woman, and that led him to a down
Is
the
someone
road.
okay? So
And that led him down the road. And these things, I mean, how many times have I been called a beta today? And that only comes from red pill shit. That only comes
no,
from
bro, that
men
comes from
trying to say,
men.
no,
Not red pill. Men make jokes, bro. If you fidget, and what was the joke? They say you moving too much. Females move a lot. Why are you moving this much? You must be a female. The whole time I've been speaking, I've been stoic. I've been not moving, even changing camera angles. I've been chilling. Your mannerisms and your body language shows fidgety movement. So through the eyes of the observer, they're probably like, "Oh, this nigga's a soy boy." So I mean, that's men making jokes, bro. We make jokes all the time in the locker room, on football team, and team sports. Men joke. We're not sensitive. That's something that's part of the masculine essence of men. Do you disagree with that?
no, but I'm not saying that that bothers me. I'm saying there's a reason it comes up, and there's a
But you're
reason it comes up.
correlating that to red pill, man.
Absolutely.
But how? That's
Again,
just
I just said Elliot
boys
Rodger.
being boys.
And it's not just boys being boys. There's several ways boys can be boys. They don't have to be shitty and assholes. It just doesn't have to happen.
Would you say real quick, would you say that most of the time how friends like men have relationships, we show our love towards our boys like, you know, for an example,
I'm
if
not
it's
their
one
boy, but go ahead.
I know, got you. This is just an example. For example, if it's your birthday and you got a birthday party and all your boys come over, if you're 13 years old, you getting 13 punches by each one. Girls don't do that. Girls isn't punching. Like that isn't anything that's rooted into the woman's nature. That's more of like the male's nature. Like, we're gonna physically mess with them or we're gonna make jokes about them. That's just like that's regular banter, man. That's what boys tend to do. That's what men do.
Okay, can I get into Elliot Rodger again?
Can you pull it up so we can see
it? I'm just gonna read it. I'm just gonna read it.
No. So here's the thing.
He believed
Real
women
quick.
owed him sex and affection because he was a nice guy and came from a wealthy background. He claimed women only go for alpha males and ignore good men like him. It mirrors red pill fixation right there. Rodger's manifesto is filled with hatred of women's sexual autonomy, blaming them for his loneliness and painting them as shallow, cruel, and inferior. Also red pill bullshit. He envied confident, sexually successful men. He even killed a few men on his spree because he was jealous that they were actually women like them.
Okay, so he killed some of the alphas.
Yeah. Rodger felt the world conspired against them with a victim mindset, which I think a lot of red pill men have. Red pill men.
Victim mindset?
Yeah. I think a lot of red pill men have a complete, utter victim mindset.
So tell me within this, what is it again? What document are you reading?
It's his manifesto. I just had a summary
of his manifesto. Sorry. Okay.
Yeah.
Tell me within Elliot Rodger's manifesto where there's a prescription that he's saying like the red pill prescribed me to do this. Not what he read, maybe a descriptor or someone say, because I can say this, which is rooted in truth. Women generally are hypergamous. They prefer to date either on their level or above. So if you're below their level, the probability goes down for most women to choose you. That would be rooted in truth. Now that would be true, a true statement. You would agree with that, correct?
Which part would I agree with?
Hypergamy itself. You believe that women are hypergamous. We had this whole debate earlier in a conversation. Do we got to have it again?
No, but I'm saying that doesn't lead someone to kill somebody.
Okay, well, that's what I'm trying to get to. That's what I'm trying to understand. So help me out here a little bit. So because he even listed, and you even said it there, it seems that he's talking about how hypergamy, that he doesn't meet women's standards, but other men do. This is why he killed other men. He doesn't meet other men's standards, so he killed some women because he doesn't meet their standards, right? So he did these things. And this would be hypergamy, meaning that, which is rooted in truth. Women prefer to either date on their level or above their level. Do you think that's true or not true?
It doesn't matter.
No, no. You saying that it doesn't matter? Just answer that question. Is it true or is it not true?
Yes, but the red pill
thank you.
are you need to be 6 foot, you need to make 6 figures, and you need to have a 6-pack.
That's to optimize.
No,
that's to optimize.
But these men believe that is the only way. That is the only way they can get a woman.
Okay, so now
if they're not those things, they don't have a chance. And if they don't have a chance, they're depressed and angry.
Okay. The burden of proof is on you to show me where any man said, if you are not 6 foot, if you do not have a 6-pack, if you do not have 6K in a bank account, you will not get, that's the only way you can get a woman.
Have you ever heard any of the red pill prescriptors say that if you're not a high status male, you're not going to get a woman?
I've never heard people say that that's the only way that they can get a woman to be high status.
What do the prescriptors say in your experience? Let me ask you, of the negative prescriptors that you've heard, what do you hear that you think is problematic, if you think there are any?
I mean, I haven't really heard any negative. Maybe you can bring one up, but currently now
you're either denying that they exist or you're saying you can't think of one.
No, currently right now I cannot think of a prescriptor of that someone specifically said or that I heard that was like, whoa, you shouldn't do that. I'll leave that to you to bring forth, and then I may agree with it, but let's just stick here real quick, because you're saying something that, well, it is true that women are hypergamous. So if it is true that women are hypergamous and Elliot Rodgers received this truth, he chose to take this truth and to act however he wanted to act by killing and murdering people. Who told him that he wouldn't have no options or that's the only way he can get a girl? I need you to prove that.
I'm telling you that he consumed a lot of red pill content. It's in his manifesto.
You got to be specific, man.
I don't have to do that. I'm telling you,
that's what we're looking. This is a debate. You're making an argument, but you can't prove it. I am arguing in good faith right now.
You're absolutely not. I asked you, are there any negative descriptors or prescriptions? And you're saying, no, there aren't. Or I can't think of any. Or
I truly can't think of one right now. But once what you did currently was you are moving the goalpost to talk about negative prescriptors. Right now, I don't want to move the goalpost. I want to stay on what you brung up. I want to speak about the specifics. What do you think specifically influenced Elliot Rodgers to kill men and women based off of the truth? Hypergamy is the truth. You admitted to it.
Hypergamy wasn't the only reason. What are you talking about hypergamy? That's not the only reason he did it. He felt sexually frustrated. He was getting rejected, and red pill content basically made him feel like he was justified in his actions because they're only going to go for chads.
Explain how.
Because where did the term Chad even come from?
Real quick, I'll literally, and Raphael, I want to let you know in the audience too, I'm giving full transparency here, and I will allow him to share his screen. He can pull up data. He can even go to content of a red pillar saying these things that he's claiming, and he can pull it up. This is different than a whatever podcast. On a whatever podcast, you didn't have the ability to do that, but we're virtual streaming. So I'm being very genuine. I'm not being disingenuous. I want to know what you're saying is actually true. I'm not trying to catch you in anything. I truly want to know.
You don't. His manifesto told you what he wanted to do. You didn't even know about this guy.
Bring it up. What?
We're not going to.
That's totally fine.
I have 15 more minutes. I'm not going to sit here and read it.
You don't got 15. We can go until, bro. We can go until whenever the debate is over.
You said 30 more minutes. So if that's
I'm just saying, I think that what I said was I think that we can wrap it up in 30 minutes. But bro, we can go on for 2 more hours. I want you to prove to me. Bring up just one red pill content creator that you've seen that said the only way to get women is to have a 6-pack to meet whatever metrics.
Do you think that up for me? Let me ask you something. Do you think men believe that?
Believe what?
That the only way to get a woman is to have a 6-pack, have a 6-figure job, and be 6 foot tall. Do you think there are men that believe that?
Heck no, because that's not their experience. Because I know personally, and not even personally, but I see men that aren't established, meaning that they don't have the finances there, but they're getting a whole lot of sexual access from women because they're very charismatic and they have a good personality. And maybe they increase their physical physique in a way. You get what I'm saying? So, like I said before, and me and you agreed on, since women are complex with their attraction triggers, women are attracted to many things in a man. So if the man lacks at one thing, if he exceeds at another thing, this would open up his pool of options when it comes to dating women. You agree to that? So I do not agree that there's no man on this planet that I think that thinks like, bro, I will never be able to get a chick if I don't have the things that you just listed. I don't think that guys think. I think that guys understand females to a degree where it's like, yeah, if I don't got the money, bro, maybe I could be funny. And most guys know this.
The guys that you do coaching with, what do they come to you with?
Most of my coaching isn't on dating. Actually, most of it is on like relationships, like women withholding sex for compliance in a marriage. So that's in regards to usually the woman isn't viewing the man in the way that the man would like the woman to view him. So then she's maybe not really feeling the vibes. It's she's not that sexually aroused by him anymore because of X, Y, Z. And we're speaking about stuff like that. So that's most of my coaching.
Is there a way I can send you the study so I don't have to share my screen?
You could go ahead and send it through private chat right here. Look at the private chat.
Let me see it.
It's in Restream.
Damn, I don't see it. I can send it through.
I'm gonna message you right now. I'm gonna say, yo, look.
Oh, I see it. Hold on. Oh, I see it now. Okay.
Yeah, you can send it right through there and I can bring it up. All right. And what study is this?
I forget what it's called. Hang on. I dug through a few. This one was the one I think it was the easiest to kind of go through. It's called The Rage of Lonely Men, Loneliness and Misogyny, the Online Movement of Involuntary Celibates.
All right. Go ahead and bring this up. And what is this proving? I'm going to go ahead and share my screen.
It talks about a lot of the things Elliot Rodger felt, a lot of the things that people in the manosphere and red pill content feel and report, basically.
Okay, so this is what they feel and report, basically. But this doesn't prove that the reason why. Is this giving any like specific, like, hey,
keep scrolling down. Keep scrolling.
Is it? And my question is it giving any specifics? Like, I watched this content and it prescribed. It gave a prescription for me to do this, and for me to think this, and for me to view women this way, or did they watch some red pill content giving descriptors, not prescriptors, and then they came up with their own conclusion to do some nonsense?
I don't know if it went into exactly like, oh, it's these content creators, but the idea is that people who consume this content.
Well, that's important, though.
No, it's not.
That is very important, man.
The outcome is still they consume this content.
Okay, where you want me to go to? So we got
there's a whole thing about Elliot Rodger in there if you want to look at it.
Okay, we got the incel movement. Let me know when to scroll down or when to stop. You said go back up?
No, let me open it back up. I'll tell you where. I closed it out of my screen.
Okay, well, all right, while you're doing that, I'll just stop sharing and then let me know. So what I'm looking for, you're making a claim, and it's here's what I'm trying to illustrate to you. The claim that you're making is so broad, I can make this claim and say, well, I watched Disney today, and by me watching Disney and how in Disney movies, the woman always gets the man that slays the dragon, but she doesn't get the guy that's like in the supportive role or the guy that's giving water to the man that's slaying the dragon. I feel like I'll never become that man that's slaying the dragon to get the princess. So I just feel bad about all women. And I have this misandrous view because women are hypergamous and they want the best guy. I could watch any type of content and make up anything and give a reason for me doing it. What I'm asking you is differently. I'm saying, listen, bro, this is a debate for you to prove, right? For you to prove and give specifics like red pill is a net negative for men because when they watch it, because once again, we're on content creation now. So you can bring up a lot of stuff. You can bring up clips. I'll show clips of any type of podcast you want me to bring up. And we may even agree or disagree on some of the prescriptors. But this is your chance to prove that red pill is a net negative towards men.
I am, and you're sitting here saying, "Well, which content was it?" No, you're nitpicking. Which content?
No, I'm not nitpicking. This is important.
I can send you study after study that show that these men are lonely, depressed, not dating, and some of them are unaliving themselves. And you're saying,
how do we know it's from what they watched on red pill and what they were prescribed?
Because all these studies are about men who consume this content.
But if the studies isn't talking about the prescriptions,
then matter?
It can be like Disney.
Does it matter?
Okay, I'm sure that I can pull up a study based off of kids watching Disney and they're more homosexual now because Disney Channel.
Pull up the study.
I could probably find it. That Disney promotes LGBTQ plus. Now kids are looking at their. But what I'm saying is, this would be something that makes sense. So walk with me here. This is just me giving you an example of what I'm looking for so you can prove it. Say if I could prove, right? I'm not saying that I can. Say if I could prove that when kids consume Disney and Disney has gay characters in the cartoons like kissing or holding hands, like boy and boy holding hands or girl and girl kissing in this Disney story, that when kids watch it, they're more likely to be part of the LGBT community. They're more likely to be influenced to have an attraction to the same sex or want to become transgender. Say if I could prove that, that would be a correlation to Disney doing something that's causing people to be part of the LGBTQ plus community. That's what I'm looking for from you. But you're not giving me that. You giving me studies that people are just saying things, but it isn't correlating to the actual what red pill stands for and what even content creators are prescribing them. It's just saying that, well, I feel.
It's not about I feel. It is factual data that says they consume this content, they become more depressed, they become more lonely, they become more rejected by women because women don't want to date red pillers. And you want me to just read the study out loud? Is that what we're going to do?
Okay, go ahead.
What I'm saying is that you're trying to nitpick.
I'm not nitpicking.
Yes, you are, because you're saying, well, is it the descriptor or is it the prescriptor? Does it matter? The outcome is still people who consume this content are having negative outcomes more and more and more. And there are people who have done physical harm to people. There are people who are doing physical harm to themselves.
Yeah. So once again, you're saying that there are people that is doing physical harm to people and physical harm to themselves by consuming the content. If the content isn't prescribing people to do this, like my correlation, my analogy with the Disney and LGBTQ, because Disney actually does prescribe LGBTQ in a lot of their cartoons now. That's what they are actually prescribing. So if they're prescribing that, and the thing is this, influence creates thinking, thinking creates behavior. If I am influencing someone, they're more likely to think something, then they're more likely to adopt a certain behavior, right? All I'm looking for is you to show me where in maybe a study where one of these victims consume content that said that you don't have any value because you're not 6 foot and
Take a look at what I just sent
abs.
You. Take a look at what I just sent you.
Okay, is it a study? Let me see.
It's from the study. I just took a piece of it. Or if you want to pull it up and reference where I looked at it, I'll tell you where I looked it up.
Oh yeah, you got to tell me where you looked it up at. I'll pull it up.
If you just look at the link.
I got the link.
It's in section 2 in the incel part, and there's a part that's the sentence starts with within the manosphere.
Section 2 within the incel part. Is it the incel loneliness or what is it?
Part 2 is called the incel movement.
Okay, the incel movement.
And then there's a paragraph a bit lower that says within the manosphere.
Okay. All right, I'll go ahead and pull it up. And so what you're saying that this is going to prove that it's a direct correlation to what red pill is prescribing.
Yes.
Okay, let's see. Go ahead and read it out loud too. And chat, we got to do it this way, man, because people be making some crazy claims. So we got to see how accurate they are. So within the manosphere, the incel movement occupies a very specific, extreme position in the ideology landscape. Okay, again, 2021. Okay, the extreme manifests in both its logic of social categorization and its logic of explanation. In terms of social categorization, according to the incel worldview, society is rigidly and hierarchically structured, alpha males, normies. Okay, so that's how they're categorizing. So they're saying that within this movement, it categorizes things as alphas, normies, and incels. Incels believe that the primary education. Okay, this is where you bring up Chads. Okay, so this is a study where you're speaking about Chads. Alpha males who are called Chads are top of the hierarchy. Okay, so yeah, man, and this isn't giving me anything as far as
keep going.
Oh, okay, I'm scrolling down. Oh wow, forms of, and let me skim through instead of reading out loud. Y'all could all see it, so y'all could read.
I tried to summarize it for you, but you didn't want to listen.
Oh no, you're fine. I'm just looking for where it's going to give me something specific on what they were prescribed. Okay, so they're just giving facts. Okay.
The 80-20 is a fact?
You said 80-20? Women,
No.
80% of women are only interested in 20% of most attractive men, leaving only 20% of women for the remaining 80% of men.
That's
so
a fact?
Let me ask you a question.
No. Answer my question first. Is that a fact?
Yeah. I'm gonna answer your question now. So do you know since the beginning of time, only about 40% of men procreated?
Sure.
Okay. And why do you think that is?
I don't have the answer.
Well, this would elaborate on some of the answer, meaning that even on Tinder, even my own chat, when they sent in the super chat saying that on Tinder and even on dating apps, it shows that most women aren't attracted to most men, but most men are attracted to most women. So I don't know if these numbers are 100% accurate on here, but I do know that women are picky, bro. And you would concede and say that women are picky too. They have higher standards. Most women don't like most men. This is just a fact. I don't see anything here where it's
if that's the truth, then why are 50% of households married? It is a undeniable falsehood that 80-20 is how it works. And that is what is perpetuated by the prescriptors of the red pill. And these men believe it. And they feel like, well, if I can't be in the 20%, I'm never going to get a woman.
Okay, you just said that if that is true, why is 50% of the population married?
Correct. Why are 50% of men in the country married, approximately?
Okay. Well, no, once again, I didn't say that these numbers are true on here.
So it's not a descriptor. This is a prescription. And it is a prescription that a lot of red pill content creators perpetuate.
This prescription right here, that 80% of women are only interested in 20% of men.
Correct.
So, okay, got you. And once again, in regards to this prescriptor here, this prescriptor, I don't know if the numbers are accurate, but what I'm saying here is that most women are not attracted to most men. This is true.
Okay,
and
but 50% of men are married, so
that is fine. Yeah, 50% of men
and other people are in relationships.
50% of men can be married, but that doesn't mean that most men. So if that's the case, then why are 26% of men under 30 virgins?
I'm trying to tell you, it's because they are consuming red pill content. They're
Okay.
believing that they're not in the 20%. So they're becoming more isolated. They're becoming more lonely. They're feeling rejected and they're feeling angry. That is
Got it. So
90%
you
of
think
what I'm
that,
trying to make the
okay,
case of.
so got it. So you think that giving the truth to men will make them more docile instead of being motivated. So like if you gave me some truth that, yo, let's just say that these stats are true. Because we don't got to look it up, but because what I'm trying to get here is this. Let's say that this is true. And a man knows that most chicks is not attracted to most men.
Okay, well, 61% of men
finish.
as of 2019, 61% of men are in relationships.
Got it. Wouldn't that motivate? What I'm saying is, wouldn't that motivate the man to get his stuff in line instead of saying, oh, you know what? Most chicks aren't attracted to me. Well, I'm going to just go ahead and check out.
I would love that to be the case. I would love that to be the case. I would love for men to say, what can I do to improve myself so that I can find a partner? Because I'm lonely and I'm sad and I'm depressed.
Instead, and you don't you're being think defeatist. That red pill. So once again, red pill is red pill is descriptors based off of biological truths. Manosphere is male self-improvement, right? So this study didn't mention red pill at all. That's one, right? So one.
Again, manosphere is probably a better overall, catch-all. We talked about the catch-alls. We talked about the language is. We talked about red pill being a main catch-all, and I'm saying that
no, I don't think that red pill is the main catch-all. What I'm saying is there's a difference.
Part of the red pill community.
No, there's a difference between manosphere and red pill because manosphere is male self-improvement, and that's the manosphere also has a lot of the MRAs. A lot of the MRAs are in there.
They also have MGTOW. They also have the list goes on and on.
Exactly. So what I'm saying is. Manosphere is male self-improvement. Red pill is descriptors on the truth. These are two categorically different things. I think you're making like a category error.
I'm not. So you're just denying the facts.
No, you didn't even give any facts. Let me explain to you what we just read here through. What we just read here was nothing speaking specifically about the red pill, and the debate is about the red pill. What we also just read here is that nothing is speaking specifically about what motivated the person to feel depressed, loneliness, and all of these things if they're actually getting the truth. That doesn't even make sense to me logically. So if I tell someone, don't touch the stove is hot, and you still touch the stove, you chose to burn yourself. Most people with that truth, they'll be like, they'll never get burnt because they won't touch the stove. You get what I'm saying? Or they'll put on some gloves while they're touching the stove. So I think that in human nature, when you give someone the truth, they're more likely to improve based off of the truth rather than be docile and do the opposite. Why if someone knew that, listen, bro, women like this, that, and the third, and women aren't attracted to most men, which you conceded to. Women aren't attracted to most men.
61% are in relationships as of 2019.
Totally fine. How many?
So that's the majority of men, for the record.
So do you think that within dating and relationships, do you think that women reject most men?
Yeah.
Okay.
61% of men are in relationships, so the majority of them are in relationships.
Okay, so let's correlate this. If women reject most men, but men do not, do you believe that men reject most women or no?
I don't know if they even have an opportunity to.
You're proving my point right there. So this would say that no one ever said that the majority of women aren't choosing to get married. We know that 50% of the population is choosing to marry one another. That is true. That isn't my argument. That's what you're putting in there. That isn't my argument at all. My argument is very simple. Generally speaking, when it comes to dating, put it like this. When you go out, when you were a single man and you courted most women, you were rejected more than you were accepted. That's most men's experience, bro. Right? So that is a true male experience, that if you're out courting women, most of the time you're going to get rejected. But if you keep on self-improving and you keep on courting women, you'll get some women that accept you. That's just the truth. How is that turning men into incels and telling men to not self-improve and telling men to, like, what I think is truly happening here is that your correlation does not equals causation. Your correlation of these data points does not equals causation at all. And the data didn't even prove it.
The 12 data points that I have on all these studies, it's just all.
Well, this data right here didn't prove anything to say that red pill.
And you're saying it didn't prove anything. Read the study.
You told me to.
A quick glance out of all the studies I had.
I did exactly what you told me to do. So don't make me out to be
anything, but don't make it out that the studies are just wrong because you read 2 fucking paragraphs.
Real quick though, I asked you, where do you want me to go in a study? You told me to go to these specific paragraphs. I read the paragraphs. The chat seen it. I had it big. They can read it too.
They did.
This did not prove that red pill is the cause of these male experiences. This did not prove that.
Do you think incels are real?
Incels is someone that's involuntary celibate.
That's the definition. Do you think it's real?
So remember when I gave you that analogy or the example how generally speaking, men are stronger than women. Generally speaking, men have this proclivity to always want to have sex, but men are benevolent generally, and they choose not to grape women. Instead, they choose to court women. So I would say based off of incel, I don't really think that incel itself, the definition of incel, involuntary celibate, meaning that they can't have sex with a woman, I don't think that's true, because I think every man, whether if the woman wants to or she doesn't want to, can have sex with her. But men choose not to because men are benevolent.
That is wild.
Prove me wrong.
That is a
Prove me wrong.
Take. You're saying the guys who report involuntary celibacy, the only reason that they're that way is because they're not graping people.
No, they're choosing to not. They're choosing to not. Is their choice. They're choosing.
So every man has an opportunity for sex anytime they want because the grape is on the table. That's what you're saying?
That's a biological. That's a truth, a descriptor truth. That's a descriptor that's rooted into biological truth based off of male and female intersexual dynamics. That is a truth. Can you prove what I'm saying wrong though?
So they have to break the law in order to have sex, is what you're saying?
No. I'm not giving any prescriptor.
I'm saying, I didn't say you did. I'm saying that they're not incels because they can break the law if they choose to and grape somebody.
What I'm saying is very simple.
I just said it very clearly.
No. What I'm saying is this, because I think you're misinterpreting what I'm saying. So I'll say it again for you real quick. I'll make it quick and concise. Men, they have a choice. They're not involuntary celibate because they have a choice of they can pay for box, they can pay for vagina, or they can just take it. They're also capable illegal. Of doing it.
Also illegal.
Both of it. Listen, is prostitution illegal in Las Vegas? Is it legal in Las Vegas?
In most places.
Okay, so think about this, right? So, if we can speak about legal and illegal, but that's not the argument. My argument is
they're involuntarily celibate, and you're making this crazy case.
No, it's not a crazy case. If it's crazy, then refute my argument.
I am because.
Okay, so how refute it? Go ahead.
You're saying that the only reason people are not having sex, these men that we just read about,
no such thing as an incel.
There's no such thing because they can always break the law. That's what you're saying.
No, I didn't say that. I said that is no such thing as an incel because
they can break the law.
No, based off of the choice. Incel means that they do. Do you want me to pull up the definition of incel?
We already defined it.
Okay, so walk with me here. Don't skip ahead because manipulation happens when you focus on the effects instead of getting to the root. And I'm proving you wrong when you say that men are incels, are involuntary. Let me finish my point. Got it. Let me finish my point. You're saying that men are involuntary celibate, meaning that they do not have involuntary means that you don't have a choice to be celibate. And what I'm saying is that men do have a choice to have sex. They can pay for box, right? Whether if it's illegal or not, it's still a choice. People choose.
How about this?
Time out, Raphael. Do people choose to do a lot of things and they don't care about whether if it's legal or not legal?
let's redefine it, because that is such a crazy take. Let's redefine involuntarily celibate.
So now
Let's
you want to
define
redefine it because
Well,
you can't win the argument.
It's not about your argument is stupid as fuck.
The argument isn't stupid.
It's stupid
The
as
thing is,
fuck.
the things that I speak about is rooted. It starts with the cause. That's why you can't refute it. It's irrefutable.
Because you're saying the only way a man who can't get sex otherwise is to grape somebody.
No, I didn't say that.
Yes, you did.
No. Once again, you're moving towards prescriptor. I'm just saying something that's true.
I said that's the only option they have if they want to have sex.
No.
That is the only option they have.
I've never said that that's the only option. You putting words into my mouth. So let's not do that, because when you do that, that shows that like I could be for grape. I could be for men not abiding by the law. I'm not saying any of that. So I wanted to be very clear here to you in the chat so you can understand exactly what I'm saying. Do not put words in my mouth. It is true. If it isn't true, then dispute it. Incel means involuntary celibate. Men aren't capable. They don't have the choice of having sex with women. I'm saying that that is false, because men can pay for sex, whether if that's legal or illegal. And generally speaking, men are stronger than women. So if they wanted to, they can just take the sex. I'm not for it, but I'm saying that that is a biological truth based off of the male and female experience.
For men to be incels because they can always
I'm
grape
saying
somebody.
this, the only reason why men would choose to not have sex is because they're benevolent. Give me another, refute that.
I'm refuting it because you're basically saying no man is involuntarily celibate because they can grape somebody.
Prove what I just said wrong. Give me an argument that disputes that. That's not an argument. You're just repeating back what you think I said.
I'm saying that that's not
what I said.
I'm saying that these incels, that's not how they view sex. They view sex as I want somebody to want me. I want a partner that wants to fuck me.
That isn't incel though. Now you're putting on something that men want women to want them back.
If these men identify themselves as incels, then they are incels. And you're saying they're not.
That isn't the definition of incel. You're moving the
involuntarily
goalposts.
celibate, and these men are identifying themselves as involuntarily celibate. And you're saying they're not because they could always grape somebody.
No, I didn't say that.
They're not because grape is an option. That's what you're saying.
No,
grape is an option for them. They're not involuntarily celibate.
No one said an option, because an option would mean that this is something that they can do. An option, when you think about options, is something that is like you kind of should do.
It's not on the table. You know that, David.
Wait, it's not on the table?
It's not on the fucking table.
So then why do men? There's not a large majority of men, but why do some men grape women if it's not on the table?
Okay, so it's an option for everybody. It's just free for everyone to do. It's always there. It's just sitting there waiting for a man to take advantage of it.
Wait, why haven't you graped a woman? Because you would say that you're compassionate. You view women as valuable, right?
I've never had the intention or want to do it.
You never had the intention or want. Yeah.
Correct.
Got
you.
I
think most of these incels are probably the same way. That's not something they ever want to do.
You would say that you're benevolent, though.
No, I would not.
You wouldn't say that you're.
Absolutely not. No, that is a sick way of thinking, bro.
Wait, you wouldn't say that. You wouldn't say that. How is that a sick way? That is the way to look at it.
No, it's not. I don't walk around saying, "Man, all these women are lucky that I'm not raping them." That's what you're saying.
No one said lucky.
Yeah, that's what benevolent is. Benevolent means someone is being compassionate and being kind, and also
that is compassionate and kind.
Luck.
How would that mean that the woman is lucky?
Oh my god, man!
Now you're putting stuff on there, man. No one said that.
You're saying incels don't exist because grape exists. That's so
no,
crazy.
I didn't. I said incel don't exist is because all men have the choice to pay for a vagina, even if it's illegal or not illegal. And most men have the capability to take sex from the woman, but they choose not to. Most men aren't buying vagina. So that means that most men don't look at women as just like an item at a store. Oh, I'm just going to purchase this. Most men aren't buying vagina, right? Most men aren't graping women. So that means that, well, most men, they have compassion towards the woman experiences and stuff like that and the woman's agency, and are not going to just take from the woman. They respect the woman. So I do not believe that no man on this planet is involuntary celibate. unless he's like in jail and the men in prison, they don't have a choice because they don't have access to girls. So they have men that physically remove them from society and put them around other men. So they don't have the option. They either got to have sex with men, which is homosexuality, or they're not going to have sex with any women.
You don't want to have a good faith debate. I'm talking about the problems that men are facing.
Bro, that is a good faith debate.
No,
you cannot refute my argument.
About the men who self-proclaim to be incels, who are depressed and sad, and you're saying they don't exist because they can always.
They don't exist.
They don't exist because they could always rape. Yeah, they're telling you that they exist. They're telling you they exist, and you're like, no, you don't exist because you can go grape somebody.
Fair enough. So, do you believe when a man? This is good. Do you believe when a man XY chromosome, he believes that he is a woman? He believes that he has everything of the woman. He's a full woman, right? Do you believe that he actually is a woman, or do you still believe that he's a man?
I wasn't listening.
Come on, bro. Pay attention, bro.
No, I'm not listening.
It's a correlation to this, man.
Let's wrap this up, man. Because
listen,
you don't want to have a good faith. No, you don't want to have a good faith discussion.
Don't run, man. Why are you trying to run from the debate? It's not about running, you can't refute my arguments.
No, it's because you're saying incels don't exist, and that's fucking bullshit. And you're saying this.
Your definition of you got to make a different definition of incel.
I tried, and you said no. Now we got to make a new definition.
Okay, so give me another definition of incel. I'm being good faith. What's another definition?
You're not, dude. That is absolutely not good faith.
Bro, just because you couldn't refute my argument, why are you trying to run?
Your argument is horrible. It's a
horrible argument
because these men are saying they're incels, and you say, no, you're not. You can grape somebody. No, you're not.
I didn't say that.
You said that if that's an option on the table,
never
then they
said
are not
option.
Involuntary statement.
Never said option.
You said choices. You said choices. What's the difference between choice and option?
What I'm saying is this. Involuntary celibate means you do not have the choice to have sex with a woman. I'm refuting that by saying, no, men do have a choice to have sex with a woman. They are benevolent. They choose not to. Refute that.
No, let's wrap it up, man.
This guy running. Okay, man, we'll go ahead and wrap it up. Let's get to the rest of the super chats. We got, let's see here. And you know what? I'll just go ahead and get to the rest of the super chats after you leave. That's fine. We could do our in closing statements. I'll allow you to give your closing statement first. Go ahead.
If the red pill's working for you, keep at it. If it's not, you're lonely, depressed, think about something else. I'm done. That's it. That was short, man. That's all I'm trying to say. I'm trying to acknowledge that these problems exist, and you're trying to make stupid semantic arguments.
No, it wasn't semantics, man. And also,
dude.
One part of the word, getting a definition, coming to an agreement on the definition of a word, semantics is very important when we're having a debate. So this way, we're not speaking past one another.
The troubles that these men are going through, that's what's important, and you don't want to have that fucking talk.
No, once again, if you could refute what I said, then do it, but you couldn't. You're choosing to run.
You're refusing to acknowledge that men identify as incels.
Let me go ahead.
You're refusing to acknowledge that men are identifying as incels.
I'll let you give your closing statement. Let me go ahead and give mine, and we'll go ahead and wrap up. All right, so cool. My closing statement is very simple. And once again, Raphael, thank you for coming out tonight and having this spirited debate with me on this Thursday night. In this debate that me and Raphael had today, what you've witnessed is that I had a definition of red pill that some people would say, who calls the godfather of red pill, Rollo Tomasi, even agrees on, that red pill is a set of descriptors. And within these set of descriptors, as you've seen the debate go on, Raphael actually agreed on many of the set of descriptors. And the ones that he couldn't agree on, he couldn't dispute my claim to what is actually rooted into men and women as being a biological truth. So as the conversation went on, he lost that debate as far as the descriptors. We went into the prescriptors. I was fully transparent. I allowed him to bring up any studies he want, even offered to share the screen. I was not trying to hold him down and restrict him from speaking or anything like that. And as you witnessed, the red pill does not harm men. The red pill is a net positive for men because it gives the truth. It gives the tools that men can use to operate in the dating marketplace. Now, with the truth, we all know that guns do not kill people. People kill people. So can the gun take accountability for killing someone? No, we would have to say the person is accountable for killing someone. Within this, these set of descriptors, these set of truths, we all know that human beings are flawed. So some human beings can take truth and utilize it to do something bad, just like they can take a gun and use it to kill someone, right? But red pill itself is a net positive for men, and all of my anecdotal experiences and my studies shows that red pill is actually good for men. It's a net positive for men. It wakes men up to reality because they know the truth about male and female intersexual dynamics, and women are hypergamous, and women tend to operate this way, and men tend to operate this way. And then they acquiesce their behaviors and get in line and self-improve to get more options in a dating marketplace. These are just what's facts out here. Other than that, I would say, Raphael, I do thank you for coming on. And I do think that a lot of the conversation was, we had a good time. I don't think that it was like anything too crazy, but I think that I would say that I had a good time speaking with you. Did you have a good time, man, generally?
Yeah, especially when we were good faith. It was real cool. But nah, man, there's a lot of things that frustrated me for sure.
Fair enough, Raphael. Well, I thank you for joining No Fugazee podcast, man, and you have a blessed day.
You too, man.
Peace. All right, chat. I'll go ahead and finish up the super chats. And we'll go ahead and, wrap up with the super chats. But as you can see, man, listen, if anyone learned anything from today is, bro, I have a set of, I don't even know what to call it, but it's like, it's not even a skill. It's like God's gift to not allow other people to manipulate you, and God's gift for you to not even manipulate yourself. This is why I always go to the root of things, and all of my arguments start with the root. You never see any of my arguments go with the effects, because once you go with the effects, man, someone could attack the effects of things, and you may not be accurate, and you may actually have to end up going to the cause anyway, so it takes a little longer. Raphael ended up running is because he couldn't disprove my argument, right? He couldn't refute my argument at all. And he said, you know what? I think you're being good. I think you're being bad faith. And it's funny that most male feminists, when they are losing a debate, they claim bad faith. Oh, I can't refute your argument. I'm losing this debate. You're being bad faith. You know what? I truly think Raphael woke up and it tore apart. My last argument tore apart his entire worldview. He's thinking wait, bro, what am I doing? Men are compassionate and men are good because men can do these things, but men actually choose not to. It defeats the entire feminist worldview that men are the oppressors and women are the oppressed. It totally defeats their worldview. And this is why he ran, because it's wait, if incels isn't truly a thing based off of his definition, then what the heck? What am I arguing for? What am I fighting for? Right? Oh, man. Chat, listen, I'm undefeated. I've been going on a winning streak. Killed Oliver, got him. He ran off. Raphael, he quit. He basically was I'm not debating no more. But he did do his ending. He did his closing statement. So I'll give him that. He ain't just turned off his camera or nothing. So I'll give him that. But we would say that he ran because it was his choice to actually end the debate, not continue the debate. So yeah, homie ran. So let me get to these super chats. And I guess we'll go ahead and wrap up, and I'll maybe chill with y'all for a little bit since we still got hundreds of people in here. If y'all want to go ahead and ask me some questions, I can do so. I'll also open it up and get people in here to give their perspective. Because, that's what I like doing anyway, bringing some people on up. Let me go ahead and put this link in the YouTube description and in the YouTube comments. If you want to come on up, even if you want to debate me, and you agree with Raphael, come on up and get your worldview obliterated. But if you want to just come on up and stream and make a comment, you can come on up. But you know what? Actually, what we're going to do is I'm only going to allow the people to come on up that send in $10 or more. That's what we're going to do. So $10 or more, then you can join the stream. But I'm still going to put the link, but I'm not going to bring you up. You got to show that. You got to give me your name. What you do is if you want to come up and make a comment or debate me or, say, Cooley, you're great. If you want to join a stream, you got to send in a minimum of $10. And when you send in that $10, you say, hey, my name is so-and-so. Let me join the stream. And then click the link. I'll see your name and I'll bring you up. All right, 1 second here, chat. All right, let's go ahead and throw. All right. Click here to join stream. All right. Okay, I went ahead and put the link in the chat. Let me go ahead and pin it. All right, I went ahead and pinned the link in the chat. I'm not going to put it in a descriptor, but I put it in a live chat. Anyone that wants to join the stream, you got to send in $10. Let me know. I see you in here, WitKid. You said that you got the bread. You got to send in the $10. I'll bring you on up. Let me know if you sent it in. And actually, when you put in the super chat, and actually you can send it in a few ways. Hold up. Let's do this. All right, so you can send it in through YouTube, super chat, send in $10 to come on stream, or you can just Cash App it to me. It'll come right up on my phone. I'll see it. But you have to let me know that you are the person that sent the $10. And I'll be able to see it too anyway. All right, okay, we got some people backstage joining the stream. I'll bring you guys up in a minute. Let me go ahead and just get through with a few of these super chats. We got Willie MKFN Beeman sends in $5. Raphael makes his male friends sit down to pee when they visit his home, so it's easier for his wife to clean the bathroom. Yo, homie just didn't understand that, bro. Over here on this side of the internet, No Fugazee podcast, we got jokes, bro. I mean, you can't be sensitive. Our chat got all the jokes, man. Like, you can't blame homie joking and making a comment based off of red pill. That don't even correlate. That's what men do. We make jokes. I literally bring up people like Yo Boy Lean and have roast sessions. Yo Boy Lean roasts me all the time, even though his jokes be corny, but I be roasting him back. Like, that's what we do, man. No one is being all having their panties in a bunch like, bro, like, why are you speaking about me like that? You must be from the red pill community. It must be red pill influencing you to make jokes about me. So is Kevin Hart part of the red pill community? Dave Chappelle? What? No. We got Glenn Lawrence presents in $5. Can he provide a study that is not done by a feminist or funded by a feminist group? Men have been self-deleting themselves well before red pill. Yeah, that's facts. Yeah, and that's what I was going to get into that next, but he was running, man. When he seen that, and that's the thing. This is how confident I am as a male. This is how confident I am as a male and how confident I am as the things that I speak about. Irrefutable. I'm like, bro, you got full access to share your screen, go over any data points to actually prove that red pill is the cause of the things that you're saying. He couldn't prove anything. Not only that, his studies is definitely done by feminist groups, by misandrous groups, by groups that hate men. So what the freak is he speaking about? Not only that, chat, one of the reasons why he really didn't want to fully go through the studies, because I looked at his studies. And let me tell you, The participants in this study that we brung up, I should bring it up on the screen, is 7 people. You're bringing up studies based off of 7 individuals. I looked at other studies, 12 individuals. Other studies, 1 individual. What? And then it's not even proof. It's not even a correlation back to red pill. It'll maybe correlate to something within the manosphere, but then it's not giving any specifics like what was prescribed that made someone feel some way or do something. And forget the feelings, because nigga, I could say God is great, God is good, and a Satanist can interpret that like you're being mean to me. So feelings is subjective. You can't measure feelings. So any studies that's trying to measure feelings is dumb. You can't believe it anyway. It's stupid. How can you measure someone's feelings and say that they feel this and it's a correlation because of this? No? What? I mean, unless I punch you in the face and you say, I feel like my head hurt. Listen, that's the only way of feeling correlate to something. The reason why I feel like my head hurts is because Cooley punched me in the face. That's a correlation to a feeling. But a correlation to, oh, well, I'm depressed because of XYZ. Nigga, that don't correlate to, you could be depressed because you lazy. That's most of the time for depression anyway. People that's depressed, they don't like the position that they're at in their life most of the time. So they're depressed. They don't like maybe the situation and the adversities that they're currently experiencing. And they are depressed because they don't like where they're at in their current life, right? That's normally what happens. Or maybe what happened in their past life in the past, and they're in a state of rumination. So they're dwelling on past situations. That's normally how it is, bro. It's a bunch of garbage. All right, we got and we got a lot of people back here. Appreciate y'all for coming in. I'm gonna verify and make sure y'all sent in $10, and then I'll bring y'all up. But right before I do that, let's just get to some more super chats. We got and one ballers sends in $2. Mike Shonda became a miserable emotional feminist. We got Metal sends in $5. Red pill content helped me understand my role as a protector / provider. Shout out to you. Now in an amazing dating relationship after 5 years, single and divorced. Look at that, bro. Shout out to you. Look.
No Fugazee.
He's talking about red pill is bad. I got all of these people in here saying the opposite. Red pill is the reason why I'm able to understand things and be in a relationship now, in a good relationship, after I was already divorced and all of that. So it's like, dang. We got Judge Me Not says in $2, and she's a woman. She says, we don't want no yes man. Feminism created T-woman. Yeah, that's a fact. We got KEWL V1C says in $5. Raph wants men to improve themselves, but gets mad when red pillars tell men to improve themselves because women like high status men. Yeah, that's dumb. It just didn't correlate, bro. Didn't correlate at all. He wants men to improve themselves. He says, yeah, I'm for male self-improvement. He even agreed, bro. He agreed on most of the descriptors, and the descriptors that he didn't agree on, that's why he walked off, because one of the descriptors he don't agree on. And my last statement that made him run off, that ain't even a red pill descriptor. That's a Cooley descriptor that's rooted in truth. You won't hear that from no one else. That's me. So anyone steals that, if anyone steals that argument, that line of argument that I made, if anyone steals that, I'm not going to get into it, but if anyone steals that argument that made him run off, you know where it came from. You know where it came from. And I'm okay with people stealing stuff because, I mean, it's a free market out here. a lot of my friends, I may take little stuff from them like, hey man, that was good. That was good. I'll go ahead and take that. But that one came directly from me, not influenced by no one else. All right, we got AZ sends in $10. Raphael, go debate some misandrists about why their ideologies are toxic to society, and then maybe we will hear you out and see you as anything other than a biased hypocrite. Yeah, that is true, man. That is true. We got Glenn Lawrence presents in $5. Cooley, could you let him know I have the solution he needs? He needs develop a dominant masculine presence will help men break free from the red pill rage. So yeah, once again, I'm one of the individuals. I don't believe in this. Like, I've heard of people say red pill rage. But once again, I can't put red pill and rage together since red pill is a set of descriptors. So red pill isn't promoting rage. Now we can say that people based off of these set of descriptors may think that, oh, life is unfair. So then they may have an emotional reaction towards it, but that has nothing to do with red pill. That has to do with their own inability to regulate their own emotions. That has to do with their own inability to self-identify with the message and self-improve. That happens to only be a thing because, bro, they're weak males. It's a lot of weak males. Nigga, I ain't never get the truth and was mad. Even when I was a kid, I found out Santa Claus wasn't real. Like, I wasn't mad. Nigga, Santa Claus not real. Thank you, mother. Thank you, father. I appreciate the gifts. I wasn't like, God dang, Santa Claus ain't real. What I'm finna do? No, man. So it all depends on perception. Everyone perceives things differently, right? Scientists can't figure it out. No one can't figure it out. Jordan Peterson can't figure out why human beings tend to just perceive things differently. Guess what? Some people, they perceive things differently because they're lacking in some type of substance that should be rooted into them, but it's not rooted into them, like courage, like confidence, like a multitude of things. Like me, I was always a confidence man. As I've accomplished more things and, pushed forward in life, I became more confident, but I was never void of confidence. And we do know that there are some men and women that's like truly void of confidence. Like, dang, like you got no self-confidence? Like, who raised you? Why do you perceive life this way? The glass is always half empty instead of half full. That's stupid. Like, I've never looked at life that way. Like, I can have a bad experience. I could go through some troubling times like we all have and suffer a little. Bro, I may have like a bad day or a few bad hours, but I'll never be feeling down for a full 48 hours. My grandmother died. My grandfather died, and they were extremely close to me. I lived with my grandmother lived with me for a while. I did not cry when the people closest to me passed away. My uncle passed away. My auntie passed away. I did not cry. I did not shed a tear because I don't view their passing as something that will affect me where I'll be in this state. It's like, it's just how you look at it. It's like, it sucks that someone passed away due to X, Y, Z. And, I pray for the family and I pray that they make it to heaven. But if they're above watching me, this is how I think of it. Like, if someone passed away, would they really want me to just be in a state of rumination and be depressed and be pouting? No, like my family members that passed away that loved me, they would never want their passing to make me feel depressed. That's how I look at it. So it's like, I'll be doing them a disservice and by them passing away, I'll be doing them a disservice by falling in a state of rumination and being depressed and all of this other type of stuff. I'll be doing my ancestors a disservice. No, it's silly. It's nonsensical. It doesn't make any sense. You niggas need to wake up. Freaking panty boys out here, sassy boys, soy boys, crying and whining and having your emotions run your life. It's dumb. It's dumb. All right, let me continue on. Sorry for the rant. But pick up some game, man. Pick up some game. We got KEWL. Good job, Cooley. He didn't quit. He just had to cook his wife dinner. Hey, yo. Hey, yo. Oh, hey, yo. Best chat ever, man. Best chat ever. Yo, KEWL. I don't know where you came from. I don't remember seeing your name in here, but you funny, bruh. You've been cooking, homie, the whole time, man. Oh, man. All right. I know WitKid definitely sent in $10, so I'm gonna bring him up. Let me just make sure. All right, we got Larry. Oh, Larry Harris. I got $10 from you. Okay. I think that is this guy, and then we got WitKid. WitKid, I know you had to send in 10. I don't see a 10 from WitKid. Maybe I could be wrong. Chat, let me know. Because I've been streaming for mad hours. I only want to bring it. And WitKid is a supporter. I don't see a $10 super chat from you, WitKid, but you are a member, so I'm going to give you some grace. But go ahead and send in that $10, and I'll bring you up right after Glenn Lawrence, because I do believe that Glenn Lawrence is the guy, is Larry Harris. I do believe so. Maybe so. Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast.
What up, man? No, Glenn Lawrence is Glenn Lawrence.
Oh, you're Larry. Okay, so you're Glenn Lawrence is Glenn Lawrence. Did you send in a $10 super chat?
I sent you two $5 super chats.
Oh yeah, you did. Yeah, you're Glenn Lawrence Presents. Yeah, you definitely did. Yeah. Okay, perfect. Okay, Glenn Lawrence, man, talk to me. What's up?
So what he's talking about, and I understand what he's trying to get at, is that it's not the information, it's how the information makes people feel. That what you mentioned earlier, causing them the reaction. Like, you can't tell somebody, give somebody information without telling them how to feel about it. You know, unfortunately. And so he's talking about the guys reacting and choosing to opt out is the problem. And he's trying to blame that on Red Pill. He's trying to blame the way the guys feel about the information on the Red Pill. And that's the problem. Yeah,
that's what he's saying.
Yeah. And the solution is, in my opinion, developing a dominant masculine presence. You know, RP Thor, one of the, Red Pill content creators that have been here for years, who I was mentor underneath, who I actually worked for, he wrote a book called A Dominant Masculine Presence. And the last time I was on here with you, I talked about the book and also my book, which is written based off of his book.
Yeah.
And it's about, so women are doing this. Women are hypergamous. Okay, what do you do about it? Do you bitch and complain? Or do you say, okay, I'm going to level up in all these areas of my life and become a guy that hypergamy doesn't affect?
Yeah. Yeah, and that's what I was telling him. Like, so Red Pill is a set of descriptors. Most of the prescriptors that I've heard, they tell men to self-improve. So how is this hurting men? And he didn't understand that. And not only that, I gave the floor to him to actually, if I'm wrong, if there's a red pillar out there that's giving a terrible prescriptor, I said, you could bring up the video and we'll debate it right now. And I may even agree that it's a terrible prescriptor, or I may disagree and say, no, this actually is a good descriptor, a good prescriptor. So he didn't want to engage. That was the thing. Like, he didn't want to engage on any of his arguments because he couldn't prove it.
The best one he could have done would have been that if I was going to argue against the red pill, I'd be like, well, the red pill makes men operate out of fear rather than dominance. Rather than having dominion. God gave men dominion over the earth. Men are operating out of fear, avoiding women or, all women are going to be like this, or no women are marriageable. And if I get married, I'm going to go through the divorce court. That's a fear. God didn't give you a spirit of fear, but he gave you a power, love, and sound mind. So knowing that, like, there's opportunities and there's ways to mitigate a lot of the risk, but life is risk. You're not going to avoid risk in general in our life. You're always going to face risk. The one thing I would say is, though, by him, if he would have leaned on saying that, well, Red Pill says that feminism is the problem, but none of the prescriptors that they do offer do anything about eradicating feminism or pushing back on feminism. You may have individuals that tell you, go get your body count up, go do this, go do that. Well, that means they're capitalizing on feminism and female promiscuity. So that would be a point that I would contend with if I was in his position. Be like, well, this is how it's affecting men negatively, because you got some creators out there telling them to get their body count up. That only makes more women unmarriageable if their body counts up.
Yeah, it makes them more promiscuous and stuff like that. And one of the things that, so here's how I look at things. Here's my perspective on it. I don't think that Red Pill makes men, it creates like a fear complex within men. I don't think that is true, because if we can agree that Red Pill is a set of descriptors, and these descriptors are rooted into biological truth, it correlates to the things that I've read in the Bible as well. So even like in the Bible, they give certain, the crazy thing is Bible actually gives descriptors, but also prescriptors. and the prescriptors are a lot harsh. We would say that it's a lot more rigid, than Red Pill.
Hey, a Proverbs a day keeps them hoes away. A Proverbs
for
a day
real,
keeps
for real.
the
So
hoe
it's
away.
like, and I don't think when people read the Bible, they look at the dating marketplace as more fearful. I think if anything, it gives them like a self-identity to say that, hey, I am the leader. I am a man. I am here to protect, to provide. My woman should. I should have a woman and strive to get a woman that embodies my values, that is submissive, that is also under my same belief. Da 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 da. Do you get what I'm saying? So I think that like it empowers men.
Like if I presented hypergamy differently, I think it's the way it's disseminated though. So if I present hypergamy like this to you, like women, God made women hypergamous so that they had a feature to be able to vet men in a way that they want to select the best man to be her spouse for longevity, that one that could provide, protect the family, and make sure that he was capable, right? That would be a good thing. You'd be like, yo, that's a good thing.
And you know what, real quick, Glenn Lawrence, in my opening, I don't know if you heard my opening, I said almost exactly what you just said.
Yeah. And so sometimes it's the way that the information is disseminated that gets men to react in a negative way. I don't see hypergamy as a bad thing. I see it as a great thing.
Yeah, me too.
I have a daughter. I want my daughter to be hypergamous and be able to vet and base things off of me, her standard, and be able to vet men better. That's a good thing.
Facts. That's big facts, man. Like I always say, listen, I do not want a daughter. I would not want my daughter to not be hypergamous and date a bum and a loser that doesn't exhibit any characteristic traits of her father, of me.
Yeah.
That's stupid.
Yeah. So, so when guys say it's a negative thing, like, oh, well, all women are hypergamous. Good. Thank God.
Yeah.
All men are capable of violence. Good. Thank God. Like, it's like.
That's facts, man.
So I just think his problem is he doesn't see it, he sees the rage. Then there's a lot, and you said you can't put Red Pill and rage together. I say you can, and I think it has to deal with the way that the information is disseminated. Like if we talked about, like we just mentioned, hypergamy in that manner, I don't think guys going to be upset about it. They're like, okay, it's cool, and also it gives you, the guy, a reason to stay on top of your game, because as soon as you slack off, now you're giving her reason to question your authority, question your ability to lead. So it's also a motivator. But if you say all women are hypergamous, they're going to monkey branch. They're always looking for the next best, thing. And she's not yours. It's just your turn, right? This will give a negative, it'll associate women negatively. And then you got guys like, well, why even try dating? All of these bitches are gonna do is just gonna leave me and swing to the next monkey branch.
Yeah, and I agree with what you're saying. And my argument, when he was saying that was like perception is how, like, we can't control how people perceive things. Like, we can give the truth. We can try to package up the truth in the most nicest way we can. And one thing that I learned, Glenn, with doing these dating podcasts and having these women on the show, and out of most of the people in the red pill community or the manosphere, whatever you want to call it, bro, I'm like the most lenient. I am the most patient. I don't cuss at the woman. I give so much grace. And I speak things in a way where I'm not coming at them. I'm not calling them names. But I realize is that in human nature, with women and also some men as well, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how things are said, bro. It's basically they don't like the fact that you're saying it. They just don't like the fact that some people just don't want to hear the truth. You know what I'm saying?
Want the truth.
So,
most people don't want the truth. So even the blue pill guys like that, Raphael, he doesn't like the truth. Yeah, the truth is that women can be very vicious and do damage to men, just as men can do damage to women. But it's just done differently. The war is fought differently.
Yeah,
so they're not going to go toe to toe.
Yep. No, that's true, man. So like, I always like when I'm just coming from a biblical perspective, but you may agree as well. Like from a biblical perspective, Jesus did not, coddle the way he spoke to people. He was very direct and he gave the truth. He told it like it is. He even called certain people dogs and stuff like that. Called women prostitutes.
No Vaseline. Yep. No Vaseline.
Listen, he did not hold back at all. So it's like, if Jesus was still experience consequences from being one, we would say historically, based off of the Bible, a perfect man, right? He did not commit any sin. If they still went against Jesus, of course they're gonna go against me. Of course they're gonna go against you. So it's like it don't matter how we say it. Just the simple fact that we're telling them the truth. Some people do not like the truth, bro.
So I have one thing I want to bring up to you. See what your thoughts on this. I blame Christian women for the rise of OF and porn. And the reason why I say that is because 76% of Christian men are allegedly addicted to pornography. And if they are, and they're married, well, that means that they're not being met at home, right? And so if in 1 Corinthians it says not to deny one another from one another, unless for agreed amount of time for fasting and prayer, then if these women were taking care of their husband's needs, why are they watching porn?
Okay, I missed the first part because I'm sorry, I was speaking in the private chat. Say that first part again for me real quick. Okay. You said you blame Christian women for what?
I blame Christian women for the rise of OnlyFans and maintaining the porn industry financially, because their husbands are by proxy. Their husbands are paying for it because 76% of these Christian men are admitting to being addicted to pornography and watching it. So they're obviously funding it, right? And so, why are they funding it? Well, because
the women aren't doing their job
at home.
Needs met at home. Yeah. You know what? That's funny, actually.
If you want men to stop watching porn, take care
of your job. Yeah, take care of your husband. You know what, Glenn? That sounds good. It sounds good, and normally, like just off of surface level, no disagreements off of surface level. But when I go to the root of things, I would say that we can't blame women for men not having the ability to control their sexual urges.
I agree.
I would say that men. I would say this: a woman can never satisfy a man's sexual urge anyway. So since I would say that that's true, because most men, we just want quantity. So one woman can't do it. Usually 3 women can't do it. Like a man's sexual craving is never truly going to be satisfied.
Yeah.
It's going to come to a point where he's going to have his morality supersede his sexual nature. Like his morality, meaning like discipline, the right thing to do, not to beat his meat to porn. In some way, in some circumstance, in some moment of his life, his morality has to supersede his sexual, urges, or he'll just always be indulging into sexual deviant and masturbating. So it's not a woman's fault. Real quick,
it's her lack of availability. That's what I'm getting at. It's like the woman's lack of availability to the man, not bringing, not being available to him is going to be the problem at the end of the day. It's like, okay, I got a headache, or maybe she got, maybe she made it to where she's unavailable to him, and or like, you know what, only before 9 p.m. I got work in the morning.
I would say this: marriages. Most men report sexless marriages. I think it's like 60% of marriages men report to be sexless or something like that. So I would say if it's sexless, women hold the key to sex. So that means that they're not the one maybe initiating it, or if the man is initiating it, the woman is denying. So that
or
part
makes it as a chore. The guy's going to be like, look, I'm just not even wanting to bother you with this. Yeah. So I'm going to go handle business and, do something I don't really want to do, but, I'm gonna go scratch this itch.
Correct.
And it's better than going out and having an affair if I do this rather than the other thing. So I mean, that's how they rationalize it, right?
And you know what, Glenn, I would agree to that standpoint. Like in those certain specific circumstances where the woman is withholding sex for compliance and well, the man is always horny anyway. So obviously he's going to go to porn if the woman is truly denying him. But generally, I would say that even if the woman isn't denying him, men, we crave sex so much that one woman can't satisfy it, 3 women can't satisfy it. And at some point in a man's life, he has to make the choice to allow his morality to supersede his sexual nature. That's all I'm saying.
I think that is a lot easier to handle when he is not being denied access.
Yeah,
and
I agree.
There's a sense of desire to be sexual with him. If it comes off as a chore, the guy doesn't want to be another burden on you,
Yeah.
But like I tell women all the time, like, look, if I go in the fridge and there's no food in the fridge, no home cooked meal, I'm probably gonna go get some Taco Bell. I may regret it later, but I'm gonna end up going to get something to eat.
No, that is true, man. Yo, listen, Glenn, good conversation. I appreciate the support. I got about 5 people I want to get in that they sent some money up. But yo, man, appreciate you tuning in. The insight as well that you brung today. I appreciate that, man. And have a blessed one, brother.
You too, man. Peace.
All right, let's bring up Witkid. Then we got Willie MFKN. And then we got Eastside Larry. Okay. You sent the Cash App. I got you, man. So that's going to be the order. And we'll try to make these a little bit more concise. But I definitely want to hear from the supporters today. So let's bring y'all up. Witkid, what's going on, man? Talk to me.
All right. So look, I'll be quick, concise with you. We'll start off with the good points. You know what I mean? So congrats on the W tonight again. That's like what, 5 Congrats on the W.
Oh, the W. True. Easy W.
That's like what, 5 in a row now, right? I think.
Yeah, that's like 5 in a row. Gotta be.
You know what I mean? It's real easy to sum up. Here's how the debate started. But Cooley, it's not what you're saying, it's how you say it. Get out of here with that. Then it moved into, but I don't feel like that's true. Cooley brings up, here's the facts. Well, I don't care about facts. Well, what's the whole point of the conversation then if you don't care about facts and it's only how you feel? That's all subjective. So, I mean, that's, and then you made him quit, which is just, I think that's 3 rage quits you've had in a row now.
How would you give from 1 to 10 the argument that I made that made him quit? How good was that argument?
I think it speaks for itself.
Yo, that argument. Now, wait, did you ever hear that argument before?
No, and I'm gonna have to keep that one to the side.
Yeah,
and use it when I need it, because I would definitely hold. I'll say like, well, if you go back to this Cooley video right here, you'll see how this is foolproof right here. So,
yo, that argument is bulletproof. It literally shattered a hole in his heart. Like, oh wait, homie is spinning.
And then also, when you were bringing up those the things that he told you to pull up, those studies, right? I mean, I just reading it, because I zoomed in, right, and I was reading it, and every single one of those sentences was how somebody feels.
That's what I said. Feelings based.
It's all feelings. And then you said that it was a 7-person study, so that it doesn't even matter what I think because that's a bullshit study.
Yeah, it was
So
silly, bro.
because I respect you, I'm gonna have to give you your first L, right?
Okay,
And there ain't no way you're gonna beat me on this, okay?
Go
So
ahead, let me know.
I want to get you on. Here's your L. Your start times are bullshit, bro.
Yo, that is
Pay
true.
me.
You know what? I concede. I concede. You win this argument. My start times is an L. I do have to be more punctual.
I know things matter, but if you put like a ish after it, then you set yourself fine. But you be
Yeah,
like 7 o'clock, 6 o'clock,
yeah.
8 o'clock. No,
Yeah,
no.
it's never on time. It's never on time, man. You know what? I do have to be more punctual.
W Wicked, L Cooley.
That is fact. W with kid, and you know what? Everybody got some self improvement to do, and you know what? Since you bring that up with kid, I will strive to be more punctual and to be on time. How about that?
Look, that's actually something you could fix. That's why I want to debate you on
Yeah,
it because you could actually fix that, and then you can't get an L on it. You know what I mean?
yeah. I get. Yeah, I gotta fix that. I gotta fix that. But anything else with kid?
No. I just want to give you an L and then give you the congrats at the same time.
Appreciate you, brother. Have a blessed one, man. Thanks for the support. All right, brother. Okay, we got. Okay, let's bring up Willie MKFN. Welcome to No Fugazi Podcast. Willie, I seen you in here supporting a lot today, man. Talk to me.
Yeah, I don't hear really beaming. Another fight start.
I can't hear you.
Ready, you're next.
Hold on, fuck.
Now I can hear you.
You can hear me now?
Yeah.
All right, so we had a back and forth on Instagram, and he, I was like, I said the same shit I said to you. The only women that follow bro are the women that can't get the men they want. So that's why you listen to him. And he's married, so he's not dating. So I don't understand where he feels like he's an authority on something he's not doing. He's only got to worry about one woman, and that's the woman that he sits down and piss for. But in our exchange that we had, he was like, well, I'm married. When was your last relationship? I'm like, I'm in one now. But I'll tell you what. Put your wife next to my woman and then see what happens. Because I guarantee you that you wouldn't pick your wife if you saw my woman. If y'all just met the same day, you wouldn't pay your wife no attention. And then he said that no one has seen his wife. It's not hard to find people on the internet, especially when you start talking to the right people. So when I saw that you was debating them, I thought that it was like, either Christmas because I knew I was about to go crazy in the chat, or I thought that it was some shit that you're going to do later and I don't have to wait. But when I saw you cooking them, then it was just like, well, now all I gotta do is make fun of him. Like his face is sweaty, like you got him cooking. You can tell he was nervous. He had armpit stains. It was just bad. So it is not very many times that I get to see people like these male feminists that get cooked like that on a platform. Because even when he was on there with Andrew Wilson, he cooked them for a couple hours. He's the same thing. He runs from every debate that he's in, unless it's someone like disagreeing with them and giving them all those male feminist platitudes that they tend to regurgitate as if they're facts. And like just the way he debates in general was wild. So I was super hyped to see you actually fuck him up like that.
Yeah, man. And one of the things, so the crazy thing is, I seen the debate on a whatever podcast with him and Andrew Wilson, and I could not get through like more than like a half hour of the debate or something like that. I kind of skipped around because he would not answer any of Andrew Wilson questions. He wouldn't engage in the arguments. He wouldn't even push forth an argument to refute Andrew Wilson's argument. He had no arguments. His worldview was very flimsy. So the thing that I did when I brought him up before we went live, I spoke to him for about 2 minutes behind the screen. I said, listen, I seen that you did not answer any of Andrew Wilson questions. He said, well, I think that they were bad faith. I said, well, that's subjective. I've watched a little bit of it, and I know Andrew Wilson. I can tell you that it wasn't bad faith. He asked you hypothetical questions, I just broke it down to him. I said, in order for us to get through a debate, bro, I'll be fully transparent with you. I'll let you bring up whatever you want to bring up. I'll let you go to anywhere you want to go in a debate. I'll still attack you with arguments. I said, but you have to answer questions. And this debate, you seen when he answered questions, that's where he got destroyed at.
Yeah, anytime you made him stand on what he was saying, You know
Yeah.
what I'm saying?
Stand on what he was
Intellectually,
saying.
he's that guy that, you know, he always wants to pick a fight but has no hands. That's what it boils down to.
Homie had no hands. The first argument he lost, which sounded really silly, he was like, I said, wait, do guns kill people or do men kill people? Do people kill people? He says people kill people. So the gun isn't accountable. No, the gun isn't accountable. Then we map that same argument onto red pill. Red pill is a set of descriptors, not prescriptors. So how can red pill tell anyone to do something that's bad, that's going to harm men or women?
There's not an argument you can make that's going to be sound. And the sad part is that when he's saying, you know, the red pill is net negative, it is net negative for men like him. It's a net negative for feminine men because it's teaching men not to be what he is. So it's nothing. It shouldn't be. I'm not surprised that, you know, it goes against his core ethos. So he wants to attack it, but that's all he is now. He's just like a petulant child trying to attack somebody that's saying this attacking or that has a belief system that goes against who he is.
So that's funny. You two went back and forth on Instagram or X. What was it?
Yeah, he posted something and I just responded to it and I was like, didn't you get cooked on the whatever podcast? Because he was tagging everybody. He used a picture of Andrew Tate. He used a picture of Andrew Wilson. He used a picture of Myron. You know, all them guys.
Oh yeah, I've seen that.
Every one of these people cook you. So then you come over to your platform with a whopping 4,500 followers. And then start trying to talk shit, and then you getting yassed by all these, you know what I'm saying, undesirable women in the comments. Like, your supporters are failures. They're not women that anybody is checking for or that anybody values. They're women that people typically get annoyed for. Me and you go to the club, I'm like, hey, Cooley, listen, bro. All right, I'm gonna get the, you know what I'm saying, I'm gonna get the big one, but so you can go get the pretty one. Those are the girls that follow him.
Gotta take one for the team.
Like the grenades. Like none of those women that he's talking about to support him are worth a damn. And I think it's unfortunate that people get these platforms and then just start talking and saying shit, and then bro's like, I don't care about facts. Like, well, you can't say a fact is bad faith just because you don't like it. And it doesn't
just because you know, like you have to refute. If I'm saying something that's a fact and you don't believe that it's a fact, then you have to refute it. But he didn't refute, bro. He didn't refute any argument. It was just silly, man. He's not a good debater. But it's crazy. Like, why did he not debate you then?
Well, because we were in the comments, but you know, I'm always.
Did you ask him to it? Like, did you hit him up in the inbox and ask him to debate?
No, I was talking to him directly live because I want to address you where you show out. I don't want to have a private conversation. When you try to be disrespectful in public, I'm gonna address you in public. So
fair enough. Yeah.
With him, and then again, the girl looks like him that was trying to support him, which is also awkward. Like he said that he thinks it's funny that men call him trans. Well, you look like the archetype trans person. Like when a woman tries to become a man, she wants to look like him. Like that's the goal. He's like a trans character. And like if you look at him, that's exactly how he looks. So you can't get mad or be surprised that people are telling you, bro, you look like a trans woman, because now you give us more clues that you might be, because hey, you hate men. You're saying you misuse the word, you know, homophobia, misogyny. Yeah. And misogyny to him is anything that's not flattering the women. That shit is crazy.
See, it seemed like it was, but yeah, man, that's crazy, man. You know, hopefully he'll DM you or something, and y'all could have that debate. But it's easy work, bro.
Because you're nice, and like you're saying, you talk to him, you're saying like he's a equal person. I think he's beneath me just as a man because he's a feminist. So I'm not going to talk to him with respect. I'm going to talk to him in, you know, the same way that I talk to someone that I don't respect.
Yeah. And
I can't.
You know what?
Men like him are the reason why we should have to have permission to reproduce. Like it should be an agency to say, like, hey, you know what? You're a good guy. You're a stand-up. You're a Christian.
You got the genetics for it.
The nuclear family. You can have kids, but you, sir, believe that chicks can have, you know, boys can play girl sports and all the other feminist talking points. You should be sterilized. That's how I feel. So him debating me wouldn't go well. It'd just be a bunch of viral clips of me roasting him.
Yo, man, you funny, bro. I'll give you that, bro. Listen, I appreciate the support, but I want to get another caller in here. Keep doing what you're doing, and I wish you the best in all of your endeavors, man. Have a blessed one, brother.
You too, bro. Be safe.
Be safe. Homie, funny. Oh, man. Said, Cooley, you too not. You know what? I'm not too nice. Y'all seen me obliterate people, even in my in-person debates. I call men soft and feminine to their face. he wasn't disrespecting me. So I like to match energy. If he was being disrespectful and talking over me and wasn't listening, then it would have got I would have disrespected him. But he didn't do that, man. So he was actually being respectful. So I gave him the same respect back. And that's the thing about one of my things is respect. One of the things is respect people that respect you. Do good to people that do good to you. Treat people how you would want to be treated. But also, not only that, sometimes treat people how they're treating you. So if he's given respectful, good energy and not speaking over me and answering questions, which he didn't answer any of Andrew Wilson questions and stuff like that. So he was doing that. Now, if he wasn't doing it, then I would have been coming at him more. But the decorum of this debate was fairly good, besides at the end where he got emotional and just ran off because he couldn't defeat my argument. But shout out to Willie, man. I appreciate the support. Let's go ahead and bring up Eastside Larry up. And this will be Larry Harris. Turn on your camera for me, Larry. You sent in the 10. What's going on, man? Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. Talk to me. I got no audio from you, Larry. No audio. Unmute yourself, I guess, or check your audio.
Can you hear me?
Okay, you good? Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, man, it's my first time on y'all chat or whatever. So I was just sending in money to support, and
Appreciate
I came
that,
in
man.
kind of late, so I was really just kind of like trying to fill everything out. I kind of missed most of y'all debate, so.
All good, man. I appreciate it, man. Have you watched any of my other content or any of my other debates?
Plenty, man.
Okay.
I watch you crush people all the time, so I already know what to expect when I do get involved. So I'm
Hey,
ready.
listen. Hey, Larry, I would recommend that you go back, watch just like within the first few minutes of the episode after the opening statement, bro, I killed them easily. And then right before he left, because he ran off. Truthfully, he ran off. Right before he rage quit, meaning that he ran off, the argument that I pushed forth, bruh, to the gods. It was irrefutable. Homie got mad.
In the comments, I'm like, man, how did I miss this quick, man? I put the phone down for a minute.
Homie got mad because he had nothing to say. He was like, yeah, that's true. That's right. But you're saying that men aren't incels? There's no such thing as incels using your definition, you dork.
Right, man. Usual fashion. Somebody get cooked and they want to run off.
They want to run off.
Man, I'm gonna continue to support, man. The next time I chime in or whatever, but I wanted to kind of like get used to using y'all platform or whatever. I ain't never used.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, I appreciate you bringing me on though.
I appreciate it, man. Yeah, so certain ways that you can support. I mean, listen, man, you don't have to send in any cash, but it always goes to getting new camera lenses and upgrading what we doing here. If you've been watching my content, you know that this is a new studio. We also got another new studio right outside of Philadelphia that we already did our first full panel girl show on. So, everything that you guys send in, this doesn't pay my bills. This just goes back into investing into the podcast. So I really, truly do appreciate your support and everyone else out there that sent the super chat, man. And also, not only that, man, it's fun. You get to engage, make jokes to people, come into the stream, talk to me, chop it up to the audience. So I think it's kind of cool.
No doubt. I'm gonna get involved. I'm gonna get involved. I've been trying to catch it, but I don't really know y'all like schedule with it. I just usually watch everything that's pre-recorded. So
I feel you, man. I would say click the bell icon and then you'll get notified right on your phone. And you got to just turn on your notifications. But if you click the bell icon after you subscribe on YouTube, put on your notifications, bro, you'll get notified of everything, of when we're going live and days before we go. You'll get notified of all of that, bro.
No doubt. Appreciate you, man.
Appreciate you, man. Have a blessed one, man.
You as well.
Shout out to Eastside Larry. Larry Harris, shout out to you, man. Shout outs to you. Is this Juan? Man, we got to see if this Juan. If this is Juan, the Juan that I think it is, if this is the Juan that I think it is, that always sends in, that one is a member, and that always gift no Fugazi memberships, I got to bring them up. So if this is Juan, go ahead and send in your $10 super chat so I know it's you, and I'll bring you on up. I see you backstage, Juan, but I don't know if this is the right Juan. And also, I don't see a $10 super chat for this person named Juan to come in, so I got to verify it. So Juan, if you're watching right now, go ahead and cash at me as $10 super chat. Go ahead and cash at me $10, or go ahead and just do a super chat right on YouTube and say, Cooley, let me in. And I'll go ahead and let you in. But other than that, man, this was a good show tonight. I hope you guys all enjoyed it. This was like a flawless victory. Like, okay. I don't watch my content back, honestly, guys. I should watch my content back because it would probably help with, articulation. It would probably help with ways to push forth an argument, ways to refute other people's arguments by watching my own content back. But I don't. With that being said, though, man, I think this was a flawless victory. Flawless victory, like superb. This was so flawless, it was crazy. Not to say I didn't have any other flawless victories, because I have. I have had many flawless victories. But this one was fully flawless. I don't think he pushed forth an argument that I didn't refute. So it's pretty clean. It was a pretty clean, well done job. All right, man. We've been streaming for 4.5 hours. I gotta eat some food. Homie's starving. But okay. Yeah, and a person that was gonna come up is no longer here. All right, cool. So what I want y'all to do here, chat, today is Thursday. Go ahead and like the podcast. Do this for me real quick. Don't be a ninja watcher. Get the likes up. Like this video, man, because it helps it push it into the algorithm. Please get the likes up on this video. If you are a supporter, a like is free. Get the likes up so this video can be pushed into the algorithm. It is free. Like the video, subscribe to the YouTube channel, click that bell icon for me. Do that now. Let me give you guys a quick update. So, update. Today's Thursday. It was debate night. Friday, no stream, no live stream Friday. Friday, I probably throw up clips on the main channel and clips on the clips channel. Saturday, we never stream on Saturday. Sunday, we will be doing open panel debate night Sunday, and that's going to be late. Probably do that around like 8 p.m. or something like that on Sunday. Then we have my next live stream besides Sunday is going to be Tuesday. We're doing a live stream, reacting to content, and also doing some debates as well. And then Thursday again, hopefully I'll have another debater like I do here now, like I had now, a one-on-one debate. So what I'm trying to do here is, y'all, myself and my assistant, we DM a lot of people and ask people to debate. But bro, a lot of these content, especially the women, a lot of the women that's feminist that you seen, maybe that was on a whatever podcast, maybe you seen some of these people debate, bro, they want money. They freaking want money. Like, they like, oh, well, to debate, yeah, you have to pay me. Like, one of the chicks that was on a whatever podcast that Andrew Wilson debated, she wanted to be paid. The chick that was on the Jubilee channel with the dreads that Andrew Wilson destroyed, she was like, oh, yeah, I don't do anything unpaid. I'm like, we are just debating ideologies. We're debating worldviews. So think about it. If I'm confident in my worldview, I don't care about being paid. I'm confident in my worldview. I know that my worldview is superior than yours. And I know that your worldview is not good for society. So whatever message you're pushing forward, forget being paid. I'll just go ahead and dismantle you. I wanna debate you. And these feminists, bro, these chicks, they be wanting to get paid. Like, okay, you don't even got no fan base. Why are you getting paid? I'm not going to get anything out of it rather than just destroying you, just like AW did, just like I did to this guy. It's like, it's pointless, bro. So just know that me and my team, we have been reaching out to so many feminists, male feminists, atheists, all people that share a different worldview than I do, and they be shook. They be shook, especially the women. They ask for finances. They ask for like some type of pay rate in order to do a debate. Like, chick, I ain't no simp. I'm not paying you. Listen, here on No Fugazi podcast, even we've had over like 700 girls on a dating show. No chick ever received a payment from me at all. Now, I'll pay my recruiter to recruit a girl, but I never pay a girl to be on a podcast. That would never happen, bro. There's no simping over here. I don't care how smart the chick is, how bad the chick is, how anything. Nigga ain't putting no money in no chick's pocket at all. Have I ever even paid the man to be on I've never paid anyone to be on a podcast. I've never paid a dude at all either. Because it's like, bro, it's a conversation. If anything, it's a platform for you. I went ahead and built up this platform to over 300,000 subscribers in 2 years. Come on now. I built up this platform. Why am I paying you to be on my platform? Think about it. And it's a debate. It's live. If you beat me, then you can take some of my audience and grow your audience even further. So it's an opportunity. But, you know, certain people don't look at that. And also women, man, they look at, you know, their value as not, they never view it as even equal. They think that their value is more than everything. They just have this over sense inflated ego about themselves. Yeah, which is dumb. But anyways, they don't really look at it as an equal value exchange in anything that they do. They look at it as a value loaded exchange in the things that they do. Let me go ahead and, do I have another super chat that came in? No? Okay, no, we're good. All right. So yeah, that's what you can expect as far as what's to come in the next few weeks with No Fugazi podcast. More open debates, more reactions, and then I'll be doing some scheduled one-on-one debates, but we just got to lock certain individuals in so, we can make it happen. But other than that, like the video before you leave. This podcast was No Fugazi. Appreciate all of y'all for supporting. And peace. We out.